to the PulpMX show, presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Mathis. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show, presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, November 25th. Thanksgiving weekend this weekend. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Enjoy the chip dip and the turkey and the arguing with your relatives. But thanks for watching and listening. Appreciate it. Look, it's the off season right now. There's plenty to talk about. Paris Supercross. Didn't have a show last week when I got back from Paris, so there's that on the agenda. Perth World Supercross, rounds 2 and 3. We're going to have Kyle Chisholm on tonight. He raced it, so we'll talk about Perth a little bit. Do some silly season stuff, some Supercross preview stuff. Take your phone calls at 702-586-7857. Give away some stuff, or tell you how to win some stuff, I should say. Yeah, going to be a good show, damn it. Kyle Chisholm, as I mentioned, will be calling in. Phil Nicoletti will be calling in. He's racing Melbourne this weekend down under. He's in Australia as we speak. Jason Weigandt, yeah, Weege hasn't been on for a long time, and he won an award, and the Supercross TV package got introduced, so why not have Weigandt on? And then Justin Bogle, friend of the show. He's on a Stark still. Last time we had him on, he had inked that Stark deal while he did some arena crosses. And so, yeah, I'll have Justin Bogle on as well. Got the X-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs. Race Tech Rant, motorsport.com, tweet at Talon segment as well. And you people joining us, 702-586-7857, motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, OGO, Renegade, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, got a Black Friday sale going, Works Connection, and the PulpMX 20 code works at Works Connection as well. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, all things wheels at W. I get a lot of comments on the purple wheels I have on my Yamaha, and the W guys did it with their own hubs now too as well. Get Data, Wiseco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, Luxon Clamps, Ethica, Troll Training, MTX Braking, all on board with us tonight, as are you. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Why don't you? We'll talk some Perth. We'll talk some Paris. We'll talk some 2025 Supercross. And more. First up, both of these gentlemen have been in studio before, and so we're welcoming back. They haven't been together before, but this time they are. He's a regional arena cross champion. He's a privateer in the sport for a long, long time. Worked at Scott Goggles for a while. Now he works at 100%. Dave Ginolfi. What's up, Dave? How are you?
What's up, Steve? I'm a two-time regional champion.
I'm sorry. My bad.
I don't know that that's a good thing to be.
Yeah, two-time regional
twice,
arena cross.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
It's going to work tonight because we're going to Bogle on talking arena cross.
Okay,
so,
can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Phil, your buddy Phil, and Weege. So we got a lot of Jersey, New York stuff going on.
Best of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Also in studio for his second time in here. He's part of the Wiseco Race Winning Brands organization, marketing, that kind of stuff. Kevin Bailey, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Didn't mountain bike this time, but
No.
look, the last time we did, my bike, was the battery low or what did I... Yeah,
so there was a couple issues.
Yeah, we had a lot of issues going on last time. So thanks for coming in, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll talk a little bit of Wiseco in the show, working for Honda, doing big things. So, lots to get into tonight as well. Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down, coming back in with so much enthusiasm. The Talon Taylor.
What's up, Steve?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
How's the e-biking going? Give me an update.
I've ridden it a couple times, not as much as you probably think I should.
Okay. The last time we talked about this, you said it's too hot.
It is not too hot anymore.
Right. So what now?
Life. I don't know.
Oh, life.
I don't have a great excuse for it, but
okay.
Life works.
Life works. Yeah. Okay. Working the camera, working the YouTubes. Not Travis Marks, but our guy Nick Powers. What's up, Nick? How are you, buddy?
Doing pretty well.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Everything new? What's new and exciting?
Well, it should be a drop-heavy episode tonight. I've
been
getting a lot of feedback. I need to step up my game on the
Well,
drops,
the guy in the corner can do some drops, too. He doesn't seem to do anything.
No, it'd be a good show.
I like Dick Cheese.
Yeah, see? That's what happens. That's the kind of drops we get. The ones that make me look bad. That's the team that I employ.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah, exactly, right? Lots to get into tonight for sure. We watched some World Supercross highlights. Dave, you and I did. Looked at the results. In Paris, of course, you were at Paris. A lot of camera time for Dave. A lot. So I did the broadcast with Paul Malin both nights. I jumped in there. Kevin, he's taking Jet's necklace off. He's holding Jet's bike. And that's not like you. You're not that guy. Are you turning into that guy?
No, and here I know you were upset about it, but
I wasn't upset. I just had an observation.
But it comes down to this: when you look this good, the camera finds you.
Oh, okay.
It's just that simple.
Okay, all right.
Listen to me.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I was, because you're not that guy.
No, I'm not. And I feel like it's an intimate setting there, and there's not all hands are on deck like normal. So some guys need a little bit extra here and there. And what am I gonna say? No, like sorry, man, like.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Well, just it seemed like whenever the camera was there, you were.
We have a lot of guys that win. I mean, our lineup was good there.
Okay, fair. Yeah. So welcome in and appreciate it coming in as always. Talk some 100% later on. You guys just dropped the Jet goggle.
Yep.
Mixed reviews.
Only yours.
On the strap.
Only your review. Which you didn't. You didn't understand it. I think. When I showed it to you in Paris, I'm like, this is sick. And you're like, oh, it's because you work for the company. And I'm like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that the 8 turned into a
Yeah.
zeros.
Kevin, did you see this?
When I saw it too, from as a marketing guy that has to come up with creative stuff, I was like, ooh, that's cool. I like that.
So, and I got a text from a mutual friend of ours that said this is, with a photo of it, and said this is sick. So it's 100% 100, right? That's we know the logo. 18, Jet's number, so the 8 is sideways.
But they made it so they could use his font that he uses on his jersey and everything. It's like every detail.
Steve, come on.
So it was just me that was like,
yeah.
Okay. Well, Pulp 30 code? Does Pulp 30 code work with this?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Not anymore.
Why? What do you mean? Oh, just got clipped now.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus. But hey, let's, by the way, Dave Ginolfi here, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Love the guys there. PulpMX 24 is the code to save at Decal Works. You got that code for another month or so, and then it'll probably change to Pulp 25. But yeah, great guys. Red Bull KTM using their graphics. If you want to design a 1 and an 8, turn the 8 sideways, they'll do it for you.
I'm sure they will.
Right. DecalMX.com. Great guys. And man, they just helped out a couple people that I know with some graphics and great service, and the design team there can knock it out of the park and everything else. So Dave Ginolfi brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, and Kevin Bailey brought to you by the folks at Weisco. Pulp 24, the code's doing well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Keep using it.
You can get Garage Buddy rebuild kits. Of course, you can get pistons, caster forged, right? The CV4
forged
stuff,
only.
all of it. Oh, forged only. Okay.
Yep.
CV4 stuff.
CV4
everything that you guys
stuff,
have, yeah.
Clutch stuff. We have valve train components.
Yep.
A little bit of everything for inside the engine.
Nice. Pulp 24 is a code to save with Weisco. You're coming back next year on the show, so it'll be Pulp 25 at some point. But yeah, thanks for the support over the years. And 100%, of course, is not on this show. We have X Brand, Choice of Champions everywhere.
Yep.
But 100% is involved in the Moto 60 show and the fantasy. And we give away goggles every week on Pulp Fantasy. So thank you, Dave.
Yeah, of course.
For that support. Okay, so let me ask Kevin, because he follows the sport closely, but he's not deep in it on camera like you, and he's not, doing the TV show like me in Paris. Kevin, from Paris, from the results or from the highlights or whatever you watched, anything pop out for you?
I don't know about pop out, but I will say I did enjoy seeing Webb end up where he did. I think it was good, and you could tell Webb, based on his results, when he has a bad race, you could tell he had a bad race, and when he has a good race. So it was good to see that. And I mean, I think based on everybody's expectations coming into it with the Lawrences, they weren't sure, but I mean, you kind of with Jet, people kind of have the expectation that he's probably going to win. But
yeah, and he won 5 out of 6 and was winning the 6th until he hit the lapper.
Yep. But I mean, that's how it happens. So I guess you have to see, new bike, and there's always stuff that can happen. So it was. I mean, obviously we sponsor Honda, but we're involved with a lot of teams. So
yeah. I wrote this in my column after the race, and I touched on it a little bit. We did a Renthal reaction pod, but I'm not hitting the panic button here. I'm not sounding any alarms because Jet still was amazing. Hunter was nowhere near as good as last year, and even as amazing as Jet was, still the gaps were closer this year. He had the almost one in the whoops on Friday. And then, so when you talk to Lars and Dazzy and Hunter after the race, like I did, or during the weekend, Hutch, Jordan were all there. They took some time off. They took time off after Destinations. Long year. They both 5 or 6 rides, Supercross testing on the new bike, then 2 weeks off, ish on testing. Then they're gonna get back and say they chill for a week or whatever, the time change and all that. I don't know, Dave. Like it's not a lot of time to get this bike figured out. Like, you know, and having said that, Jet won 5 of 6 and was gonna win the 6th. But the way Dazzies tells me, he's like, hey, listen, Jet's just so good. He can ride through the issues that the bike's having. But Jet and Hunter said the bike's not where it needs to be. I've been involved with race teams for a long time as a mechanic. Like, we were pretty much grinding out testing the week after the last National. Now this will be the week after the last SMX, right?
Yep. So
should anyone be concerned, Dave, with the lack of time for the Lawrences on the new bike?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean,
there's a long way for me to get there, but
I get what you're saying, and it's not a lot of time. But with that crew and Lars and the whole Honda guys and Dazzy and what they have in Florida, I'm sure they're all confident it's going to work out fine. And I think that's where us starting Supercross in that second week of January, that might
extra time
play a good role in that. But not worried
because Hunter was nowhere near as good. He started the first main second behind Jet, and you're like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to see all weekend long. And dude, he went backwards. And like, I'm not sounding the alarm. Still got some time to go. But in my experience, top-level factory riders, by the time December hits, so you test after the last race, you get your settings, you order the parts you need from Japan. And then that takes 6-8 weeks, and then you get them. And then now December is work on your craft/speed for Anaheim. And they sound like they're still going to be testing.
Do they need parts, though? Because I also heard he was just moving like half mils and stuff like that. So is it just finding that right setting versus the right part?
Yeah, I mean, I would think there's still some parts involved.
Okay.
They are switching to Get ignitions, which
they had in Paris.
Yeah, they had in Paris. So the 450 guys didn't use Get ECUs. They used HRC ECUs. 250 guys have used everything Get. So now they have the Get ECUs, launch control device, launch control things on their thing, and then data loggers.
Which Jet starts were great. Even that one he had to go outside. I think he whole shotted that one maybe.
Or I don't know if he whole shot, but
he was right
close.
there.
Yeah. So that's new for them, the Get stuff. And if you want a deal from Get, email us using the contact form on Pulp. We'll pass it on to you. I don't know, just some changes, like a lot, like, and so you saw how good these 2025 Hondas were outdoors. You're like, holy shit, like.
Yep.
But.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference, motocross and Supercross, right? But
I think so.
Yeah, I think Hunter's smart enough and that whole crew around him smart enough to not hit that panic button. I'm sure he wasn't pumped leaving there, but.
Yeah, no, I interviewed him. I talked to him. He said, I said, do I sound the alarm? And he just laughed and said, sure, do it.
Right.
But he's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, I feel like he's cool, calm, and collected in those situations, and he knows what he needs to do, just like Webb last year. Like, you guys all wrote him off.
No, we panicked.
Yeah.
He was doughy, slow.
Yeah.
And then he podiumed at I-1.
So, I mean, what was that, 4 or 5 weeks? Like, same kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 months almost or something. So,
yeah. Okay.
Even if the bikes were completely dialed, is there a percentage that these guys are throttling back because it's an off-season race and not
I don't think so.
A1?
Based on last year, based on, there's nothing like racing, right? And so they're going to Melbourne, but they're production-based bikes with their suspension and, that's not going to be their full race bike. Those were shipped from Paris back to California. I don't know. Just in my experience, again, like, they're still testing, and Trey Kennard, the Honda test guy, is the one that's going to be really busy working through stuff, because what these guys do is whether it's Marvin with KTM or Trey Kennard or Tickle at Cowie, those are the test mules that run through 10 different things so that they can narrow it down to 2 things that the riders can try.
Yep.
And I don't think Honda have ever been the guys that take any big risks or make any huge changes. Like you were saying, it's always been like tweaking it just a little bit more at a time. I don't think they ever just send it one other direction and see if it works or not,
Yeah, they were literally, Dave mentioned this, they were doing 0.5 mil on a fork.
Yeah, which is
0.5 millimeter.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, it's wild.
Did you do a lot of that in your arena cross and Supercross days?
No, not at all. I just had the same clutch all year for like.
Yeah.
That's how
right.
we rolled.
It's crazy to me because but I mean, look, so that was a takeaway for me from Paris. Like, oh, hey, Lawrence is not as good as last year. Jet's still amazing, but the gap was smaller. And then, hey, as a mechanic, ex-mechanic, I'm looking at those bikes, listening to all the Honda guys and Dazzy and the kids tell me the bikes aren't where they need to be. And I'm like, shit, dude, because you're off for 2 weeks now, and then you're coming back. You're coming back first week of December.
But are you saying Jet wasn't as good just because Webb's gap was closer?
Yes.
But he still won 5 mains, 2 super poles.
Yeah, but it was closer.
Right, but I don't.
Yeah, he's just that good. Like,
right, so I don't think he was probably worse. You know, because if you compare, Hunter was all over him last year, right? They battled.
Yeah, they battled.
And that gap was, Hunter, as we're saying.
Well, because Hunter was like, hey, I'm not comfy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just hard to, it's hard to compare, I think, when you
Mm-hmm.
compare it to, like, how close they are to a rider from one year to another versus their overall, if themselves are doing better.
Okay, man. Yeah, listen, and we could come to Anaheim 1 just like we did with Webb, and everything will be fine, and Jet and Hunter could run 1-2, right?
Yeah.
And we'll just be like, oh, shit.
I mean, Webb's going to be in the mix. Like, he was.
Yeah.
He rode awesome. Like,
Yeah.
there's no doubt about that, and he's Cooper Webb. So.
Right. Yep. And then Chase Sexton. They tested all last couple weeks, so,
Right.
That last week on our show, I didn't prep you guys for this. I probably should have. And we'll talk some World Supercross here right away, but we were saying, what's the one question you have for 2025 Supercross? The last show we did a couple weeks ago, I said, is Sexton any better? That was my question. Like, we saw him at Salt Lake, rip off a pole position, and rip off the main event, but that was it's Salt Lake. Everybody's kind of riding,
Yeah.
So that's my question. Is Chase Sexton any closer / better?
And what have you heard?
I didn't hear anything.
He has a new mechanic.
Yep.
What's the
Jay Dungy?
Yeah. What's the reasoning? Do we know that?
Well, Kyle Defoe is guy that replaced Zimmerman wanted to go off the road and do motors, and then they fired him.
Okay.
Like 2 weeks ago with Ollie Stone too, and another guy.
All got fired.
All got fired. Like laid off, not fired.
Right.
Like just laid
Okay.
off. Like KTM's going through some stuff.
Yeah.
So bummer for Kyle Defoe to be a championship-winning mechanic, get off the road, and then get clipped. Especially this late too. Like Ollie's an awesome guy. Ollie's really smart and
been around for a long time.
Now you're looking at mid-November. You're trying to find a job. I think he's back at PC. But
so who's AP's mechanic now?
I don't know. Somebody knows that. Text me. Is anybody listening to this?
You're fired.
It's not David Villeman. But okay, so without any prep, Kevin, what's your biggest question for 2025 Supercross?
Well, when you said, is Sexton any better, it made me think of in 2025 Supercross where the question was, you're basing that off of, okay, it's going to be Jet. Does Sexton have something for Jet or something to beat Jet?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where is Tomac in that equation for 2025 Supercross?
That's your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Dave?
Back to your original question on Chase, right? Well, that was your question?
No, yeah, but what's your question about 2025
Oh.
Supercross? Like, what do you think?
I don't really know. I do think Chase will be better.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tomac will be better too. I mean, I think those are obvious, right? Like first year for Chase, working out some bugs on the bike.
Yep.
Tomac coming off the injury. Tomac looks great right now.
Yeah, I guess the question is how much better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think Sexton having Jade is going to be beneficial.
Yeah.
I just think that kind of his attitude around, I think, will help Chase. But yeah, I don't really have a question.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Tomac's dominating World Supercross right now.
Yes,
He was a
is.
super pole away. Savachi, who we'll talk about, but Savachi got him in super pole, but Tomac's great right now.
Yeah, Tomac, the highlights that we watched, we were trying to watch Perth, but Vancouver
came on, and then Perth came on.
It was weird. But
yeah,
he looks amazing. It's just hard, as we mentioned, it's hard to gauge when you don't have the full guys there to see where everyone else really is. Because, I mean, even the last round of SMX, Tomac, at one point I was like, damn, like Tomac's back. Like, here we go. Next year is going to be hard. And then Jet did Jet things and kind of walked away from him. So without the other competition, it's hard to really say how good Tomac is right now. But, yeah, with who he's racing, he's killing it.
He's a lot better than Kenny, if that's any kind of gauge.
I don't think I don't think so, because Kenny didn't look like Kenny to me in what I was watching.
Yeah.
I think he got better as the races went on and it got closer, but that didn't look like the form of what Kenny is in the season.
In Vancouver, I went to Vancouver, a month ago or so. Kenny beat him in the first main. Tomac was all over him. Kenny beat him in the first main, and then Tomac walked him in the next two.
Yeah.
So.
But Kenny was still runner-up Saturday night, just not for the whole doubleheader.
I think he was close, right? Like as far as he was overall, but like I don't think
he wasn't in the mix. Like,
no. No, I'm with you. So Yeah, I don't. To me, like I'm a little down on Tomac compared to some people that I hang out with because I'm just like I know he's been great and I get it, but like it's another year older. And if you look at old Supercross racers, not too many of them win, right? And it's just a natural thing in our sport. And he's coming off injury, but I mean, yeah, he looks great.
Yeah.
So,
and do you agree he'll be better than he was last year?
Yeah, but last year he got what, 2 podiums and a win? It wasn't good.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
good.
you know,
that's what I mean. It's easy to say he's going to be better.
Right. It's easy to say he's going to be better, but as far as I think challenging the Jet, no, I don't know. I think only Chase can if he gets better, and I'm not saying he is.
Yeah.
But you look at the age and the speed, and if Chase can figure this KTM out, he can run with Jet. I'm not saying he can beat Jet. He can get close to Jet. I don't see anybody else getting close to Jet.
It's
right. Like
there's not a lot of supporting material for that.
No, you think about Jet. Just he's the rookie year last year. Now he'll be smarter, a little more experience.
Yep.
Yeah. Like if
He's
this thing could be. Look, I was a mechanic or a media guy for Ricky and McGrath, so I saw a lot of races where just the one dude was so much better.
Yeah.
That could happen again. Like.
Yeah, I mean, evidence is there.
Right.
It already started happening, kind of.
Yeah. And, when Jet was going on about 72, I'm like, hey, bro, chill. Well, if you do the math.
But why was that a big deal? Like, why can't you have that goal and, like, just say it? Like, he's not saying it in a cocky way.
He wasn't saying it in a cocky way, but I was with those people where I was like, yeah, just wait. You can have that in your mind. For sure, nothing wrong with that. But just wait on saying it. Let's get to 20, and be like, hey, I've been doing the math, and I'd love to do it.
That's a long time to race too.
It is, and you look how much money he's going to have.
Yeah.
By the time he gets to 60 wins or 50 wins or whatever.
I mean, how much money he probably already has.
Yeah.
But he still has
100%
that
money.
Yeah.
Not 100%
but he
money.
still has that drive to.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to lose.
Well, he's 20 years old, right? But
21. Yeah.
You look at RV and Dunge, like 27, 26, 27. They're out. You just wonder if he's going to just get bored.
Yeah, it's possible. I think a little bit the difference is they have that family dynamic and, the brothers together, and if they're having fun and this whole conglomerate, I can see them continuing racing longer than, say, an RV.
Yeah, maybe. Also, too, you look at RV and Dunge were in Alden Baker's program when they hung it up.
Yeah.
And that was probably, a cause of burnout where the Lawrences aren't doing that.
Plus, they were products of the whole amateur scene here, which is a grind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're right about that. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week this week. Speaking of Decal Works, bringing you Dave Ginolfi. They are the job of the week. Sales rep, full-time job. Sales rep for Decal Works. You must know the motorcycle, motocross, and supercross industry. You got to be hardworking, self-motivated, organized, with attention to detail. You must have good people skills. Well, that rules out everybody in this studio.
Come on. I pumped gas. My people skills are top.
They have a base salary, strong commission program. I don't know if you have to go to Illinois to work on this job because some of these guys do remote. But anyways, maybe you can do this remote, or maybe you have to be in Kingston, Illinois. It's a full-time job for Decal Works, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Check it out. Ron's a great guy to work for, great company as well. Decal Works has been around a long time. So check it out, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. And if you're a company looking for the people involved in motocross, supercross, all that kind of stuff, list your job on motorcycleindustryjobs.com and do that. There's a lot of great candidates that come through there. A lot of people have used the show and used the site to find a job. So thank you for that. World Supercross, Kyle Chisholm coming up here shortly. World Supercross in Perth. I want to ask Chiz about the sand track.
It did look Florida-ish to me.
Yeah. Do you like that format? They do 3 mains and a super final. Do we like that?
As I like, I mean, I grew up racing a ton, and it was like the more classes I can get in, the better. So from a racer standpoint, I like that. I didn't get a salary. If I was getting paid to race, maybe I wouldn't like it. But yeah, more gate drops for me on a weekend. I just got better and better. So
Kevin,
personally, I like it.
What do you think, Kevin?
I like it. I think it's good entertainment for everybody and all the fans especially.
Yeah.
I mean, all the fans always like the showdowns in regular Supercross. So
yeah, the Triple Crowns, right? Triple Crown stuff is, I mean, I've said this over and over. I don't want to see 17 Triple Crowns, but when there is a Triple Crown on the agenda, the Goggle guys may not like it, but
no, I'm fine with it.
You're fine with it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. When I see Triple Crown, I'm like stoked, right? I'm like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So,
I think the Super Bowl is fun to watch too.
I do too. I was talking to Savachi on Twitter about this, bringing it into. It's not going to happen. They don't care, but
Yeah.
I think it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Like, we have the opening ceremonies, and we have the guys do a hot lap that no one does any tricks on, and no one gives a shit. Let's start the night with a Super Pole, top 5 from qualifying, whatever you want to do, and then the fans will be the first time the fans see the track jumping, see all the jumps getting jumped. Then they'll see all the stars, generally top 5 in qualifying, generally the stars, and now we can start racing.
Yeah, I think we had this conversation in Paris actually with a team manager that was lobbying for that as well.
Right.
Yeah.
The only thing that I said was, hey, eventually what will happen is these agents will figure out the bonus structure. We need a bonus for Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And teams are like, fuck, like, because
maybe not though,
but for the fans, it'd kind of give them that head-to-head racing, edge of your seat kind of thing without it being head-to-head, because all those guys are going to be within tenths.
Yeah.
And they're going to have they'd have a big clock up, and you'd be able to watch him. Like, is he going to beat him? Is he not going to beat him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you feel like I said, like it'd be the first time you see, if you're sitting in your seats, first time you see the stars, which you should always start with the stars, which we don't always, and then you'll see some fast racing.
That's the show.
Yeah, and I feel like too. I mean, it's usually in off-season races, so everyone's a bit more chill. But the racers themselves seem to really enjoy it. Like, they're having fun watching it go down. Like, there's some excitement out of them as well.
And I think to do it, you'd have to award points. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is 5 too many?
5 seems like a lot when you
3?
think about it.
3, 2, 1. Just do the top 3.
That seems fair.
Is 1 point for just the winner not enough?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
It's a lot of races, like a lot of rounds. I don't know. I feel like 1 point for the winner.
I feel like they wouldn't. They'd be like, "Fuck that! I'm not doing this for 1 point."
Yeah, but how many championships have been decided over just a point or two?
I know, but if you're racing against Jet Lawrence, you're like, I'm not doing this lap.
Well,
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Kyle Chisholm coming up here shortly to talk to WSX and more. Carl's on 1. What's up, Carl?
Hey guys, Carl from Kansas City. How are we tonight?
We're good, man. Thanks.
Hey, real quick question, and this is kind of a semantic thing, but it really bugs the shit out of me. MXGP is the FIM sanctioned motocross series in Europe. We can agree on that. Their classes are divided as MXGP, which used to be MX1. MX2 is the secondary class, which, whatever. WSX, they could have called it SXGP, we've heard about that. But why are the races, like, are they GPs? Are they GP races?
Yeah, they call them GP race. Yeah, they call them GP race.
So the event is called a GP. It's a Canadian GP. It's an Australian GP. But each race is called a GP race.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that that's what you're saying? I don't know, man. It's a weird. I thought a GP was like the event. I thought races were the individual, like the subcategory sub events. I guess. It's a weird thing. Anyway, I thought maybe it could be considered sort of a motoindustriesjob.com plaint or
a race tech rant.
Something of the like. Yeah, race. I didn't see Race Tech ran up there, but I just wanted to jump on that.
I'm with you. I mean, listen, I'm the one saying that they call these Triple Crowns mains, and I'm just like, wait, it's not a main. It's not.
If we're gonna agree on rules worldwide that sanction, all these guys who go out there and do all this stuff, I feel like there should be some kind of strategy with the naming of the stuff so that it feels more cohesive and not just like a word salad where they only have 8 laps and they are, MX talking about his foot peg or whatever, and Tomac takes the checkers and nobody knows because it's such a short race anyway. I just feel like they got to tighten something up here.
My recommendation for gangbangs was shut down, unfortunately.
Shocking.
Kevin, do you have any problem with SXGP race 1?
I don't really have a problem with it, but I do.
Carl has a point.
I do see where he's coming from for sure. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, even in like local racing and things beyond that, like GP and everything gets thrown around. There's not a lot of consistency.
I mean, we got the Glen Helen World Vet Championships.
World Championship.
Dave, any?
It doesn't bother me, but I honestly I haven't noticed it. Like I wasn't that tuned in.
That's such a Ginolfi answer.
I'm sorry, it's just true.
Right. Thanks, Carl. Thank you, man. I'm with you
guys. Have a great show.
I mean, I'm with you. I'm with him. He's got a point. There's GPs and then there's not GPs, and
I mean, are they using GP to just kind of church it up like F1, like make this
Yeah,
Grand Prix just
of course,
sound
yeah.
like,
Yeah,
okay.
of course, right? It's a World Supercross series. They go to 3 cities. You know?
Top flight security of the world, Craig.
By the way, thanks to the folks at Cherubies. Love the guys at Cherubies. Always fits right. They got a really cool website now where you can put your bike model in there and see the different colors on it. At Cherubies USA on social media, whether you're simply needing a new fender, you want to personalize your bike, Cherubies is there for you. At Cherubies USA, great company. Used their plastic for a long time. And thank the folks at Cherubies for coming on board. And our next guest, brought to you by the folks at OGO. OGO Power Sports for all sorts of bags. You both probably have OGOs.
Oh, yeah.
I do, yep.
Yeah. Whether it's a travel bag for day trips, whether it's the OGO 9800, the Dozer bag if you want to pack like your small child in it, whatever it is, backpacks, laptop sleeves, with those things. OGO Power Sports, the best part of OGO is PulpMX code is to save with those guys at OGO Power Sports. So, use that code and save. Get a bag of choice from the folks at OGO. Bringing you our first guest of the night, veteran racer, just back from Australia, Kyle Chisholm. What's up, Chiz?
Not much. Just trying to hang in there. I'm freaking tired. It was a long trip.
Did you get upgraded? Yeah. Did you get upgraded?
No, you think I got upgraded? No, I didn't get upgraded.
I mean, you fly enough,
in the back.
Chiz? I know you're not springing for it.
know.
I know you're not springing for it because you're cheap.
No.
But
I did, on like I flew, American and Qantas, whatever, for going over there. And like on the app, I went on there, you can like request an upgrade. And I tried, but there was nothing available. I was even going to pay for it if it was like somewhat reasonable.
Okay.
But nothing was available.
So I had a ticket for Melbourne from Eric. I was going to go. I backed out of it.
Yeah.
And then I go to Paris every year, and I go to the destinations or whatever. I've changed my flight like multiple times so that I can get up front. I'm not going over any oceans unless I'm in business. Just not happening. I'm too old.
Well,
I'm too grouchy. I just not going to happen. Cheers.
I'm kind of right there with you, but my ceilings aren't as tall as yours, so I can't. I can't do that.
Chiz, you've been racing for 100 years. You have tons of money.
Oh yeah, I'm loaded. I'm just super loaded.
Okay, let's start with this. Dave had a theory, Chiz. The way you've been racing, how long you've been going, Barry Karsten-ish. Better than Barry.
No, what I said was I remember when Kyle was younger.
Put the microphone. Yeah.
When Kyle was younger.
Yeah.
And he would come to Englishtown.
Yeah.
I feel like him and Barry were kind of buddies, and maybe Barry would ride with him down in Florida.
With Stu, also, yeah.
Yeah, and now I just feel like somewhere it morphed, and Kyle is the veteran, and so now it's kind of Barry, but
right. better than Barry. Like, no offense, Barry was awesome, but Chiz is
Suzuki's.
Yeah, Suzuki. Yeah.
I got it. And what's funny about that is like you just said, I loved going up to Englishtown and racing like that every year. I had to do it, with Callie, and I always enjoyed that. Yeah, I remember racing Barry, come down for like winter ends and Gold Cups and stuff in the wintertime. And like, I was a young, kid then. It's like, I'm racing this old guy, it's kind of used to be a pro, still does some pro, whatever. And I'm racing this old guy. And now, I'm kind of that guy.
Yeah.
But like, it goes by so fast. Like, I don't feel like that. But I remember
you are
as
that
a kid,
way.
You're like, I know that's that old guy I'm racing. But now I am the old guy, and I don't really feel like that. And I guess here, a funny story. I was walking up for the super final this past weekend, in Perth. Walking up there for the last moto of the doubleheader of the weekend, and one of the kids, I feel bad now, I can't remember his name. I think it's Calvin, but I might mess it up, so whatever. It's the number 111 kid that rides for Bud Racing in the World Supercross stuff. So I'm walking up there, and he's undressed because he didn't make it into the top 8, whatever. And we're walking up. And he kind of looks at me, and I've never really talked to him before. And he's like, "Hey, man," and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" He introduced himself. And he's like, "Hey, I just want to tell you a story." He goes, "Back when you won Paris or Bercy, which was 2011." He goes, "I was 9 years old, and I was there watching." And he said, "I run number 11, and in World Supercross he's number 111." And he goes, "Ever since that weekend when I saw you race and you won Bercy." I picked number 11, whatever. And I'm like, I told him, like, that was pretty cool. That for him to do that, say that, whatever. And then at the same time, it makes me feel old. Yeah. The kid was 9 years old when I won Bercy, and now I'm racing with him in World Supercross. But no, it's cool. Cool little story. Makes me feel old, though.
Well, and listen, and one thing, you won't bankrupt Suzuki like Barry did. that won't happen.
Dude, so you went to the one. We have, the Suzuki ride days, Army ride days that we do with the team.
Yep.
And Barry's been at like a bunch of them. And I think he's probably been almost all of them. He was in Florida. He was in Indiana. We did the Ironman. And they give swag bags out, right? I love Barry. He's awesome. But, Suzuki gives out like little swag bags, shirts and a little bag and some goodies in there. He's there every time, Barry.
Yeah.
When he gets the swag bag, gets his stuff. Suzuki has to tell me a story. They gave him an Easy Up, and he was still rocking like his old Easy Up, and they gave him a new one. And he just wanted to keep nothing wrong with the other one. But he's still rocking the old one.
Oh, yeah.
And he's gone through probably more Suzuki stuff than anybody.
Can you imagine Barry's garage? Just if you need an RM part from 91 to 2021.
Yeah, maybe even further back than that.
No, he started in 91 on Suzuki.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember he told me back in the day when Suzuki used to give him I think it was 6 bikes or something.
Okay.
He said he was allowed to sell them. And he said that's how he had his first down payment for his house. Was just
selling bikes.
Yeah, selling the bikes at the end of the year.
Yeah, Barry, dude, legend. There's a photo. So in '88, he rode Yamahas. There's a photo on Motocross Action of Barry on a Yamaha. It's
MSR gear.
Yeah, I think so. But you're just like, holy shit, Barry! Who knew?
Yeah.
All right, Chiz. Perth, top 10 for you and the SX2. We all know you're a 250 guy. But were people looking for paddle tires? Was that really an option?
No, I ran one all weekend until the last two. I ran it all the way up until it was the second main event because we do 4 technically.
Yeah.
But I ran paddle the whole first day Saturday, all day Sunday until main event, either 2 or 3. I can't remember when I switched back to the normal one.
How'd you guys get them? There's no way anybody brought any, right?
I don't know. Somehow we had 2. We had a 110 and 120. For 250 and 450.
Did Kenny run it?
And no, he didn't run it at all. Me and Derek on the 250s, we ran it the same. We started with it pretty much. And then on day 2, I believe it was, is when Colt switched to it, the start of day 2. But Kenny never went to it. But I went back to the normal tire for, like I said, for the last 2 or 3 races, middle of the racing on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I would have ran it more of the time. Just the way I ride and stuff, I like to be on that edge of the tire more. And it did get a little harder for day 2. It was still pretty loose, but the dirt was a little, firmer for day 2. And I wish it helped me turning and stuff, just being smoother through my turns. The gain of the paddle wasn't enough to outweigh the gain of the turning of the normal tire.
Yeah.
So I kind of wish I would have went to it sooner. But on the 250, I'm maybe to help me on the start, or just you kind of need that extra on the 250 because as much power as you can. And I wish I would have switched to it sooner.
Yeah, track was
weird. I would say I don't know where we got him either, but I know I believe it was Derek Kelly's dad was over there with us, and I think he went and got them. I'm sure Dustin or Larry or somebody found the shop or somebody that had them.
Oh, so they bought them probably, yeah.
Yes, yeah. I believe so. I don't know, but I know that he went out to get some, and he came back with 3 or 4 tires, during practice the first day. I'm sure it was Larry. He probably pulled some magic out of a hat and found us some tires.
How about that finish line jump? Was it as sketchy as it looked on TV or no?
Dude, when I walked the track the first time, especially looking at how sandy, how loose the track was, I'm looking at that thing, and I'm like, is this serious? Even Kenny after track walk the first day goes, dude, I think we're going to hit our head on the, whatever you call it, the over, where it says finish, on the takeoff.
Yep.
He's like, I think we're going to hit our head on that thing, whatever. And dude, it was a legit, X Games freestyle jump or whatever. Yeah. And I was terrified to hit it, especially because I'm on the 250, so I don't know the bike that well. Between the 2 rounds, I only rode the 250 2 days. I was back on my 450, doing some testing stuff. And so I'm not super, oh, I know exactly what this bike's going to do. So it takes me a couple laps to kind of, remember the power and stuff. And dude, it took me 3 or 4 laps to hit it because I was just I don't know how fast to hit this thing.
Yeah.
And it was huge. It was literally like an X Games, a freestyle jump. But with that said, once you did it, on the 250, it was pretty much just wide open. But once you did it, dude, it was probably one of the funnest jumps that I've hit.
Tomac made a mention of that on the Tomac said that was sick. But then Tomac thought that the Nations track was sick, and other guys were telling me they were scared for their lives. So I don't know if Tomac is the judge, but
the best judge on that. But no, it was fun. It wasn't fun racing like first lap of the race or first 2 laps of the race. trying to go because it wasn't as wide as I wish it would for how big it was.
It looked narrow.
But yeah, it was honestly, it was one of those jumps that like I wouldn't fly back that far, but if I could just take that jump and go put it at the practice track, I would just go hit it like every day, like hit it a couple times. It's just one of those jumps that are just fun to hit. It was built really good. Dude, it was super steep. The landing was huge. But for how steep it was, you kind of need a landing that big. And, dude, it was really fun to hit, but just not fun to race on. And it was the second day, I think first lap of the first main event, I was between a couple guys, and literally we hit it 3 wide, and I was in the middle. And, of course, it's 250 class. I'm like, how experienced are these guys? And we hit it 3 wide, and I was just, like, literally praying. I'm like, please, nobody go sideways, nobody, not make it or something like that. But we were good. We made it.
3 wide probably maxed that thing out, huh?
Dude, it felt like I was like on edge, like, okay, do I need to bail? Do I need to jump off? Like, what's going to happen here? And no, we were good. But, yeah, it was tight. It was close.
Kyle Chisholm here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Pulp15 is the code to save.
I was just going to ask, was the paddle had to have been kind of sketchy on the face of that jump? It looked kind of dry and packed in.
So that was one good thing that they did. Like I said, they did a good job with what they had to work with. So that dirt, it reminded me of Dade City. Not quite the same, but very similar to where, like, when you water it and kind of break that crust up, it would get really loose and, move around, and it's kind of sandy. But if you didn't water it and you kind of just packed it, it would get actually pretty hard, like hard and crusty. So the face of the finish, the first day we rode it, it was good, but then they put some water on it and prepped it, and it actually got some ruts the first day, and it got kind of sketchy. And then on day 2, after that, and then in day 2, I noticed, I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, I assume they did, but they kind of would prep the face of that and leave it dry. So they'd water the corner and water up to it, but then they'd leave it dry up the face. That way it wouldn't get any ruts. So that was actually, cool that they did that. But the paddle wasn't too bad just because you had a pretty good run up to it because you needed it. But you were pretty straight going off of it. So the paddle actually wasn't too bad going off of that.
Were you feeling it day 2? It was a doubleheader, of course, and you guys are doing 3 mains a night plus a super pole and 2 practices. Were you feeling it? And you're 45 years old. Were you feeling it day 2?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I definitely was. I was only tired the next day. I want to say a lot of it though was just from the time difference.
Okay.
Like on the first day, because from where in Florida it was 13 hours I think difference. So like when we were racing at or practicing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was 3 in the morning at home. I'd only been there for a day and a half.
Yeah.
So like that, I was super tired the first day, and second day I was like kind of a little bit sore and tired from the racing, but I was better energy, like just in general, like a little bit more used to the time and felt better. So by the end of the second day, I was pretty beat.
Kevin,
but,
you said
it wasn't too bad.
Kevin, you said the race was during the day, or was the race during the day, Chase?
A lot of the racing looked like it was during the day.
It just got the second day was earlier. So
okay.
Like we were done the first day at like 8:30 at night.
Oh, okay.
I
So
think
still
we were done
a little
at
earlier.
8:30 or 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the second day we were done at 7:30. So we started racing at about 5. I think was on Sunday. We started racing at 5, and then we were done at. We took off at 7:30, I think, or something like that for the super final.
So
it was earlier than a U.S. race, maybe a little bit, but it was still afternoon.
I like the new West Coast times we have here in the U.S. now. We start at 5.
Yeah,
that's nice.
I think it's way better.
Yeah, I agree. It's such a late night. So Chiz, obviously, look, we know you didn't really want to race 250 class, but it was a spot that your team had, and so you jumped in there. Colt Nichols. By the way, Nichols' crash was dirty. I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit,
Yeah.
that was greasy. So
Super
you're
bad timing.
Yeah. And then Dean, I saw Dean posted a video that said Vince cross jumped him, and So
yeah, I actually I didn't see it, but I kind of caught the aftermath of it, like when as he hit the ground or whatever.
Yeah.
So I didn't see what happened. I saw him like as he hit the ground. And yeah, I talked to him after the race out, and he was in a sling, and pretty much what he just posted. You guys kind of saw it. And yeah, I guess Vince kind of came up the inside and took him out, what he said. Like, I didn't see the actual takeout, but I saw him as he, like, tumbled.
And then we had another Vince controversy that the FIM was looking at, but he got cleared for that. He wasn't supposed to be in the super final. But
so the first night in the super final, and I didn't know this at the time, but so I'm racing, and I pass, like, Cullen or somebody like that. Like, I'm beating, like, I don't know, 3 or guys, because there's only, whatever it is, 8 guys, 8 250, 8 450.
Yeah.
And it's tough, obviously, like, getting a start and, being with the 450 guys on the 250. But anyways, I made a couple passes, and then in front of me was Vince, and then it was, gosh, I forget who it was. It was Vince and somebody, Oldenburg, and then Nichols. And we're all close. And so I caught up to Vince and, like, almost made a pass on him. Could have cleaned him out, but I didn't because I'm like, I don't really want to even open that can of worms. But so I'm, like, battling with him the whole race. And like I said, he kind of held me up for a couple laps. I almost made a pass, didn't make it stick. And then come to find out afterwards, they're like, yeah, he wasn't supposed to be in the race. Matt Moss was supposed to be in the race, not Vince. And I'm like, how does that even happen? Like, how do they let that happen? And then I guess they let him, because you earn points, in the super final towards the season, for the weekend. And I guess they even let him keep the points, which I guess you can't really blame Vince. I guess if you want to really get technical, you can't really blame him because they let him race. Like, they shouldn't have let him race.
Yeah, somebody down there should have been like, hey, you're not in this. Right.
Yeah. So it was a weird deal. And then, like I said, I was battling with him for most of that whole main event. And I was like, yeah, he wasn't supposed to be out there. So I'm like, oh, good to know.
Yeah.
So my question is, though, how does Moss not, like, throw a fit down there if he's the one that's supposed to be in there? Or, like, what was the dynamic down there?
I don't know. I didn't see anything about it before the race. I found out all this afterwards. But then on day 2, I'm down there, and again, Vince has gate pick right in front of me, so we're down there in staging, for the super final. And Matt Moss was down there, like, in the staging area with his gear on, but not like his bike or his helmet or anything, right? So I don't know why he was even down there, but I saw him, and I'm like, I sat there and I just thought to myself, I'm like, they should, because Vince took his spot last night, they should let him take Vince's spot tonight, whatever, and flip-flop it, if that's what they're going to do. That's still kind of messed up, but, whatever. It was a weird deal.
It's kind of funny. I feel like Moss has some controversy issues, right?
Right.
And Vince does, obviously, and those two down there together.
Yeah. All right, back to my original question before we got sidetracked a little bit. But so 3 rounds down, Chiz, top 10, 250 class. Like, you happy with everything? Are you glad you're doing this? I mean, it's a lot of travel. Like you said, it's it's not as easy as everybody thinks you're showing up, and it's a lot of racing. Vancouver and now 2 Australia ones. You good with this, or like how's the experience as a whole?
Yeah, no, it's fun. Like, I don't have to do it, obviously, but, if I didn't want to, whatever. So, no, I'm having fun. I would prefer to be on the 450,
right.
No doubt. And the team knows that, obviously. But obviously with Kenny being there and Colt getting with the team this year, it was to be expected. We talked about it a while ago.
Yep.
And honestly, I kind of went into it open-minded. I thought I rode the Star Bike a few years ago and had some fun on that. And honestly, kind of riding the 250, like I said, between the 2 races, Vancouver and then Australia, I rode my 450 most of the time. But it's actually, maybe I'm trying to look at it from a more positive point of view, but it kind of helps me, I feel like, going back and forth a little bit, because the 250, the way you have to ride it, more aggressive, carry momentum, I kind of like, okay, let me kind of implement that on my 450, and vice versa. When I get on the 250, it feels like I'm riding a 125. So it's good. I wish I had a little more power. That would help me a little bit. Racing against some of those, Uriev's team and the CDR team, they have some pretty good bikes down there. So that would help a little bit. But yeah, like I said, all in all, just trying to have fun. I'm racing. It's what it's about. Obviously, I want to do good. I want to do better than I got. I think I got 6th in Vancouver and 7th and 8th in Australia. I was 5th in points. I think Colin might be right in front. We're close, like 5th or 6th in points. And honestly, if I could win it, cool. But if I don't win it, I don't really. What's the difference if I get 5th or 6th in points? But yeah, like I said, I'm having fun. I'm racing a dirt bike, making some money, and traveling around the world and racing, so I can't complain.
Dave, I think I'm with Chiz on that. Like, riding the 250 isn't like Purcell used to ride the 450 during the week and then jump on a 250 because it helped him the other way, right? And then this is like a common thing. Somebody back on the day in the 2-stroke days would practice on a 125. I don't remember who it was, Stanton or Bradshaw, one of those guys. But I can see what Chiz is saying, Dave, about this.
Yeah, and I think for someone like Kyle, I mean, he grew up in the era where he probably raced, 250s and 450s on the same weekend, and just like he's saying, he's racing. It's different. It's keeping it more interesting a little bit. Like, he's looking at it in a positive way, which is all you can do. So.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Kyle Chisholm here, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Tomac looks great right now. He swept this thing with 1 round to go. Chiz, do you see a new Eli Tomac or a different Eli Tomac from what you know from the little bit you've been watching?
Yeah, he looks really good. Obviously, it's hard to tell because you don't have like all of the big name players. Obviously, you got Kenny and like Joey, and those guys are obviously really good riders, especially Kenny, because what he's capable of at any time. I would say Eli just looks. Again, it's hard to tell because we're not at Anaheim, but he looks a little more polished than he did, like, say, at the beginning of Supercross last year. And I kind of expected that last year. Like, he came off a pretty gnarly injury, and he's off the bike for a while. And I feel like I've always said this, like, you almost, when you have an injury like that, it's not like he broke his finger and he was off the bike for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
His Achilles, he probably couldn't train normal for months and months, and you got to build that back up and build your training back up and your confidence back up. And it's a lot. And he didn't have a lot of time. I think it was like, November when he started riding last year. So everyone, I think, kind of expected him to come out and just beat everybody in Supercross again, or, maybe do better than what he did. But I kind of was like, man, that's going to be tough to come back from. You almost need like a building year of like stay healthy and just build throughout the year. And then by the next year, he should be back to kind of where he was. And I feel like that's, in my opinion, just a little bit that I get to see, I would say he's just more polished. Like, I think he'll come in more prepared. Doing these races will be good for him, especially, obviously, there's more guys like going into like Jet and Chase, those guys that are going to be, tip top, the guys to beat. I think he'll be in a much better spot than he was going into this year. Just being healthy and having a good, solid year under his belt, probably built some confidence and, kind of almost be ready to take the fight to them versus just kind of, I feel like this year he was kind of just like riding to see where he was and build it back up, where I think now he's going to come to Anaheim like ready to win. So I think I hope he does. That'd be cool to watch.
I think the surprise of the series, maybe. Well, Savachi's riding really good, but I think maybe the surprise of the series is Enzo Lopes. So he was on this show after Nations, and we had him on before then, and like he was like, hey, I got this problem, this nerve issue. I don't know if I can ride again. I lost a star ride. I can ride outdoors, but Supercross I can't ride anymore, blah, blah, blah. And, Enzo's a great kid, and he never sounded very optimistic or very positive either the last 2 times he was on this show about continuing.
Yeah, I listened to some of those ones I was on, and I kind of was bummed for him because I knew him back in the amateur days because Brett Metcalf, I had super good friends with him, and he's helped me in the past, and he was helping Enzo when Enzo was coming up before he was even pro. And so I kind of knew Enzo back then. And, so I've always been a fan of his. And, you can keep going. But last 2 shows, like you said, I was kind of bummed for him. I'm like, man, that sucks to kind of get that opportunity and then all that stuff happened. But, anyways, keep going. No, that was a bummer.
He's been a big surprise, and he can ride Supercross. So, I don't know. I wonder if there's something in America for him again.
Yeah, because he did pretty good at Donations, too. Like, I listened to that show, I think, before Donations when he was on one of your shows. And I watched Donations. I'm like, obviously, they didn't show him a ton on TV because he was in like 10th or whatever. Yeah. But where he was and the guys he was around and beating for, whatever, I'm like, dude, I listened to the show and then I saw that. I'm like, he made it sound on the show like he was just like riding at Croom with his buddies during the week. Yeah. And he shows up the Donations and he's getting like top 10 and battling with Kenny and people like that.
Yeah.
But then he's like, I don't know if I can ride Supercross. And then I saw he was going to ride for Rick Ware for World Supercross. And I'm like, okay, like, I'm kind of curious how's he going to do? Because I'm going to be racing against him. And I'm like, how's he going to do? Because he just made it sound like he doesn't know if he could even make it around a Supercross track.
Yeah.
And then he comes out and
I hit him up when
able to win the races.
When I saw Rick Ware, I hit him up on Instagram. I'm like, how's this going to go? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, well. But, like, so he's been a big surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, like you said, he's a good kid.
Yeah.
I like him. And I think maybe that was like the little opportunity that he needed to go to Donations and kind of show something and then get that opportunity with Rick Ware to do these races. And maybe that opens something back up for him.
I'll tell you what, if I was
in the US.
Yes, if I was on, Solitaire or Mad Parts Cowie or, I mean, maybe he's got better options. I don't know. But I would reach out to Enzo and be like, dude, we'll take a flyer on you and see how your nerve's doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Phoenix is full, but even a team like that probably would have been good. But to your guys' point too, like I saw him at Motocross of Nations because I help him with goggles, and it was more like, hey man, like if you have something cool, if not, like it was almost like, dude, wait, are you racing? Are you not racing? And then he went out and he was like top 10,
top
and then
10, right.
Same thing with this series. It was like the week before it was going on, he hit me up for some stuff, and again, very just nonchalantly, like
at this Nations, I'm like, well, if that's the way he's got to go out, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's top 5 World Supercross, in the mix, right?
Yeah, he's 6 points out of second.
Right.
I mean, in that one race we were watching Steve, he was inching up on Shane in that super final.
And Shane's like McGrath.
And I think Shane was inching up on maybe Savachi in that race too. Like, he's impressive.
So,
Yeah, and in Shock, obviously, I don't. You guys probably remember better than I do, but Shock was really good in Supercross. There, did he get a podium?
Yeah,
I can't
Shock
remember if he
got
had
a third. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, something like he got a podium, in Supercross just this year, and Enzo's right there, with him, obviously beating him, right with him, around him. Shane on the 250 is a completely different rider, in my opinion. He's an awesome rider, obviously, but man, on the 250, especially right now, he's been racing a lot and he's riding really good. And like I said, Enzo's right there with guys that got podiums this year, like Cody and stuff like that. So
and Enzo
it'd be cool to see him. Yeah,
Enzo was really good the year he raced. He missed last year, but that year before he was really good.
Great, yeah. So remember, went to Star. He bought himself out of the contract with Club. Went to Star. It was going to be on. I had heard from people not associated with Enzo that he was flying, like in November or October before the arm shit started. So interesting to see how he can do for sure. We got some phone calls here also. So Chiz, 2025 Supercross only. That's what we think with Pipe's team.
Maybe. I don't know yet.
Oh boy. Okay. So
I haven't done anything yet, so we're working on some plans.
Okay, so maybe we don't know yet. How?
Yeah, I probably in the next couple of weeks I'll know more.
How's the electric start testing going?
It's on pause right now, but I believe it's resuming here again soon.
All right.
But it was good when I used what I got to ride with was good, but they had to make some adjustments, obviously, with it, and some things that I don't know how much I can even say, but they had to make a couple changes to what I did was good. But they needed to change a few things
for the modern bike. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they're working on it. I think it's soon again, but honestly, for all I know, it could not happen or it might happen. I'm kind of just here whenever they need to do it.
Are you saying? Are you sort of walking around that there's a chance that you don't race next year?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh boy, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for no Chiz.
No, there's got to be Chiz out there.
There's got to be Chiz out there.
I mean, I want to race. We're working on what makes sense.
All right.
Would you even be able to continue Pulp Fantasy without Chiz?
No, we have to fold it. Yeah, absolutely.
You could just keep my name on there and just give people automatic points or something.
We'll put the A-Ray warning up on there.
Yeah.
All right, Lou's on one. Lou, what's up, man? Thanks for calling the show.
Hey, what's up? Wanted to touch base with this Vince Friese stuff. So why, if this happens to my teammate, he's getting punted like the next lap or the next moto or whatever race he's got. Who's Dino's teammate?
Savacci.
Yeah.
Is Savacci, like, Vince has a bullseye on him and he's getting sent to the fucking moon if that happens to my teammate. Is that not how it works?
Not really.
No. Yeah.
Savacci's been burned by teammates.
But something's got to be done. I mean, something has to be done.
I didn't see this. I just saw Dean's video. I didn't see the video of Vince moving over. Was what Dean said happened.
I don't think he has a video of the actual crash.
Yeah.
Of the takeout, whatever. But I would say from the teammate point of thing, to me, that's like, we're teammates, but we still race individually, right? We're just under the same team. So you maybe have a little bit more favor or whatever for your teammate when you're racing them sometimes. But yeah, if I'm Joey, I don't want to get mixed up in Vince taking out, I don't
but
want
it
to even
doesn't
open
matter.
That door.
Dino didn't have anything to do with them either, and he still punted him.
Well,
so it doesn't matter if you're mixed up or not.
They've been beefing for like a year, though.
Yeah, they've had.
So I think that kind of stems back to them.
Past beef.
According to Dino, it has been since A1, which was in January, a year ago.
I know it's not hockey where they send out the enforcer to beat the shit out of Vince.
We need a fucking enforcer.
Okay, well, Pike's retired, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Chiz. I'm with Chiz. Like that sucks for Dean. I didn't see the video, so I can't comment on it. But I mean, it's Vince, so yeah, it's possible that Vince did something wrong, right?
I'm just like, dude, somebody's gonna have to step up and punt him.
I watched him in Vancouver, and I mean, he was definitely moving left to right down the straightaways, and it was freaking Tomac and Roxon out. They were not sure what to jump or not because they don't know where Vince is going. But guess what happened though? Vince got the start. Vince got the start. So if you get the start and you're leading, you control the track, I guess. I don't know.
I get.
It's a moving
not
chicane.
really.
Like, you got to figure it out.
20 minutes to go. You got 20 minutes to go. It ain't
Yeah,
about
but
the first
dude,
lap.
I don't know. Like, sometimes these guys, like, he got the whole shot. He can start really good, and he can control the track. So if you know the dude moves over, maybe ride differently. I'm not defending Vince here, but some of that I see in the Supercrosses, I'm like, I don't know, man. He got the start and he's fighting for his position. Some of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can't. Like, I think Vince maybe gets blamed all the time.
Yes.
And there's some times that it's like, that was okay, whatever. And then there's sometimes you're like, you probably shouldn't have done that.
I watched him in Vancouver. He was so worried about Joey going around the outside of him that he was on the inside. He stopped, rode to the outside to go get Joey, and then Oldenburg went, thank you, and went by both of them like, hey, Vince, you're going to get passed. How about you tuck in behind Joey and try to get him back down the road? But he was so worried about Savacci that he fucked his own race up. Like, that stuff where I'm just shaking my head. I'm just like, dude, that's shitty racecraft.
And even if it's like 50-50, where it's like half the time it's him being reckless, and the other half is like, maybe even if it's 50-50, that's still unacceptable. Like, who else has a record like that? Nobody.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm also, I agree with Chiz. Like, sometimes it's not his fault, but he's the kid in school that gets picked on for everything. And I'm also with Chiz in that this isn't hockey where, like, Ginolfi, you raced on some teams. Were you ever out to help a teammate and take some dude out?
No, not really.
No. Because I'm sure in arena cross you had some shit go down.
But you don't. You're aware of it.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going like, dude, you just took Derek Kelly out. Like, I'm gonna clean you out. Like, no, dude, I got a job to do. Like, I gotta go race, and I'm not gonna like go out of my way to take somebody out just because they took my teammate out. Yeah. That's not my racing mentality.
But thanks, Lou.
I just think there needs to be an enforcer, and we definitely. I want Chiz and everywhere next year.
All right,
Later.
sounds good. Thanks, Lou. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. Yep.
Thank you.
But I mean, Vince is Vince. Like, I mean, Pike punched him in the head multiple times, and he's still doing it. So it doesn't matter.
That's what I was gonna say. I kind of get what that guy was saying. Like, somebody needs to like do something about it. But the only person that could do something about it would be Dean, right? Like, if he has a problem, go over there and go to Vince. Go up to him and say something or whatever you want to do. But like you just said too, he took Weston out how many times? And Weston beat him up in the middle of the stadium, and he still did it. He still did it after that. Yeah. He still does it. So I don't know how much that's going to help either. So
any other questions for Chiz tonight on the show? No. Nope. All right, buddy. We're going to get you some sleep. Yeah. So appreciate your time.
Tired.
Good job in the World Supercross. And when is Abu Dhabi? 2 weeks?
It's on Wednesday, so it's like, I don't know, 10 days. Like not
this Wednesday.
Not this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday. So we race on Yaz Island, which is like where the F1 track is. So I think we race on Wednesday night, or Wednesday night. And then I don't know when F1 starts, but it's that weekend. Yeah. So I don't know how many days that they do their events or whatever.
Yeah, you can.
But they kind of try to tie us into that.
Yeah, qualifying's on Thursday. It starts on Thursday, or practice starts on Thursday. Okay. So you guys can go. Yeah. I think some guys were trying to stick around.
Well, we were gonna maybe, but then at least, like, I was talking to Aaron, our team owner, and because originally we were like, oh, that'd be cool, we'll stay and go. But I guess the hotel prices from like Thursday through the weekend are like crazy because I'm sure all the people going there. So we've been gone enough too. It would have been cool, but I'm gonna pin it home. I go back Thursday morning and get home. Then we only have a few weeks for Anaheim. So
you're not bringing your family on these trips, are you, or are you?
No, I haven't. Actually, the team actually is in Bali right now. Not the whole team, but most of them. They actually just went from Australia to Bali. They kind of have like a little vacation for like 5 or 6 days. And then they're going from Bali to Abu Dhabi. So it's kind of like a little vacation with the team for 5 or 6 days. And
cool.
I could have went, obviously, but
is that why Pipes didn't text me back? That's why Pipes didn't text me back?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's they're on whatever that time zone is too.
Balls deep in Bali.
He's probably they're probably having a good team.
I want to go to Bali. I do want to go there.
I was honestly kind of bummed because I was like, I really would like to go, but I would be gone for like 3 weeks. Yeah. And miss Thanksgiving and stuff with the family. Right. So I was trying to get Brittany to go with the kids, but with the baby, that would have been. Dude, it was long for me to fly that far. And
dude.
It was like 32 hours.
And you're travel. cheap as fuck, and you got like 14 kids, so you're not doing that. You're not. You're not paying for it.
It would have cost me like eight. It would have been $8,000.
What's your grocery bill?
Do you know? Honestly, I don't do the shopping most of the time. but we eat like all organic. Like our milk is like, I don't even know, like $8 or $10 for half a gallon,
shit.
something like that. It's like that. So
well, Dave was got 2 kids, and
yeah,
Dave was telling me Dave got 2 kids. He was telling me his grocery bill earlier, and I'm shocked.
Yep.
I'm shocked at how much.
Well, what is it? What's yours?
It's like $1,800 a month.
I honestly, I would say it's probably something like that.
See, Steve thought I was crazy.
Yeah, dude, that's Kevin. What's your grocery bill?
Probably $800 a month.
Damn,
I'm jealous.
Yeah. I mean, I should probably know it. I haven't. It's probably around like what you said, Dave.
Yeah.
It's we eat like all. Again, I do it anyways, but we do it for the kids too, and who knows how much it really helps, whatever. But grass fed and organic, blah blah, all that stuff. So it's expensive eating like that. But honestly, we eat at home most of the time too, so we try to not eat out, that much. So it kind of probably balances out a little bit.
Well, so when will you leave for Dubai?
I'm supposed to go on Saturday. I'm honestly trying to change my flight to Sunday.
Okay.
You lose a day, obviously.
Yeah, you lose a day, right.
So, like, if I leave Sunday, I get there Monday. But we don't race until Wednesday. So I'm supposed to leave Saturday night, get there Sunday night. But then I'm like, then I'm there for 2 days. But, before. So I might just run it, though, and just go Saturday. So I was trying to sneak an extra day in. But, so we'll be here for 5 days and then off to there.
Awesome. Thanks for the time, Chiz. Appreciate it. And, we'll talk soon. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
All right. Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right,
Thanks.
see ya. That's Kyle Chisholm, everybody. Brought to you by folks at OGIO. OGIO Power Sports. Pulp15 is the code to save. Speaking of World Supercross, the Firepower guys have been crushing it, Firepower Honda. I saw that Yariv and Nate and Marty were like team of the night in Perth. You see that?
I did not. No.
Yeah, they were team of the night. They got a
it.
trophy and everything. Firepowerparts.com. They got batteries. They got chains. Privateer proven. Firepowerparts.com. Batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty. And sprockets are great as well. So thanks to the folks at Firepower Parts for coming on the show. And our next guest, who we will ask about his grocery bill.
All right.
Brought to you by the folks at Renthal, Renthal.com, Factory Honda, Kawasaki, Red Bull KTM, using Renthal products, whether it's the 7/8 bar, whether it's the fat bar, sprockets, grips, all of that, chains at Renthal.com, mountain bike parts as well, carbon bars and aluminum bars available at Power Sports dealers now. Renthal.com brings you Jason Weigandt. What's up, Weege?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Exciting. Hardly ever on this show, to be honest.
Yeah, we haven't got you on for a while. I feel like because everyone gets the fill of you on the Steve Mathis show,
Yeah, we have a podcast. I do a lot of media. So why do I need to do more?
Re-raceables? Yeah.
Re-raceables, yes. We do this podcast after the races. I do a TV show.
Yep.
I have my own podcast.
Yep.
Racer X Podcast Network. Yep.
Yeah.
A lot.
First of all, what's your grocery bill a month? Dave told me his before the show, and I was shocked.
Dude, I got 2 kids and a wife. It is out of hand.
That's what
Yeah,
Dave.
same.
That's what Dave has.
I got
that,
the same.
Yeah.
The same numbers. Where are we at?
Yeah, it's horrible. I ran for a few things Sunday morning, and it was a quick $48. I'm going to say...
Did you get gum?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it felt like. I don't total it up a month, so I'm just going to take a guess here. I'm going to say $600 to $800.
Oh, you got to be more than that.
We don't. So?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really pay attention, but like, I felt like my account was bleeding, so my wife and I just tallied 1 month up, and it was $1,800.
No, come on.
Yeah, dude. Every time it's like $300.
Yeah, you better add that up.
But
Wow.
Chiz said his is probably the
it's
same.
bad.
My sister said the same thing.
Yeah.
I just feel like.
Kevin, do we got a wife and kids? What do we got? Where are we at?
Just me and my wife.
You and your wife.
But I don't feel like I ever leave the grocery store for less than like $150, $175.
So Pookie's in charge here, no kids, and Walmart delivery, and it's just all the time. It seems like.
Total it up. Let's just see.
I know we should. Damn.
If it's $1,800, I'm hanging up this phone. And
It's not
that's the
$600.
last you guys ever hear from me.
It's
It
not
can't be
$600. There's not a chance.
No, there's no way. We just cheap. We know this, but
At least
I was
1,000.
thinking 200 a week, so I said 600 to 800. 200 a week, $800. No chance.
no
No
chance.
chance.
No chance. Yeah.
No chance.
Not with 2 kids.
No.
That actually makes me feel better because the overall credit card bill at the end of the month, and by the way, don't worry, people, I do pay it off every month. I do not pay them interest. I do get my 2% back, though, for everything, for doing absolutely nothing. However, it actually makes me feel better about how big the overall bill is at the end of the month to know, like, at least half of it's groceries, which we need to live.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes me feel better.
Because there's no eating out at the Weigandt household.
Happens more than I'd like, Steven.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just birthdays.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's always some special occasion or something. What they don't realize is I get all the eating out I need usually on somebody else's bill on Fridays at the races.
Yeah.
Why do I need to do more?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Jason Weigandt here, brought to you by Renthal. What's your favorite Renthal product, Weege?
Handlebars?
Boom. There we go.
You didn't sound sure about that.
I don't really. I mean, yes, they have some other great things, grips certainly, but I really feel like if you're not, this would be like going to the steakhouse and not getting a steak.
Fair enough. Hey, so want to talk to you about the TV deal? Got press release dropped and all that. But you guys got an award. I'm hearing an award was won.
Sadly,
a trophy?
apparently we won this award from last year. I finally got the award shipped to me, and it is a major award. It is a major award. And I can tell you this because the marble base is shockingly heavy. The award is so big that I thought a bike stand sent to my house. There's a box that is actually for a bike stand. And I'm like, yeah, I think Racer X had some extra bike stands, and maybe someone from Morgantown was sending me one.
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't really need a bike stand, so weeks went by, I didn't open this box. Then I finally opened it. The only box they could find big enough, because this trophy is 18 inches long, was a box with boxes in it, but the outside box was a bike stand box. And the marble base, this thing must weigh 8 pounds. It's insane.
And
major award. Steve, this was not from the television show. This was from Jason Thomas and Jason Weigandt's own SMX Insider show. Catch it on Super Motocross YouTube every Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Not familiar with this show.
So did you each get one? Did JT get an award too?
JT did, and in addition, our producer Chris Bond and several other people, our man Kirky, who produces the show as far as editing it, I don't know, probably a half a dozen people got this major award.
Congratulations.
Was it based on that episode that I was on?
Well, this is how long it took me to get this award. It says 2023 season in review episode.
Oh, okay.
So this might have been in November of last year when we did this show, I'm assuming, to review the 2023 season. Takes a while.
So
But
prestigious,
yes,
it took a
major
year.
award winner.
So prestigious. Well, congratulations on the award, buddy.
Where do you
Congrats.
have it displayed? Where is it at?
Oh, I put it right on the mantle. Like when you're looking at the TV, you have to look around this award. It's so impressive.
Before we dive into this, by the way, we got a couple questions about Ginolfi verifying Weigandt's flagger status. We've covered this before.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
But Dave, just for the record.
Yeah, he was a flagger.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey.
But you never saw him flag.
He's a flagger.
You don't know.
New Jerseys, we stick up for each other.
Who sees flaggers, Steve?
I'm just saying, there's no physical proof. There's no photos.
It was before cameras.
Before cameras. So, yeah.
Ginolfi, what were you're a good amount younger than me. So, what were your first years racing or first years you were having success? I would imagine at Englishtown you were probably running up front, winning a lot. What years would have started?
That would have started in 94, 95.
Oh, man, I would have been there. Yeah,
Yep.
I would have been flagging your races.
And what are you on, 80s?
Yep.
We're on 80s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Were
weren't,
you
they
on,
weren't 85s. They were 80s.
Yeah, no,
Were
I
you
roasted.
on-
Yeah.
Were you on J-Law or what?
He's younger than I am.
Okay, because what I remember in those early days, J-Law would race Schoolboy. You know this. He would be on an 85, maybe a Super Mini against 125.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember those days?
Yep. I even raced him in that, the College Boy crap. I think they call it College now or something.
Mm-hmm.
He was, because he was 16, but still on a Super Mini, and he would race that on his Super Mini, and I would race him on a 252 stroke.
Wait, man, what years are we talking about here?
This is probably, I don't know, early 2000s?
Early 2000s. Yeah, I think I was gone by then. Yeah, 99. You might have been in. I remember him having hellacious duels. It'd be like 3 guys on 125s or maybe 250s and him. He wouldn't necessarily win. It would be hellacious battles. So maybe you were one of those guys.
I don't know that I don't think I was, but.
Okay. Yeah, it's great battles.
My favorite Weigandt flagging story is at the end of the year one time, he said, hey, man, to all his fellow flaggers, they were just hanging out together. And he was like, hey,
and
man.
our boss, Tan Landerman, our boss, too.
And we just like, hey, man, this is it for me. I got a job with Racer X and, magazine, and I'm leaving. And they were like, yeah, sure. We'll see you here next year.
There's no way in hell they believe that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
The flagger got a job with Racer X? Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right, man. Yeah.
Weed, you know how we know we're really old now? Is I was just looking at Mini O's results, and I saw Corey Karsten in plus 25.
Oh, wow.
So let that sit
Yeah. I remember Dakota Kessler, I believe they actually got New Jersey to change the state law to allow, I don't think they had 65s or something.
No.
Didn't you have to be 10?
Yeah, you had to be 10, and that's – so I started riding at 8, and I wanted to race right away, but New Jersey was you had to be 10. So
to race?
Yeah, to race.
Oh.
So my dad just thought that was everywhere. So we put my dirt bike in the shed until I was 10. And then we came out, and I raced at 10.
Yeah.
But yes.
But didn't they change it for Dakota?
Probably. It did get changed, and that's right around that time frame, so it would make sense.
That's the kind of stroke that Mickey Kessler has in the state of New Jersey, Steve.
But why was that a law?
Why do you got to pump your own gas? Or why can't you pump your own gas? Like, why is that a law?
I used to let people.
You did?
Pump it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you know that, Kevin? In Jersey, you can't pump your own gas?
I heard that in like Oregon or something. I didn't know.
Yes,
Oregon.
2 states,
places.
yeah.
Are those
Jersey-
only 2?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Honestly, I can't believe they allow dirt bike racing at any age in New Jersey. I'm just consider us lucky that they even have a track and racing, and they don't outlaw all of it. It's quite scary sometimes.
True.
So Supercross package back for 2025. Same crew: Will, Christian, Stu, Ricky in the booth. Lee, you're going to share play-by-play duties with Lee. The other guys on it also, the German Supercross champion guy.
Yep.
So, yeah, how many races you're going to do with Lee? Do you know? Obviously, all the outdoors, but, like, is there a schedule for Lee and all of that? Do you know?
No, I actually don't know yet. Some things have changed quite a bit because IndyCar is actually moving from NBC to Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So, presumably, he might have more dates, but we don't really know.
Okay.
We're just sharing. We actually had a bunch of meetings. We were hanging out last week, but neither of us really know what our schedules are, so we'll see.
But would that be, like, on a week-to-week basis, or would your schedule sometime before Anaheim 1 be set?
No, I knew this time. Last year I found out next week we all go to Angel Stadium for what we call media days, and they pretty much knew the schedule by then.
Okay.
So maybe I'll know by next week. I'll definitely know before Anaheim. They don't, unlike most other parts of this industry, they don't like to work week to week.
Kevin, I was saying this before the show, like, so obviously our sport's so fucking weird where I don't feel like Joe Buck and Tony Romo, I mean, they have haters and people who don't like them. I'm just picking 2 of the more popular ones. Kevin, you don't know anything about mainstream sports. We covered that before the show. But, like, in our sport, like, Ralph and Jeff, we hate them. And then now we want them back. But we hated Ralph and Jeff forever, quote unquote, the sport did. And then now we don't like Lee. Like, I got some anti-Lee DMs when I posted something on Twitter, or maybe it was, maybe it was just on Twitter. I don't remember. My point being is, like, somehow in our sport, we attack the broadcast. Ricky sucks, James sucks, JT sucks, Will sucks. But Weigandt, I do feel like you have close to 100% approval rating. Like, I don't hear, I don't think there's any, there was one guy in RacerX comments who really doesn't like you. I know that. Maybe he's gone now. But Kevin, Dave, I feel like Weigandt has 100% approval rating, or 98.
Yeah, and I think it's because he started as a flagger.
Thank you.
You go through the whole thing, like, how is someone going to be mad at you?
So our fans see a guy that's risen from the depths of flagging.
Yeah, it's like the, no offense, but that's, like, not the premier job.
It is not the premier job.
Right, and he did it, and good personality that he has, and he moved on and on and on, and he's a likable guy.
Like we had Lee on the show one time, and a caller actually called in and told him to fuck off, like, on the air. Like, it's unbelievable. And, like, Lee's awesome. Lee's a great guy, and he does know the sport, as did Ralph and Jeff and Ricky. Would I like Ricky to be more honest? Yes, I would, but he's still pretty good, and James is great. JT's Will, like, I feel everybody's fine and good, and no one's perfect. But Weege, do you feel like you have this high approval rating?
No, I actually do. I said that over and over. I used to make this joke all the time when I was only doing half the season. I would be told by everybody involved, like, don't go on the message boards, whether it was Vital. Even before that, I think it was Moto News, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Then eventually it probably is like, don't read the social media comments. And I'd be like, no, man, I'm pretty much fine. Like, I get a few things here and there. It's not that much. I used to always joke, by the way. I'm like, it's funny. Yeah, just the same people just all of a sudden turn cool. I don't know what happens. I don't know. They just turn nice all of a sudden. But I will say that it's getting a little bit tougher. I don't know if you guys are aware, but, like, the Lawrence's doing so well has rubbed some fans the wrong way. And
Okay.
then
Yeah.
there's this up and coming 250 star
Yep.
that has a lot of lovers, but also some haters. I don't know if you know this. His name's
Okay.
Hayden
Yeah.
Deegan. I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's getting very difficult to land in the sweet spot with what people want to hear you say about those guys. I think you know what? Daniel Blair also, I don't think got ripped pretty much ever.
Yeah.
either,
Good point. Yeah.
right?
DB was. Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. So here's what I think it is. I think we don't have to. Sometimes DB was the color commentator, but most of the time in Supercross, he was the play-by-play guy, which is what I'm doing. We don't really weigh in with opinions. I guess the only opinion we have is if people will get mad if somebody wins and I make it sound, I guess, too good. I mean, that's maybe the only heat I get for Jet, and I'm like, I don't know how to make someone winning not sound like a big deal. Like, I don't know how to – is it not a big deal? Like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we don't really have, I think, opinions on the show.
Okay, but then why does Lee get ripped? Lee does.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
They feel like Blair and myself are real motocross people.
Right.
And then they don't with the others only because they do other stuff. Like you said, if you have a conversation with Lee Diffie or Ralph, you'll be like, dude, they've been around way longer than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't Ralph like on like 92 Daytona?
Yeah, Ralph was calling
93?
Daytona Supercross in the mid-90s.
Seriously?
Like,
In the
oh, yeah.
90s.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
McGrath Honda days, there's Ralph doing stuff. And then Lee was calling like Chad Reed's amateur Supercross races in Australia when Chad was like 14. That's how deep he goes with dirt bikes.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess because they only know Blair from motocross and they only know me from motocross, we appear to be insiders and they appear to be these other guys, even though that's not really true. And it's not really fair to them because that's how all play-by-play announcers really are. Like, Joe Buck does Monday Night Football. He grew up as more of a baseball guy. That's what his dad did.
Mm-hmm.
But do the fans ever rip on him? He does get ripped a lot, like mercilessly. But I don't think they say, why is the baseball guy doing football? It's just understood that you can call any of the sports. You can do hockey, basketball, baseball, football, college, track. It's all the same. But here, people have like a real territorial thing. So I think Blair and I get a free pass, and we don't have to have the opinion, so we don't rub anybody wrong that way like the analysts do.
Right. Yeah. No, fair enough.
Yeah. In other words, it's not really, I don't think, okay, maybe we're good at our jobs, but I think the majority of it is the perfect circumstance that we happen to be in, more so than our actual performance.
Listen, I just talked to Ralph and Jeff in Vancouver. I like them both, but the cries to get Ralph and Jeff back in the booth are hilarious to me. Hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Like,
Unbelievable.
you guys hated Ralph and Jeff. I got the DMs and the tweets to show it. You know?
Yeah, it's wild. Yep. And I do say that, yeah, there is a certain thing about, I mean, Steve, you watch other sports. They do like to have, someone just gets used to this is what it sounds like to hear this team.
Mm-hmm.
And they generally like to keep one set of announcers for a long time just for that, continuity. So you do see, yes, now Ralph and Jeff haven't been the main Supercross guys, for, say, 5 years. And then it's like bringing back nostalgic memories all of a sudden. But you're totally right. They got ripped. Now the comments are, bring him back.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It's hilarious to see. And so Stu's going to pop in from time to time in Supercross?
Yeah, and I don't know if he knows the exact schedule there either. Some of the bigger ones, they'll have all three, either Lee and those two or me and those two. And there's usually a spot for me, even if Lee's play-by-play, to do something else. We'll have a couple pre-race shows at a couple races. I think they know which ones they are, but I don't know yet.
Yep.
So I'll be part of that with, pre-race show desk will be myself, Adam Cianciarulo, and the great Justin Brayton. I mean, it really doesn't get any better.
Listen,
it's incredible how this has worked out. It's incredible.
The Race Day Live, I tweeted this the other day. They've made a lot of improvements. It used to be such a fucking advertisement, like, hey, let's bring the MMI guy, and here's the VP Fuel guy, and it's just like, fuck, man, I get it. No, listen, I get stoking out advertisers as I'm sitting in this chair. I understand that. But the Race Day Live used to just be ridiculous, right? They've done so many gains on that show and made it so good. And now JB, to be able to analyze and host is pretty amazing. And
he is, though.
I know. He's the perfect 10. He's the perfect 10.
Yeah, he is. He's amazing.
And then now Adam was great, right? So that show's going to be interesting. I'm stoked to watch that.
Yeah, and I think they're taking it seriously, as the great JB does. He's not taking for granted, I'll just kill this. I think they've even done some on their own time, like just, hey, you and I jump on a Zoom, let's do some fake intros, outros, the hard stuff, not the analyzing racing, talking about while they're doing laps. That's easy for those guys. And I'll jump on there and even help them do that if that's what they want, which they said they want that. I don't think some of the fans, you hear this all the time, Steve, even realize the difference in the two jobs, like the job that Hubbard was doing and the job I do compared to what JB does or Ricky does or Stu. Those are not the same job. So very rarely does one person go from one, like the ex-pro analyst guy, and become the host guy. So JB's going to do that, and I bet you he'll be awesome at it. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, Weege, you know this, Daryl Ray, he was the analyst for the Dallas Stars forever, and then he moved into the play-by-play seamlessly a few years ago. So,
not familiar with that franchise or the sport that you're talking about.
Hockey.
Yeah, he's an ex-player, and he was the analyst, and he did a great job, and then, I don't know, just decided to become play-by-play guy, and he does great at that. It's really weird. You don't see that, like we said, you don't see that very often. So, but
it's weird. Like next time you talk to Stu or RC, just ask them. They don't want to do that job.
No.
And I wouldn't want to do theirs, so it kind of works out.
Yep.
Perfect. I'm just laughing at, among the, yes, I wish they'd bring Ralph and Jeff back, the hilariousness of that. How many times also, Steve, do you see the suggestion of, like, why can't it just be Rick Johnson and David Bailey as the announcers? And it's like, they don't want to do the thing I'm doing, they're talking to your headset, and you got to go to break, and you got to say these 4 things in the 4 seconds that you've got, but make it sound natural. They don't want to do that.
No.
They don't want to do that.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's something else. All right, Weech. Any thoughts on Paris? You got any observations from Paris, from anything you watched?
Yeah. First of all, the only 2 races I caught in their entirety was the best race of the weekend, which was the one on Sunday where Webb led for a bit. That was exciting. And the handlebar race.
Yeah.
I did catch the handlebar race.
Yeah.
That was great.
Anton was in that. Did you see that?
Oh, he did it?
Yeah, Anton did it. You didn't know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah. He just asked Eric Pernard. They put him in there. He got a terrible start. He cut over, and then he ate shit in the first turn.
It's from that vegan burger he ate, whatever it was.
What's that?
It's from that vegan burger that he had that night with us.
Yeah. Oh, you listened to that?
I listened to the Renthal reaction.
Yeah. Anton broke it down for us in the Renthal reaction. So, and then so you did watch the best main event of the weekend for sure with Webb and Jet.
Yeah, it was. What's really scary is you reported it several times, and you could tell the Lawrence brothers and their Honda in Supercross is probably not quite ready for prime time yet. And we all know not to overreact to anything you see in these off-season races, as hard as it is to not do that. I mean, I think the U.S. Open / Monster Cup was like the greatest example ever. Some guys are like still pretty much there because it's pretty close to the end of the regular season and they're kind of on. And then other guys are like, dude, I haven't ridden in a month and I just hopped on Thursday and I'm just here for the money. You really have to be careful in any of these off-season races. Jet won anyway. It wasn't even the best Jet. And that, to me, is the scariest part. Webb did a great job holding him off in that race as long as he could. But, I mean, did you see the gap that he pulled in about 2 laps after that?
Yeah.
And this is
Darren Lawrence is like, he's not happy with the bike, but he's just Jet. He just rode right through it. And I'm
Yeah. Because, look, man, he won as a rookie. The amount of times that a guy coming into the top class, and I know Jet's situation is a little different because he had raced 450 motocross and SMX the year before, so it's not the same as some other rookie scenarios. But, dude, the amount of times that I've been given some scenario where one of these guys, like, we know rookies usually struggle, but he'll be better because he's tall or he's bigger or his riding style works in a 450 or he's smarter or he's savvier or he's older. Almost every time they just crash out. Almost every time they don't even do all the races. That's how bad rookies usually are. Instead, he won the title.
Yeah.
So how much better year 2 and 3 when the other guys are just starting to figure it out? Like if you could chart that, what do they get, 20, 30% better over the next 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Is he going to also do that starting as champ?
Yeah, traditionally
he's going to get 20 to 30% better over the next 2 years.
Year 2 and 3 are much better.
Yeah.
Traditionally
That's
speaking.
what I'm afraid of.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. But I will say I interviewed Jet fairly recently for the season preview show that we'll have on NBC on December 29th. I got to interview him, I think, honestly, right before we went to Paris. I think it was Monday night before we went to Paris. And, I think he's coming in with a real no-nonsense attitude. I think the fans turning on him and stuff last year rocked his world a bit. Mm-hmm. And I think he's just going to embrace, this might not go over well with some people, but I'm not going to let it bother me. I'm just going to try to keep winning.
Mm-hmm.
And, it will turn. Eventually he'll be the established veteran Eli Tomac guy that can do no wrong. But I think he's done even trying to be a people pleaser. I mean, he's tried, and it isn't working half the time. Half the time, not even his fault. Sometimes maybe it is. That's what happens when you're young. But, I don't think he's ever going to be quite the same after getting booed the way he did at the beginning of the year last year.
Yep. No, absolutely. Renthal, bringing you Jason Weigandt. So we're going to talk about this later on in the show. We got some questions about it, but what did you make of the Deegan Lawrence contract stuff for Melbourne this weekend?
Oh, geez. First of all, I was so happy that I happened to be in meetings all week at Feld as my alibi over why I didn't have to weigh in on this or try to dig in too deep, because it does seem like people I was talking to that were trying to keep up with it, that the story seemed like it kept changing quite a bit.
Yep.
So I'm glad I didn't have to play this game of talk to someone for a while, hour later found out, no, it changed again. We talked to someone again. Oh, no, it changed again. Oh, it changed again. At least I didn't have to play that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there is a precedent for it, and I think that's what is bothering people. I don't know. Have we ever heard of a situation like this before?
No, I have not. No, I have not.
No. And I know that Michael Lindsay did a good job writing a story over at Vital, and I talked to Michael a little bit too, kind of same stuff he read in the stories, what he told me. And they kind of pitched it as it's different. The Lawrences are partners. It's not just that they got invited. It's a different situation, so they have a more say in what's going on. I don't know. I whether it was a good move or not isn't for me to decide. I know this. The fans weren't going to think it was a good move, and then they didn't think it was a good move. That, I think, no one can argue. Very few people, I think, saw that as that was rad. So I'm just saying, if your goal is to win in the eyes of the public, that wasn't it.
They're pretty much like Democrats and Republicans, the two fan bases. So, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think this one is just that.
You don't think? Okay.
Because I don't even just mean fans. So, for example, I happen to be at meetings all week, and when we would go to dinner and talk about this, not one it's our job to be unbiased. We're not just Deegan fans or Lawrence fans.
Right.
We're just people that cover it. I don't think anyone said, oh, yeah, that's cool. That's going to go over well. Every single person is like, yeah, the fans are going to hate that. Not just the Deegan fans, all the fans. I just don't think that it was going to go over well, and I don't think it has. Now, it probably will get forgotten about. Everything's always crazy for 48 hours. But I'm like, man, that was probably pretty obvious that was going to, get out. I mean, how could it not get out? Hayden Deegan has 1 million some followers and a phone. If he feels like saying it, it's getting out.
Yep.
What are you going to do? Knowing that, I'm like, dude, that is dangerous, because I don't think it's just Deegan fans that are bummed to hear that. I'll put it this way. I'll just sum it up like this. Does anyone ever get excited about, hey, we're going to have a celebrity or an athlete or talent, and they're going to not be part of an event? Does that ever pump anyone up?
Yeah. No, you're right. Hey, also, can we confirm or deny that Nicoletti's column is coming back on Racer X for 2025?
It's looking good.
It's looking good? Okay. All right.
Looking good. Phil all of a sudden tightened it up, got the column in on time.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That was an issue. That was an issue. It was
an issue. Yeah. The sponsor, oddly, never cared. I think they just wanted to support it anyway. So I hope Phil tightens it up and continues. I don't know if that will happen, but the sponsor wants it, which is FXR. So let's bring it back.
Oh, there we go.
Well, he's not racing anymore, so he should have the time, right?
I feel like he would have the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I brought up again because you and I gave Dave credit, and we'll probably talk to Phil about this. Ginolfi is the one who came up with the Phil would hate himself for all the retirement parties.
Yeah, I didn't know you're on the show as you or just the guy who said that. Like that is truly your claim to fame, I think now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it goes on the tombstone.
It was a great theory, and it was perfect.
It's incredible.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
incredible.
I mean, it is.
You
What
just
it is.
that was the first thing you thought of. Is that Phil would hate this guy.
Absolutely.
And Phil confirmed it.
Yeah, of course he
Yeah,
would.
yeah, right. Phil didn't say, "Oh yeah, no." He was like, "Yeah."
Nope. Here lies Dave Ginolfi, the guy that had that Phil theory.
Yeah, exactly. All right, hey, while we got Weege on the line, it's time for the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Kyle Chisholm, X-Brand athlete. Right there. We just had him on. X-Brand Goggles, eksbrand.com. The Freddie Noren, crushing it with X-Brands. Shane McElrath was X-Brand last year. Look at him now. Winning, Dave.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you got Jet Lawrence. Sure.
Cooper Webb.
Yeah, and him, yeah. But do you have Freddie Noren and Kyle Chisholm?
We do not.
All right.
X-Brand has them.
Pulp Show 24 is the code to save with X-Brand, the Lucid Goggle. Check it out. Thank you to those guys. Great goggle. Real cool colors and works great. So these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Weege? Are you familiar?
Not familiar.
No.
Not familiar.
All right. Kevin Moser, any idea? No. Okay. Nope. All right. 30 seconds on the clock. Let's do this, Nick.
All right. First one for Steve.
It wasn't supposed to be for me, but okay. All right. It's fine. Yeah.
First one, Steve. Who was a rider in Paris that looked spicy and who looked flat?
Well, Hunter looked flat. We covered that. Spicy was Cooper Webb. Yeah, Spicy was Cooper Webb. Fly racing now. So, I mean, look what happened.
For Weege, how much money do you think Steve is going to lose if he upgrades to the new Chevy EV?
It's terrible. Steve, you have a truck. You're fine. Never get rid of a vehicle within the first couple of years. Yeah, I'm going to say you're taking a $25,000 hit. That's what I'm going to say.
Been looking at that new EV, Silverado EV. Looks good. What do you mean?
And the resale value on that should be spectacular too. So let's double stack.
But don't get it.
Yeah, the resale value I don't think are great on those things, Weege.
No.
I think you have a point there.
None of the EVs.
Yeah.
They just tank.
Yeah. Looks good though. It's got a frunk. All right.
All right, for Dave, what's so special about the Jet Lawrence signature goggle, or are you just slapping a different logo on it?
Yeah, it's just a different cool logo, I guess. There's no innovations of the goggle itself from what we already had. We just, turned that 8, made it into zeros.
Did you see this, Weege? The Jet Lawrence 8 turned sideways.
Not only did I see it, but I'm not even just saying this because Dave's on the phone. I had multiple people just be like, dude, have you seen that? Like the brilliance of, hey, yeah, 108, just flip them. Like, it has really, really, really caught people's eye, the simplicity and the brilliance of it. So good job over there.
New Jersey. We stick together.
Yeah.
Real buzz.
Yeah.
It was real buzz. I know you didn't. I'm assuming you were not the graphic designer behind it.
It was not my idea. I wish it was, but it's still genius.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not just saying it because you're on the phone. I know it wasn't even you. Like, whoever came up with that and made it look that way. Like, several people went out of their way to be like, dude, did you see this goggle?
See that, Steve?
Yeah, I see it. I see it, Ginolfi. I'm sure you guys didn't coordinate this before the show. You Jersey people.
We stick together.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Kevin, who's been the longest race team partnership you've had?
Man, well, that stuff changes so much outside of the, a couple of the normal ones. But we have been with Honda for quite a few seasons now. I mean, we were still with Honda when Kenny was over at Honda. So if we're talking modern four-strokes, I would say Honda.
If you're talking privateer, it's Barry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Barry ran Weisco for 30 years.
But only one piston.
He took the new ones and put them on eBay.
I was going to say he kept taking that same piston in his new bike.
Yeah.
All right, for Steve, which rider do you think has made the most money doing off-season races?
Oh, the great Justin Brayton. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Guy's crushing it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, for Weege, we haven't heard any good cheap Weege stories in a while. What's something cheap you've done recently that would shock most people?
You guys will love this one.
God, here we go.
Phil, our buddy Phil, when Morgan Wallen was coming to town in the summertime, I got to get this in 30 seconds, he bought tickets knowing he could resell them for sure. He was racing Washougal that weekend, so he had no plans of going to the concert. But then the concert got rained out. So then Phil got screwed, and he was still left with these concert tickets when Morgan Wallen came back. This was like a month ago. So then Phil's like, I got extra tickets. You and your wife can come. So I got to go to the concert for free, which is already amazing. We get to the concert, and my wife's purse is too big to come into the stadium. So they point us to this pink tent, and they're like, wait in line, and you can get a ticket, and it's like $10 or something, and they'll hold your purse. So we walk over there. And my wife and I look at the bushes next to the tent, and I'm like, how much is that purse really worth? And she's like, not worth the money to hold it. I'm going to take my wallet out of it. I'll carry my wallet. We'll put the purse in the bushes. Let's take our chances. Go to the concert, come back out 3 hours later. Purse is still sitting in the bushes. We headed home.
Save that $10. That's awesome.
Great.
Yep.
Purse in the bushes. And the amount of chicks that saw us getting the purse out of the bushes while they were waiting in line, they were like, why didn't I think of that? Great.
All right, for Dave, what's been the most iconic sunglasses of your generation?
Like, just in general?
Of your generation, yeah.
My generation? I mean, the ones that stand out to me most were the ones that Stu wore. That was like...
Over the top?
Over the top, yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Look, let me tell you, in my day, and I'm older than everybody here, you fucking couldn't get any fucking cooler than the Iridium razor blades from Oakley.
Oh, yeah.
Not possible to be any fucking cooler. Weege, right?
Yeah, it was. You know what? I've never seen a fashion go from so darn cool to then later so darn ridiculous to now kind of back to being so darn cool. I don't even know how that works.
They re-released them maybe 5 to 7 years ago, and Padge sent me a pair, and he was like, why do you want? I'm like, dude, send me those. And I got them. Iridium black razor blades.
I feel like the frog skins were a big thing.
Oh,
too.
frog skins were huge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know what it was. I just heard everyone talk about frog skins.
Yeah.
Frog skins.
Yeah.
Cool. Next one.
Okay.
Next one for Kevin here. Who was the first person to start running Weisco stickers on their fort guards?
Oh, jeez, he's not old enough to know that.
Yeah, the first person. Yeah, that's Weisco was founded in 1941.
Barry.
Before dirt bikes.
Barry.
Basically before dirt bikes. So yeah, I have no idea.
I feel like I started seeing them like early '90s. Weege.
No, it's got to be earlier than that.
Put it this way: people were running Weisco stickers before there were fort guards.
Yeah.
Right. Because they were.
Yeah. There you go. Right side
force.
up. I mean, dude, I know this. They say that Weisco is the first sponsor of the GNCC series, which is about 50 years old. So it's somewhere around there.
Yeah, we're the first. Since the very first year of GNCC. Well, actually, we sponsored the Blackwater 100 before it was GNCC, and we've also sponsored Loretta since 1982, since the very first one.
Damn. All right.
Boom. For Steve, outside of the Mandarin and Kooksy, who would you say is the most edgy moto media, towing the line, breaking news, or breaking their world like Swap and MC? No fear drama. Reading it out how it's written.
Yeah, he doesn't really know how to write. The Mandarin. Yeah, the Mandarin. He'll be back.
Hopefully not tonight.
Not tonight.
I thought the question was other than the Mandarin.
No, it's just the Mandarin.
Oh, okay.
There is only one.
Cool. For Weege, we have a mutual friend whose name rhymes with Jizzcore or Gizcore. He's headed to Disney World. What tips would you have to help him save money on his trip?
Yeah, I don't know Moser personally, even though we do have a friend, and I do know also that this friend is there, but I do not know Moser. You know what? I can't believe it's come to this. My advice now is don't go. Don't go.
Yeah.
Or if you want to get a good amount of the experience without the full price, do what I did during Daytona this year. We actually stayed at one of the hotels. Just don't go to the parks.
So you don't.
It's still a unique family experience, but it saved us hundreds of dollars.
But you can just see photos of Pluto and the duck and stuff?
Yeah, the hotels are still pretty cool. It still kind of brings back this reminds me of when we did go to the parks. It's the same hotel we stayed in when we did go.
Wow.
Yeah,
now,
brought back a lot of memories.
Like, from what I understand, you can buy a pass to skip the lines. Like,
yeah,
I am buying that pass 10 times out of 10.
It's part of the problem.
Right?
If you're already that far into it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's what a happy accident happened in their little world where theme parks for like 100 years were like, we don't know if 5,000 or 50,000 people are showing up today. Who knows? I think during COVID, they had no choice but to actually start figuring out what was going on for social distancing and then realize, wait a minute, what if we knew every person in the park, when they were coming, when they were going to be where? We'll only need the bare minimum amount of workers for that specific amount of people. Well, everybody will use their phones, and now you're all trapped because then they've started unlocking all the other ways they can charge you. We know where you are. We know what you want to do. That'll be $20.
So you need a reservation now to go?
Yeah, I don't believe. I
didn't know
as
this.
of 2 years ago, you can't just show up.
Oh.
You have to. The park can literally be sold out now.
I didn't know this.
Because it's like we're going to match the amount of workers to the amount of people that are going, like a restaurant.
Yep.
And then once they've got that figured out, they're like, what rides do you want to go on 3 months from now? And what time? And then it all unfolds from there.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been to a theme park for a long time. I got no kids, so, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
It's changed. Sad. It's changed.
All right. For Dave, if you could put any celebrity in 100% glasses, who would be a good fit for the brand?
Right now, I like Justin Jefferson.
All right. Do you guys have any NFL guys? No?
No, we don't. But
I'm surprised. No NFL guys?
No NFL.
You do have Tatis and MLB.
Yep.
Right? Which you don't even know who that is.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
Baseball guy.
Okay.
What about
Padres?
What about a non-athlete celebrity?
I like Cillian Murphy as an actor.
Okay.
Hey, speaking of the regular sports and the goggle brands, we had a nice little run where teams were celebrating with champagne and they put motocross goggles on when they're spraying each other.
Yep.
And then someone got too smart, and now they're sticking non-goggle company logos on those goggle straps. Have you seen this?
Yeah, it's lame, right? Super lame. Or a team logo, right? Like it'll be your team logo.
Doesn't New Era or something? I've seen like in regular sports you're talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, New Era does not make goggles, correct?
Yeah. Right.
Right. It used to be like Oakley's or whatever, 100%.
Yeah, it was like, that's cool. Those are our guys.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, lame.
New Era. Come on.
Cool. Last question. Kevin, what is the correct two-stroke premix ratio to run, and which fuel and oil is your favorite?
I mean, you can't say correct because everyone's going to have a different opinion,
theory,
but the classic premix ratio, in my opinion, is 32-1. But you can, everybody, full synthetic oil, everyone mixes it leaner most of the time now, especially with new bikes and everything. But I mean, good old VP, good old C12, 32-1. Can't go wrong.
With Maxima.
Yep.
927. Pulp 20's code
some
save.
Castor. I mean, it's good. It doesn't get much better smelling than that. So.
Yeah, growing up, my dad insisted on 20-1, and the bikes just smoked like crazy.
Yeah. Your swing arm's black.
And we used Super M, which is the lower end oil, and then as I got older, people were like, dude, 20-1? I don't know. My dad told me this when I was 12. Like,
32-1 is the only thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, no, it was 20-1.
Just fouling plugs.
Well, I think too, like in growing up in Canada, usually colder too, right? So you want a little bit more oil. Maybe that's the thinking. I don't know.
I don't know.
I just remember when I heard 32-1 as a kid, I blew my wig back. Like, are you sure? I don't want to seize my 125, man. So, yeah. All right, X-Brand goggles, tear-offs. Check it out. Pulp Show 24 to save with X-Brand goggle, the Lucid goggle, or they've got some other ones as well to choose from over there at X-Brand, eksbrand.com. Please check it out. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Jason Weigandt on the show, brought to you by the folks at rental.com. All right, Weege, so you're going to Anaheim next week, right, for the media intros, and props to Feld, they invited like us media jerkies as well for next week. So
yeah, but you didn't go.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Oh man,
but
what this is, they call it Media Week, when we're going to commercial and you see Chase Sexton crossing his arms, looking intimidating with a smoke machine behind him. They used to try to cram all this in. I think this is true, right, Steve? Didn't the guys have to do all this Thursday, Friday, Anaheim 1?
Yeah, Friday, as you went down to the tunnel for practice, they would pull you over and be like, hey, man,
Yeah, probably the most stressed out the guys are maybe of any singular day all year. And now we're going to make you do a whole bunch of stuff you probably don't feel like doing when you're probably not sleeping last night or the night before because Anaheim 1 is tomorrow. So somewhere along the way, they're like, you know what? What if we did it one whole month before the season so you can just chill?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a really good idea. And then once everybody bought in, they keep adding more to it. So we get time. Pretty much every rider, factory guys on Tuesday, Wednesday, privateers on Thursday. Everybody talks to us for about 15-some minutes. We don't record it. It's not made for videos. It's just a chance for us to catch up with guys. How was the off-season, the new bike, et cetera, et cetera. St. Jude photos take place there. They get a meeting with the AMA to hear about new rules, new drug testing policies, you name it, the concussion protocol, all that. So it's, as you guys know, the riders are basket cases when you get to race day. So moving it up, brilliant move.
Yeah. Yeah, especially Anaheim one.
Phil doesn't pay for all those guys to come out for that, do they?
I wouldn't
do
think
they?
so.
Travel-wise, it's the other great thing. That's why you do it at Angel Stadium. I think they got to rent the stadium, but pretty much everybody's asking someone to be in California the first week of December. I think it's about 90% of, well, I'm there anyway.
Right. And we have the Racer X Supercross preview videos. We're shooting those at some point.
I don't know. It's been my goal was to always build it around that week while I'm out there, but as this event keeps getting bigger, that keeps not happening. So I don't even know.
Okay.
Suggestions from anyone, please. How do we do this?
Well, just make sure you leave one rider out and get somebody upset like Sexton, like Webb in previous years.
I just motivate people. Hey, this is back to Paris. This is by far the best Webb was at that race. Not just winning, but the best riding too, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's done it 5 times. I can't think of another one that stands out over the years. Yeah.
The last 2 years were real bad.
Not good. Yeah.
No. So obviously that's an awesome sign. Or is this like a weirdo? He's had great seasons after being bad at Paris. Is this actually somehow bad?
Dave
Are
says
we worried?
No. Dave says
peaking too soon.
Yeah.
No, I think he's all right. Also, I wanted to say, I know it's not a championship on the line, but Webb seemed more like chill in Paris too. He didn't seem as.
Yeah.
I mean, he locks in no matter what, but
yeah.
he definitely was.
Yeah.
His demeanor was just a bit more. I don't know.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, he signed a new deal 2 years.
Yeah, I think he's just in a comfortable spot right now.
Right.
And not comfortable like he's gonna let off, but he's just
right. I've said this before. Like I'm in some group texts with him, and he's hilarious, and just making fun of Phil and all of this. And then on race day, you see him, and he just looks right past you.
Yeah, we don't like him and I don't.
Right.
We don't talk on Saturday.
Yeah,
everything we get done is on Friday.
Yeah, he is zoned in on race day.
But you got to respect that.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't need him talking to me.
No. But I'm just saying you got to respect like his ability to lock in is insane.
I was saying for these videos, you've left one rider out, and it's been controversial over the years, and they've let you know. Weege, you could leave Tomac out, and like no one's saying anything to you from the Tomac camp. Like they're not watching it, they don't care. You're never going to get flack.
I really don't think the slack has really been from the riders. I think it's been from you. I think that's my biggest. The biggest attractor.
Webb was literally calling you out in group text.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, when they're not doing it in a group text, that's when you know they're really mad.
Sexton, Beeks.
Yeah, same thing. He was texting me. When they don't tell you, then you know you're on the bad side.
So, I'm just saying. I don't think Tomac's care. So that could be your guy.
I don't think Tomac's texting me for sure.
No.
But no. Sexton literally said, "It's okay. I don't deserve to be with those guys. I haven't won the title like they have." And I'm like, "Thank you."
Yeah, but then at some point, did he not?
Anderson, Webb, Tomac in the first episode.
At some point, did he not say, "Hopefully, I can get in video 1 now"? I believe he did.
Yeah, exactly. But when they're joking about it, you know you're good. It's when they don't. It's like the silent killer. It's the ones that don't speak you need to worry about.
I almost think you got to leave Webb out to have that
motivate
chip.
Him.
Yeah, he needs that chip.
Right.
Oh, maybe. Wait. Ooh. Yeah, maybe I'm owed here. Maybe I actually should get praise. Yeah.
Maybe you did a good thing.
Kidding me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Steve, I know you just put everybody in one episode. That's what you want to do. Maybe we'll just have one whole episode about Chiz after that. Just had him on, right? Could we just make that a show right there?
Yeah, we could. He's got enough to talk about.
So we'll have 18 guys in the first one.
Yeah.
We'll give Chiz his own show.
And then
maybe
Freddie.
Phil, and then 250s.
Freddie, and then 250s, yeah. There you go.
Freddie, yes, yeah. We can talk about X-Brand.
All right. Well, thanks, Weege. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Good job on the TV coverage. Excited to see it again. So.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I got that press release last year, and it would have waited pretty much my whole life, or exactly 19 years to get that. And then this year it came out, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
weird. Now it's just normal.
Any sort of talk about having, like, another podcast mashup at every round?
You know what? I shouldn't tell you this.
Oh.
But lots of mentions about how good that was.
Really?
Lots of talk about how awesome that was and well received, and yeah.
Anybody say like the pulp guy? And like nothing?
No specifics.
No, okay. Oh, no
They did not
specifics, right.
specifically. Yeah, Gypsy Tales is great. I did hear that a bunch.
Oh, okay.
But,
and Ricky was great.
Yeah,
Stu
I
was
did not
great,
hear
right.
Pulp.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
No.
sad.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, buddy. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. I'm sure I'll text with you tomorrow.
Yeah, on all the group texts.
Yeah.
Kevin, Dave, have a good night.
All right. Thanks, Weege. See ya.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Jason Weigandt, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. He's good on the broadcast, too. I mean, let's face it. Like, I know he's my friend, but he's an idiot. But he's good. He's really good. Yeah.
Broadcast people's champ.
Right. All right. We're going to commercial break. Before we go, Randy Richardson, our Michelin guy. Knee replacement. It's on the shelf. FMIP.
Where do we go from this?
Look, he just had shoulder work, and now he's got his knee. I mean, there's a chance that he doesn't come back at 100%. And, this is forever his career turning point. And when we see him out riding, we're going to be like, well, remember him before all the surgeries?
What could have been?
Yep.
What was?
What could have been? Where could his career have gone had he not just been hurt? Shoulder, knee. No one knows. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. Sad, I'll tell you.
Maybe it's like that movie The Rookie. He's going to come back just like...
Oh, like it's more powerful.
Yeah.
Maybe he finally decided to fix everything so he could be 100%.
Yeah, maybe. I just don't want to look back and be like, what could have been with his career on the bike without the injuries? And I feel like we're there.
He was at the height of his career when he decided to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Michelin Starcross 6s, everybody. Wishing FMIP well in his recovery from Michelin. So, yeah, absolutely. Michelin Man /motorcycle. Big things coming from those guys next year, by the way. Stay tuned to the show to find that out. And the Starcross 6s. I mean, look, I said this last show. I use Michelin Starcross 6s to get 6 moto finishes between 12th and 19th at the World Vets. If that doesn't speak of performance, I don't know what does.
At a world championship like that?
Yeah. Think about it. Riders from all over the world there. That's what I did. Dave?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that Stark still would have got you, though.
Yeah. We'll talk to Bogle about that. Bogle's coming up. Phil's coming up. Kevin Bailey from Wiseco. And also Dave Ginolfi from 100% here. We got Nick working the video cameras. We got the other guy in the corner there. We're going to a commercial break here, and we'll be right back after this on the PulpMX Show.
Check out my boat.
Back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Kevin Bailey from Wiseco, Dave Ginolfi from 100%, two-time regional arena cross champion, former privateer hero in the sport. And thanks to the folks at Ethica, by the way, PulpMX 20 at Ethica to save. Ethica underwear, Ethica hoodies, Ethica shirts, all of it. PulpMX 20 code, kids, women, men. Ethica's great stuff. And you've probably used some of it over the years, and 20% off with PulpMX 20 code at Ethica. So use the code and save. A couple contests we're going to do. Well, one contest here. I want to announce if you buy some Pulp merch, starting now until Christmas, I'm going to throw in a free pair of Pulp socks. What a deal that is. While supplies last, so please check that out. Anything you buy from Pulp merch-wise, we'll throw in some socks. Thank you to the support of people on that. Go to shop tab on PulpMX.com. And then motorsport.com. We'll get the motorsport.com tweet at talent segment coming up. OEM and aftermarket parts. Love the guys at Motorsport. They are giving away, it's Christmas season, why not? If you buy something from Motorsport, minimum $50, starting today, Monday, November 25th. Let's run this for a week. 1 week. $50 purchase at motorsport.com, whether it's Wiseco, whether it's 100%, whatever it is, from motorsport.com. Email your receipt to contest@pulpmxshow.com of the purchase, and you will go into a draw for a $250 motorsport.com gift card. What a deal. Spend $50, win a chance at $250 at motorsport.com. That's PulpMX Show contest at pulpmxshow.com. Thank you to Motorsport for doing that. $50 purchase gets you a chance at $250 motorsport.com gift card. We'll put them in a draw. Maybe we'll get Dave to draw it out of a hat somewhere.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah. So please check it out and support motorsport.com with a $50 purchase. And again, you got a chance at $250. So yeah, buy some Wiseco, buy some Motorsport. Why not? All right, Race Tech rant time coming up with Justin Bogle. Race Tech, love those guys. Great suspension company. PulpMX code. Tell them you listen to PulpMX and save with Race Tech. Get your suspension dialed in. Get your spring rate set for your weight and or speed. They got motor work done as well. Motors at the Race Tech, racetech.com. And there's Race Tech rant. We'll start with you, Kevin. Go ahead. This is one that's probably near and dear to Dave's heart too.
Yeah, probably a lot of people that work in the industry.
Yeah.
But okay, so I'll preface this by saying, obviously, with sponsorship and racer support, any company is going to want to support as many racers as they can. Mm-hmm. That's the whole reason we're in business, right? Because people are racing. But this is half a rant and half of a PSA, maybe to help some people. Maybe they don't, they might not know some of these things.
Yeah.
If you're applying for support, whatever level it is, it's just a first level discount or a race team. Please don't DM an Instagram page and be like, hey, sponsor me, or hey, I'll wear your shirt, or something like that.
Right.
Like, if you go to the website, most companies are going to have a writer support page or
put
a
in
form.
5 minutes of work?
Yeah.
2 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And if you go to a website and you can't contact them anyway, and you try to call them and you can't contact them anyway, then maybe you go to the social. But I promise you, there's not as many people. There's not this huge team of people monitoring social messages that you might think there are.
Yeah.
That you're not. It's not going to be the best way to get a hold of people. So, but like you said, put the amount of time into your sponsorship request as you want to get out of it.
Yeah.
If you get if somebody gets an email that says like, hey, I'm racing blah 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 next year, you should send me some pistons sent for my iPhone. Probably not gonna.
Yeah.
Probably not going to take much time to review that.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that's all. Just put a little bit of thought into, a little bit of time in it, and if you are working with somebody, don't let the only time that you get in touch with them is when you need stuff.
Right.
Send a quick update. This is
so
what
classic,
happened.
Right. Yeah.
Throw a couple photos in, something like that.
Yeah.
Just put a little bit of thought into it. It's like like you're applying for a job.
Yeah, I mean, I get DMs too from people asking for things, and I'm like, dude, I get 30 to 40 a day. A lot of them telling me to fuck off, but I'm not gonna go back to this DM, man. I'm never gonna. Once I see this thing, I'm rolling on with my life. So
yeah.
No, I like it, and I agree. Dave, what else you got?
Yeah, I don't really have one. I was trying to think it's the off season. I'm in a zen state. There's no complaints my way, but I will add on to Kevin and just say, I do dislike if, say, I get an email or whatever on a Friday evening.
Yeah.
Monday comes along and they're like, "Hey, I emailed you last week," and it's like, dude, it was like after work hours. The weekend came in. It's like, or one worse is when they do that on a Friday and then they go to like a coworker of yours on a Monday, be like, "Hey, I emailed Dave last week. I haven't heard anything yet."
Yeah.
That bothers me.
Yeah, dude.
Especially this time of year, you got to be patient. Like it's budgeting season, it's racer support sponsorship season. There's a lot of crap going on. You know,
and we
can't expect people to be able to get back to your email and
Yeah.
And we have weekends too.
Yeah. No, it's it's brutal. I mean, I'll follow up, but with people all the time, and I'll be like, "Hey, just checking in on this." Not like I emailed you last week, man. Just
I'm cool with a little bump. Like maybe I did forget. Maybe you got shuffled down. Like remind me, but not with the hey, I emailed you last week.
You know, it's kind of cool. I don't know when Apple did this, but Apple's now emailing me emails to me that I need to follow up on that I never got a reply on.
Mm-hmm.
So if I email Ginolfi, and he'll never reply, then it'll bump up like a week later and say follow up.
Yes, I've noticed that
like,
too.
Oh shit!
I wasn't sure if the person who originally sent it had that as like a
no, I
preference
don't think
or
so.
something?
I think it's you didn't get a reply.
Gmail does it too.
Does it?
Yep.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've been like, oh shit.
Yeah, we all need a little help.
Yeah.
We all need a little help. We all get buried in emails. So yeah, Race Tech Rant. I mean, I'm with it. I had notes here too. Same thing from my end of things. Like, if you want to advertise with Pulp or get a hold of me with something or ask a question, don't DM me or tweet me. Like, you don't know if what I'm doing. Like, I could be on a mountain bike ride or at dinner with my wife and see it, and then be like, well, I can't respond right now because I don't know, or I got to think about it. And then I'm not going back. I'm not scrolling back. Like, emails are the way to do business.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't get somebody's email,
maybe it just wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be. Like
emails the way a lot of people are going to stay organized and know what they need to follow up on and not. Like even phone calls and voicemails are tough.
Yeah.
You know,
there's contact forms on PulpMX too, right?
Yeah.
So there is some of that, man. It's a tough world we live in.
And we're not. I mean, I'm not asking for this massive, beautiful, polished presentation, 30-page deck, because I don't have time to read through that either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But just something that you can tell when somebody put just 10 minutes of thought versus it was a secondary thought they had before they went to bed or something.
No, it's bizarre the world we live in because everybody's available, but then there's still ways that you want to make it professional, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And you're asking for help, so it's like all right, Race Tech Rant. Racetech.com. I had one holstered a little bit, but I'll save that for a couple of weeks, I think. Racetech.com. Thanks to those guys. Suspension work, motor work, all of it. Just be better, people. All right, just be better. Hey, we didn't mention Malcolm Stewart, by the way, at Paris. Rode really well.
Yeah, he
Tough year for Malcolm in America. Never looked as good on the Husky as he did on other brands. And some injuries involved. You really hope that it can work out.
Yeah, no, I thought he was really good there. At times, I felt like he was coming to the lead, whether it was Jet or Webb or whoever, but obviously he get second overall?
Yeah, he
didn't make the win happen, but I thought he looked more Mookie-ish than he has in the past.
He's somebody you always want to root for, too. He's such a
I said this in the Renthal reaction I did. Like, I love Malcolm. I love talking to him. He's positive. Even at Dallas, when the track was garbage and everyone hated it, he was like, you know what? I'm healthy. I'm getting on my plane. Like, he looks for the positive.
Yeah.
And he's always in a good mood. I got a lot of time for Malcolm Stewart, man. He's a good dude, and I hope he figures it out. Like, we just want to see Mookie Fever back.
Yeah.
There's a few glimpses of it on the Husky, but hasn't come all the way back.
No, I do. He's another one I think will be better than he was last year, so
yeah.
We'll see.
Right. Renegade Race Fuels, PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Racers that win, pour it in. Will Hahn, I've never heard of him, but they say Will Hahn won a championship with Renegade. Justin Brayton as well. They're a big part of the Firepower Honda team as well. They engineer the best products for racers because they are racers also. 4-stroke, 2-stroke stuff. You'll have the cleanest, coolest, the most consistent race fuel on the market, and they will deliver it right to your door with PulpMX 24 code at Renegade. So use the code and save with those guys. Get some really good fuel. PulpMX 24 code. Let's get this gentleman on the line here. We talked to him a little while ago. He was involved with the Start guys, and he's racing some arena crosses we're seeing here lately, and it's always a good time to talk to Justin Bogle. What's up, Bogle? How are you, man?
How we doing, boys?
We're good. Thanks for the time tonight. Really appreciate it. Yeah, dude, you're in SoCal right now. Did some arena crosses. How was it? How'd we do? How did we like it? We won one night, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey, life's a box of chocolates. You know what I mean? It's exciting. You never know what's going to happen, especially in my life. I'm all over the place all the time. So, yeah, man, never thought I'd be racing arena cross, but here we are. And honestly, I had a lot of fun.
Did you? Yeah.
We have a cool crew with us. Like, I mean, I'm racing like 6 guys every time I race. So, the factor of like being terrified isn't really there, you know, because you kind of trust the guys I'm around. You know, we're all literally in the same pit, hanging out and joking around all day. So it's all right. I mean, the Clash for Cash is obviously going to get dicey, but I mean, that just comes with the territory. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, hey, man, I've said it before, but you know, I got a job. I'm still getting to do what I like to do. So
yeah,
you know, I'm not going to complain too much. I like the, you know, lack of pressure and where I'm at now. Like, I mean, I'm getting old, man. Like, I'm not trying to go do what it takes to be battling for it in, you know, U.S. Supercross. So it's cool.
So the AMA Arena Cross Series kicked off, of course, and this is just like a Stark only class, but what are we doing? How are we getting in this? Then it's just it's just a Dash for Cash that only Starks and the winners are involved, or like how does it turn into this class? Explain that to me a little bit.
Yeah, so it's a electric class, so obviously just Starks, and then basically we're all there, you know, on behalf of Stark. But it's some good dudes. Like we had, you know, Big Hill, which was fun. He's really good on the Stark. Trevor Stewart, who had never ridden Supercross or Arena Cross before, and surprisingly was picking it up very quickly. You got the young kids like Kalana and Hicks, who's super fast at Arena Cross, and then Varese, and so it was still fun and competitive. You know, it's, you know, different racing on those bikes for sure. The Dash for Cash thing was like the winners of the like 450 heats with like the top 3 from our class. So, you know.
Oh, okay. So there are 2 classes you're racing. Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So like for me, I'm only racing the electric class, and then the top 3 of the electric guys go to the Clash for Cash thing. So the second night it was hectic. I got a good start, thank God, because it was like, you know, Bitterman is really good at Arena Cross, and then it was Vince, Politelli, and Brees. So like, you know, some pretty, you know, you got to kind of be on it for that one and be, you know, checking the mirrors. But I mean, I'll take full credit here. I hit Bitterman harder than I've ever hit anyone in my life. But I was like, hey man, this race might, you know, pay my rent for the month. So, you know. But it was fun, man.
Good. Yeah, that's cool. I like that they're doing that. Like I know I know Stark doesn't want to just do an electric thing. They want to race with bikes with motors, and I like the Arena Cross guys who are like, okay, well let's try this out. You know, I like it. Arena Cross should be applauded for that. Yeah.
Exactly. I think so too. I mean, it's an experiment for sure. You know, like Burkeen and the Thompsons and everyone that's running the series, like they want to see what happens, you know, and it's good for them too, because you get guys like myself and Josh Hill and people like that that'll come do it. I'm doing all of them. So.
Oh, you are? Okay. I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, it should be fun. You know, we kind of had a compromise, myself and the Stark HQ, because I'd pretty much been in Spain most of the year this year, and I was, you know, it's fun, but I'm 31 years old. I'm married. You know, I'm not trying to be in an apartment with my teammates for the year all the time, you know? So for me, luckily, it kind of worked out where I could do the U.S. Arena Cross thing and get to be back home, you know? So that was really big for me. So I'm really enjoying it just because I miss being home.
Yeah.
You know, it's been fun being over there, but, you know.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like.
I like being in America.
I was going to ask you tonight, like, what's your program, what's your schedule? Because it does seem like you've been over there so much. And I always say, like, I like Europe. I've been there so many times just to visit. I don't want to live there. Sorry, just don't.
Awesome to visit. And Spain is beautiful. It is. As a country, it's awesome. But there's nothing like being home, man. And you go anywhere else, and honestly, you come back and you're like, man, America's awesome.
Yeah.
It's just everything's so easy here, you know? And obviously, you know, my friends all live in the same town as me, so that helps a lot. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
So, obviously, there's shorter races, arena crosses. How are they monitoring your whole shot or your horsepower and all that? How are they doing that?
I'm not even sure with arena cross, but I know in like the UK and in France, they're like pretty strict on it. They'll check it on the computer before and right after just to make sure you can see what it's done or whatever.
Yeah.
And the UK was pretty easy. It's just they capped you at 60 horsepower, you know, whatever. France is a little bit more difficult. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a huge fan of it, but there's some different software we have to run that makes it, you know, it really makes it difficult to race with. But, you know, is what it is. You kind of got to take what you can get at first.
Right. You got to play the rule. So a little slower in France. A little slower.
Well, it's slower, but it's not really slower. It's just, it puts like a weird limiter on it. But, you know, you can't really shift up to like panic rev out of things. So I'm not a big fan of that at all. But like I said, it is what it is. You kind of just got to deal with it sometimes. But I will say, to their credit, the arena cross guys in the U.S. have been so easy to work with. And it is different because we're racing a start class. So they're figuring it out as they go as well. But taking our input, and I've obviously known those guys. I've known the Thompsons and everyone in that series for most of my life. So it's a lot easier to have communication with that. We're obviously in France, like, I don't even know if they know who I am. You know what I mean? So it's a lot easier for that for sure. But you're kind of getting, you know, a bunch of different aspects of it, figuring out where and how it fits, which is good, I think, you know, instead of just jumping in and just saying, yeah, whatever, go for it. So you kind of got to figure out where it fits in and how to do it, you know.
Yeah, I talked to Seb Tortelli in Paris last weekend for a while about the bikes. Obviously, he's involved with them at a high level. And they were, Bogle last week on the show, it was my race tech rant, was Starks. Because there was like 20 of them at Glen Helen World Vets. And I was, first of all, so the couple guys told me that they would load the 80 horsepower map off the start and then flip the switch, right? Which is crazy. Yeah, I'm just like, that's ridiculous. That's my one rant. My second rant was they need to put some sort of noisemaker on those things, which Seb said they're working on, because I was racing with them and I saw the guy get chopped like 2 laps in a row going up a hill because the dude didn't know he was there. And then I was cruising on my last lap, Bogle, with my secure 13th or 14th in hand, 45B, and I was just cruising, and a start got me on the last lap for that 13th or 12th spot because I never heard him coming. So not happy about losing that 12th or 13th spot. I blamed Seb for it. He laughed.
Still a top 15 in the world, though. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Kevin was saying. It's still a world championship. Yeah. But Seb said they are working on it, and I do think they need some noise. I do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it needs it, especially if you're racing with, I mean, just in general, I think you need it because, you know, once heart rates are up, there's too much going on. I'm pretty aware of it because I've been on it, you know, exclusively for the last year. So, like, I'm aware of it and I'm super aware around other people. But for racing, it would be nice to have something. We have something in France, but, I mean, I'm not a big fan of that sound either. It sounds like an alien moaning or something. So we got to work on that. You know what I mean? But yes, a sound in general would help. And it wouldn't be that difficult to do. It's just figuring out how and how loud and, you know, all the stuff with it. But I agree with that. So on that point, I do know that we are working on it. We've been trying different things. And then on the 80 horsepower thing, to come with a background check and a psychiatric evaluation, I think, if you're ever putting that thing on 80 horsepower.
I've heard. I heard because Kiefer's ridden one.
I'm not going over 60. I don't care what it's on, like ever.
Also, this may surprise you as well, but Glen Helen's not big on the checking of things, Justin. So
yeah,
like not a lot of rule enforcement at Glen Helen for anything at all at any point. So,
dude, I rode Glen Helen this week. First time I'd ridden Glen Helen since I've been on a Stark. I haven't really ridden outdoors at all, and I rode there, and I was on like 55, 57, and I had plenty.
Yeah, I bet. I'm actually going to ride one next week at Glen Helen. They're bringing one out for me to ride.
Oh, nice.
So maybe I'll see you there. And then Anton.
If I was going to be here, I would.
Oh, you're leaving?
If I'm here, I will show up. I do have a couple. I got to leave. What's today? Monday? Yeah, Wednesday. I got to go to Lyon for. I got around there, and then Boise the next weekend, and then Grenoble, France again. So it's a bit hectic right now.
And then Anton from Stark is supposed to be in studio next year sometime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's coming in.
Bringing it in.
Yeah, I'm bringing him in. Yeah, we're gonna talk to Anton. So, yeah, I'm a fan of the Starks. I think it's cool. I think there's a place for him. I'd like to see them in vet classes, but I do think they need a noise. Yeah, I really like. I've seen it now firsthand, like in front of me at the World Vets. I was like, wait, this dude's almost getting chopped here because doesn't hear him. You know, never mind my 13th place or whatever I lost, but like
for sure. But I mean, you're not wrong. I agree. Just for some awareness, you know, like for race wise, and then it'll be good also having Anton in because I think obviously he's European, right? So could come off be misunderstood a bit, but he's actually a pretty cool dude. You know, he's like really cool. He's actually really funny. It's like getting him in that environment. It's like, you know, not everyone's as open right off the bat and all that, but that'll be good to have him in there and talking about stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you on all this. Like, trust me, I've probably spent more time on it than anyone at this point. I've been on it only that. I haven't ridden anything else in over a year. So I agree. You know, just, I do think though that like let them in vet classes, some amateur stuff. Like,
I agree.
I mean, dude, at some point it would be fun for me even like, I don't know, do Loretta's in like plus 25 or something. Am I going to go win that? Probably not. Those dudes are fast, but it'd be fun to do. And then just to be there for Stark and help them out. But obviously you can't race them anywhere like that yet. But I think it'd be good for things like that.
How much of it
kind of help?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just kind of help transition and figure it out. Like, it's not saying like, yo, let us race Supercross. You know, it's like, all right, let's figure this out, make some wise decisions here on how and what.
I wonder how much. I wonder how much of sort of the stonewalling by MX Sports or the AMA that Stark is getting. Yes, legitimate safety concerns, like we just talked about with the noise. But I also wonder how much of it is like, hey, we need you to write a check like the other OEMs. You know?
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I'm not privy to all of that. But
no, me neither.
I mean,
but
like anything, you know, there's rules to the game, like with everything. So who knows? But I do think also, I think they're just at a big disadvantage, being that they're a new company. They're a startup that's trying to come in and, you know, make some waves, and none of the other brands are on that wave yet. You know, so it does, I think, make it difficult for them. I think that's the biggest hindrance, is that they're the only one.
Yeah.
You know?
My buddy ordered one, got it in 2 weeks. So they're good right now, like as far as catch-up time.
I know, like at first, obviously, there was a lot of hoops to jump through and a lot of things to get sorted with, you know, shipping and whatnot. But I know now people are getting them pretty quick.
Yeah.
So I've been seeing a lot more of them around too, which is cool.
Justin Bogle here on the PulpMX show, presented by Renegade Race Fuels. PulpMX 24 is the code to save. Some guy named Will Hahn won a title with Renegade. I don't know. But for the cleanest, coolest, most consistent race fuel on the market, grab a can of Renegade and pour it in to win.
I was just going to ask, a lot of people on the Starks, a lot of the reviews and everything talks about what feels different from riding a internal combustion dirt bike. But was there anything that stood out, like a single thing that you were surprised feels the same as a normal dirt bike?
I mean, as far feeling the same would just be the general feeling of it. It's surprisingly, for a first generation of anything, it's really tough to do, but it's a really well built bike, and it is really good straight out of the box. Like, I race a stock bike with suspension, so it's good. I think it's just like trying to ask somebody in 2001, like, what's different about like a 4-stroke from a 2-stroke? Like, it's just different. Like, it's just a lot different. Like, the things you can do on it, the things you can't do on it, there's just different stuff about it because it's just a completely different thing. And maybe even more so than like 2-stroke to 4-stroke, it's just riding wise, like it just feels different, you know? I think for a pro, I don't know, for me, whether I've been racing Supercross for now like almost half of my life. I don't think I'm faster or slower or whatever. I think I'm just about the same as I would be. But I do know that everyone that buys them, like local guys or, you know, slower guys, they get on and they're immediately better because it's evolution of life. You know what I mean? If it's easier, people are going to gravitate towards it if it's more convenient. And I will say, now that I am not racing for factory teams in the U.S., I'm not making a ton of money to where I can have people on staff. Doing my own bike work, it is nice. That is the best part about it, dude. I wash it, charge it, good enough.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Can you go a whole day on one charge at Arena Cross?
For like arena cars, yeah, you can do as much as you want. Like we obviously keep them charged up just in case, but yeah, you could definitely do. Like outdoors, I run through it pretty quickly, but not quite as quickly as like you would actually think. But like I said, the local guys or the weekend guys, they can do their full motos on it. Like I'm not getting a full moto on outdoors out here on like a deep track. When I go to Spain, I do. I can do honestly as much as I want on hard pack. So things like that are just different. It's different stuff. Like hard pack really does affect it, whether it's hard or super deep, you know, which is stuff that, like I said, for a first gen, pretty damn impressive, but they are working on all of that stuff. And the way technology works, I mean, I'm sure 2 years from now we'll look back and it'll be drastically different, you know, so who knows?
Yep.
So I'm wondering about the bike itself. Is everybody that's
hold on, can I interrupt? Sorry. Isn't Bogle 100% guy?
Yeah.
Oh, are we hooking him up? Are we getting some stuff?
When I know where he is, he's all over the place.
Bogle, get some 100% stuff from Dave.
I do need some. I am wearing goggles from when I rode for HEP. So.
Come on.
Of course, yeah.
All right. Will you send him some stuff?
Yes.
Do you need X brands, Bogle?
No, we got him.
Okay, all right. I'm just checking.
We got him.
All right, just checking.
Send him some pistons too.
Yeah.
No,
pistons.
so for the bike, there's really nothing. Is everyone on the same engine, so to speak? Like, what are you guys changing? Just sprockets for preference?
Yeah, honestly, all of us are on the same gearing and everything, you know. There's stuff I'd like to try. Like my bike is bone stock. I have suspension and a different linkage.
So when you say it's bone stock, like what could you do to it? Like what options are there?
I think just different like software stuff. And then in Europe, I have definitely tested some batteries that were lighter.
Got it. Okay.
That, you know, were quite a bit lighter, but not fully ready to go do like full days on, you know? So there are things that you could do, but even this is like, when I say bone stock, I mean, I've tried different, you know, swing arms, frames, all this stuff. Obviously I've been over there a lot, ground floor of it pretty much. So trying a lot of things, I've got a lot of ideas, but the craziest part is I end up just going back to the stock stuff most of the time. Like I'll try all this stuff and I'll end up like, you know what, the stock frame feels the best. Or I like the geometry with the swing arm, like I'll just stick with that one. It's really, I'm trying stuff thinking in the future, like what should maybe we implement maybe on the next gen or something. But there's a lot of stuff to run through. But for me, I've been most comfortable with just give me the stock battery, the normal stock battery that it is heavy, but I feel most comfortable on what I've got. Stock frame, stock battery, stock. I've got stock clamps. I don't even have aftermarket clamps or anything. So I've tried them, but yeah, I tried everything, but I ended up on stock everything. So, and I think part of that is likely because they built the bike from the ground up. It's not like they didn't really copy anything. Like it shares, I think, the wheels maybe from like another bike. Like they could be interchangeable and that's it. So it is its own thing. So, I mean, there was a lot of work and a lot of what I'm not good at, which is math, put into this thing, a lot of engineering that is over my head, but tried a ton of shit, dude. And I just ended up going back to everything stock. So, I mean, I guess that's a testament to how good it is because I'm pretty damn picky. So.
Cool.
Okay. You had another one?
Well, it was more about the series now. If you have something.
I had some guys tell me at Glen Helen that once you get used to the handbrake, it's a game changer. I don't think that would ever work for me. It seems very strange. What's your thoughts on handbrake versus normal rear brake?
There's something to it for sure, but I ran it for about a month and I actually really liked it. But for Supercross, I need the foot brake because I cannot rewire my brain to. When I have like an oh shit moment, I am reaching for it with my foot, you know?
Yeah.
So it was more so just for me, for like a safety thing. But like my teammate, Eddie Wade, English kid, he was out here with me for about 6 weeks and he's on the handbrake full time. He loves it.
Yeah.
So, I think it's preference, but for outdoors, honestly, it is sick because it's almost like you can use it like a clutch.
You just drag it.
And you don't really have to, flick it, and like I don't. Do you guys
It seems weird, just
right?
the thought of it, but I'm sure like anything, you get used to it.
Yeah. This guy, Glenn Helen, was like, dude, once you get, it's super weird, but man, I'll never go back. And I'm like, whoa. Like,
I could see it for, well, like Recluse makes a left-hand rear brake kit.
Okay.
But it just ties in, and they make a master cylinder too, so you just have both.
Okay.
So if you're in like a crazy technical off-road thing is where I've seen it, where it's not as easy to get to your rear brake.
Yeah.
But
Huh.
yeah,
I think that would be cool. Like having both would be pretty cool. But I mean, for me, it's the same thing, dude. Like I've been doing this so long that for me, I'm like, there's already enough change. Like just give me the foot brake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Justin, I was thinking about this, and you've obviously former Supercross champion, raced around the world, and now you're in arena cross. What do you think the series needs to kind of continue their momentum and grow a little bit more?
I'll be honest with you. I was really impressed by it because I haven't done an arena cross since I did them a lot as a kid, like 60s and 80s, but I haven't even been to one since then. So the track was, when I showed up, I was like, dude, it looks like a little Supercross track. Like it's legit. I think just getting more guys to do it. Like, I think that is the first step. Like you need talent, right? Like in the 90s, the reason that arena cross started cracking was because you had Budman and Denny and, you know, ex Supercross guys that were going there and racing and making it exciting. I think you need some of that. I think, obviously to get more fans too, because like it was exciting as hell to watch. Honestly, I watched the other races even that I wasn't in because it was so exciting and just mayhem all the time. Like it's a good show. So I think they're doing a good job with all that. I think just maybe eventually getting more guys racing it that were either, you know, Supercross guys or, you know, high level guys will bring in more fans, because there should have been more fans there from my opinion, because it was, although I've never been to Reno, I don't know how that works, but like the UK series, right? Like it's a show and they pack the arenas, you know, and it was every weekend was pretty much sold out. So I think it's a little bit more of that. Like it felt like it was a race series more so than a show, where obviously Supercross, like it's a show and a race series. Like you have to kind of do both. So I think it's just a little bit more of the stuff that the racers don't really care for, but it does help get people in the stands.
Well, you got Brees and Friese now, so things are getting spicy.
I'm telling you, like, I didn't have any issues, so whatever. But I will say on Friday night, I saw Vince's front wheel near my face, and I just went right, he went left. I said, I'm cool with just riding around over here. Do your thing. I'm not trying to find out what that's all about, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to die for this $1,500, dude.
Yeah. You're like, I'm good, man. Yeah.
Who's your title pick for that class?
It's hard to bet against 5-time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's just so damn consistent, you know? And obviously, I think it's those three guys. It's KP, Vince, and Brees, I think. Although, dude, my Stark stablemate, Hicks, I asked him, I said, brother, what training program are you on? Because he raced every single race both days.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And then
rode his 450 and all the other ones and everything on the Stark, and did a dash for cash. It was crazy.
And Reno's in elevation a little bit too.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
So what are you doing for, like, are you and Hill, and are you guys just in a truck? Like, who's taking your bikes to and from the races? Or how are you getting around? Are you flying to all these rounds? Because is it the same guys in the start class every weekend? Like, what's that working out like?
Yeah, I think for the most part, I don't think Josh is doing all of them. Josh is always doing something. He's got other commitments he'll have to do sometimes. But that was another cool thing. Like, they have crates, kind of like WSX, and they take everyone's bikes to each round, which was really impressive as well. So no one even had rigs. Like, we were just inside in the pits, and after the races, we just rated the bikes up into the crates they had there, and they handle it from there. So
nice, okay.
I'm flying all the races, so it makes it pretty easy, actually.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know they did that. That's cool. It's a great way to do it for the series and for the riders, right? To get people at each round.
Yeah,
so.
And I do think that the Arena Cross series, like with some new ownership or whoever's running it now, like from what I hear, they are trying to step up and make a lot of improvements. So I think in the next, year or two, it'll be hopefully get back on its feet again and be a series it's, guys want to go do, like back when Dave was doing it, like it was really popular, and I think it could still be that, just from the little bit I've been around. They're fun races,
Two-time regional arena cross champion, Dave Ginolfi.
Dude, when I was racing it too, though, like Justin's saying, with getting ex-Supercross guys in there was one year, it was like, like 10 dudes that have all like podiumed or won
Canary,
Supercross.
Bowers.
Not even Bobby, but like Sellards, Danny Smith, Buckaloo,
even
Raynard,
earlier. Right.
DeMuth, like Gibson. Like there's a list of dudes that was that
Yeah.
Well, in those days it was guys would go from Supercross and then go there and extend their career another 5 years, and it could be another place like that for, guys like myself. If I'm in this position like I am with a company like say Stark, it does give me somewhere to go race and try to represent the brand and, prolong the inevitable of, getting a job and shit.
Speaking of that, I think you did a 2-year deal with them, and is it up now? Are you going to renew, or what's the status for this?
I did a 2-year deal about this time last year, so I got another year on it from here.
Yep.
So see from there. I know.
Keep it going
myself,
if you would. Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's like I said before, it's cool to be kind of ground floor on something and kind of be, helping with a lot of it, trying to develop and feeling a bit more ingrained in a company than just, being hired. So I would love to, especially if they were able to, get a presence in the U.S. It would be, for me, I would love to step into something like that, running something, managing it, whatever it may be. Obviously, I don't want to race forever. I've kind of done my time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm racing because I love it and it's fun, but like, I don't want to do it forever. I would like to do something in the industry. So yeah, if they'd have me,
Cool. Yeah, no, it's been a really neat thing for you and them, to see this. And I think I applaud the arena cross guys for putting you guys out there. I think that's cool. It's innovative, right? It's something different. It's neat to see. Yeah, because like I said earlier, they should. I feel like they, I have an electric mountain bike that I love, and electric cars I think are cool, and electric dirt. And if you don't like them, that's cool. No one's making you buy one. This isn't Nazi Germany. If you don't like the electric bikes, you don't need to buy them. But I think if you want one and you think it's cool, then great. They should be able to race. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not gonna try to sell anyone on it, like ride it and then make your own decision. They're fun as hell to ride. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But if it is, it's nice that there is starting to be more places to be able to race and showcase it, because people that do buy them, they love them. So it is a bummer to buy a motorcycle that you love riding and not be able to really race it that many places. So it is cool. And I am pumped and grateful to the arena cross guys, because they've been super accommodating and cool with just trying to get this thing going for us. It's been really cool.
And look, people who ride them, Kiefer, Nick Way, these guys they like them. People ride them. They like them. So cool.
They're a blast to ride.
Yeah.
Whether it's for you or not, they are fun as hell.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm looking forward to trying one next week. So thanks, Bogle. Thanks for the time. Good luck in arena cross. Watch out for Friese's front wheel.
Always.
Appreciate the time, man. I'm glad you're well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. See ya.
Talk to you later.
That's Justin Bogle, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. You guys agree with me on that? Obviously you're working for like a company that makes hard parts for not stock bikes. But yeah, man, like, who cares? If you don't like it, you don't like them, but they're out there.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think most of the situations that's going to be a bike that people have in addition to their other bikes.
Yeah, I think that's. I think you're right.
I don't think anyone's making a hard switch.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's if you can afford it, you buy one of those and take it certain tracks or certain places, then you jump on your Honda.
It doesn't have to define you. It's
no,
just bike.
Exactly right. It's a weird world we live in. Hey, by the way, the 7 o'clock hour, even though it's 8 o'clock, I forgot, but 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge is a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since '83, whether they're GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, Chevy, and more. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership, and best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of do-it-yourself customization. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of, Dave, today. Built for the road. RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Check it out. Thank you to those guys. I saw one the other day. They take trucks and then they just add a bunch of aftermarket parts.
I've seen a couple on the freeway.
Yeah, they got the little.
I do need a vehicle. I don't have one.
Oh, you don't have one?
Mm-mm. My car died a couple months ago.
What do you mean died?
I was pulling off the exit ramp and all of a sudden my brake wasn't working. I was like, fuck, that's weird. So I went to get on the gas and that was dead. So I quickly pulled into like a little island.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I got a tow truck and dropped it off at my house and I haven't thought about it since that day. Just sits outside my house.
You don't feel like you should take it in to diagnose it?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
It's a 2008 Audi Q7 with 200,000 something miles.
Yeah, but it still can be fixed maybe for.
I'll get to it.
Okay. All right.
It's just not time.
Can we talk about how we had Chick-fil-A during the commercial break and David never had Chick-fil-A before?
Never.
Shocking news.
But he goes to Chick-fil-A for his kids.
If they want it, yeah, we've been there a bunch.
Yeah. But then doesn't ever try anything on his own.
Mm-mm.
I think that's a little bit crazier than just never have had it in general.
Oh, that I'm at the drive-through
that
and
you were
ordering
there
it for my kids.
And you were never curious enough. You never even tried.
Hey, I'm kind of hungry.
You never even tried something from the kids, pick one out.
Maybe one of those waffle fries or something, but no, it's for them.
Yeah. Well, between this and the Audi that's dead, it's sitting in your driveway. Things are coming into focus for us a little bit. Hold on, we can't get a hold of Phil. No Phil.
I got him once.
Oh.
He answered once, but there was nothing on the other end, so I hung up and I've been trying again, but it's not ringing out.
Yeah.
I blame you.
He's in Australia.
I know, but phones work in Australia, don't they?
I was gonna say while they're doing that, how cool would it be with a Stark put extended swing arm, do hill climb, 80 horsepower, just full torque monster.
Honestly, I said
Big
this.
Swing arm.
I said this on the show last week, my Race Tech rant. It does kind of suck to put 80 horsepower in off the start and then be able to flip a switch and get it.
Yeah.
Again, Glenn Helen, very loose, but I don't know. That strikes me as a little unfair. Not that I saw Stark guys rip starts though either. I don't remember, any Stark guys just taking off. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it even hooks up that well.
That's what I was gonna say. At some point, that's just all wheel spin, unless there's a traction. Can you change the delivery of the power within?
Yes. Yes, I believe you can.
So you can have 80 max, but the power curve is different.
Yeah, the power curve there's different maps you can do, I believe. Yeah. And then you put your phone on the crossbar pad, and you can change things from there.
While you're riding.
Yeah. Yeah, they sell it with a phone, like an Android. And it sits in the crossbar pad, and you can check your battery length, your maps, and everything off your phone.
Lap times, all that stuff? Let's do that
I don't know about that.
Is Lit Pro still a thing?
Yeah, Lit Pro's still a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just not on your helmet anymore?
I don't know. No. Phil said he's trying. Whatever that means. Talon. Okay, good talk. MTX Braking, everybody. Available in over 800 power sports dealers are out there. 2 compounds, one for e-mountain bikes, another for trail riders and racers. They got the red compound and blue and gray, gold compound. I like the red stuff. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads for bicycles and road bikes too. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation. MTXbraking.com, code PulpMX. Introductory deal.
I used the code.
Braking. Oh, you did?
Yep.
And?
I got the red pads per recommendation.
Yep. And? What did we think of them?
Solid.
Did you put them in front and rear or just?
Yep. I had to do both. They were getting real sketchy low.
No, they work good.
Yeah.
They work really well.
Complaints,
I just changed. I ran out of red, so I had to put a gold pair in the rear of one of my bikes, and it was fine. I didn't really it was fine. I prefer the red, but the gold was fine.
They're not loud and squealy either, some of them are. You know?
Yeah. No, I'm glad you used the code, and I think the guys are enjoying them in road bikes too. Dave, if you bicycled anymore,
I don't.
I know. Gave up bicycling.
Mm-hmm.
Tough deal for you.
I'm okay.
Well, you might have to pick it up if the car doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, Dave was oh, there we go. Phil.
Yo.
Well, I don't know what's going on with you and Talon here, but we got you.
My fucking phone. I don't know why it's working like a piece of shit, dude.
Well, because you're in Australia, I guess.
Dude, is it working now? Or
yeah,
what?
you're fine. You're good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh,
all right.
Good. Hey.
Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by Luxon, by the Luxon clamps, luxonmx.com. Promo code PULP2024 for that. So, Phil, Ginolfi's in studio, and then Kevin from Weisco also. So,
what's going on, boys?
What up, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
We did talk to Weege earlier and clarified that Dave was the originator of the theory that you would hate yourself for all the farewell parties. So,
and guess what? Here you are racing. After all those retirement parties, you're in Australia racing.
Exhibition races is what I sign up for now. That's about it. Not much practice, not much training. Just show up and race now.
Well, I'm guessing CDR. I mean, they just paid a bunch of money to Tomac, and he dominated World Supercross. He has to go home. What's the next best thing to Eli Tomac? Phil Nicoletti.
Well, I can't really say that. I guess Cooper Webb as well, because Coop's racing this weekend for CDR too. Well, he's pitting under there, so I'm I'm the B team.
I thought maybe Jelly was just staying with Eli's bike, and you were just going to step in on that thing. Oh, we lost Phil. This is the problem that Talon had. Australian. Phil. Nope. Phil's phone.
Does he get angrier and angrier each time?
I don't know.
Or does he just not try?
Is that what was happening, Talon?
Yeah, he would pick up. You at least were able to talk to him, but he would pick up, and then it would just be dead on the other line.
Oh. Well, he's got to be by somebody with a phone that works.
That time he called us, so I think it works better when he calls.
Phil, you there?
If you could see how fucking mad I am right now because of my telephone, this is such bullshit.
Are you gonna bill me for these calls too from Verizon?
No, I pay for international planning. Fucking believe it or not, and here we are. It's not working internationally.
Have you talked to anybody else today where it did work?
Yeah, but everyone else, I just call them on FaceTime audio, so the shit works all the time.
Okay.
But then when you actually have to use service, it don't work.
If this doesn't work, I'll FaceTime audio from the show iPad. If this cuts off again.
Okay. Yeah. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that to begin with?
Because then callers can't hear you on the phone. If we have anybody calling to ask you a question, I can't figure out the FaceTime audio and the phone audio.
Too stupid. No one calls for questions anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
That's a good point.
Show, so.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you're here, Steven. I'm glad you came.
I bailed, man. I bailed. I'm coming down under. I'm going to go to Australia. I just want to go for like 10 days or something, a long vacation, and catch a race and mountain bike and all that. I just didn't want to go in and out of Melbourne. It seemed like a lot of work. So.
Not really. You could have just done the 10 days and came and hung out and did the race.
Well, yeah, but then I'd want to bring Pookie and it's Thanksgiving, and Pookie made Thanksgiving plans, and it's a whole thing.
All right, I get it. Family man, it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's
cool.
not, it's not a huge thing. I could have skipped it. It's not like I couldn't have skipped it, but just, So, CDR, not with Jelly and not with Tomac's bike.
Nope, and not with Peanut and not with Coop. So actually, I don't. We had a little bit of a change up. I don't even think I'm riding a 450 this weekend.
Oh wow, 250.
Last minute.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wow, listen.
As of about 5 minutes ago. So
did we get an injury?
Did shit on the fly?
Did we have an injury, or is that what happened?
No, I don't know. I just think I think the Yamaha guys here might need a 250 guy, and that's kind of the Hey,
can you get Deegs' money too? Can you get the same start money?
I don't think Deegs had any start money involved. I think he could have came on his own if he wanted to.
Yeah, I heard that. What do you make of that whole thing? What do you make of that whole thing?
I don't know. I'm a Jets and Donuts athlete for this weekend, so
yeah.
I don't know the whole stuff behind the deal, which is, I don't know, the whole thing seems kind of weird to me. I don't know what's all been covered or whatever, but I mean, my deal to come here was done 4 months ago, and
yeah.
I think Coops was too, a long time ago, and all of a sudden, 2 weeks ago, I hear oh yeah, Deegs was coming or supposed to come, and then whatever, but the whole time I never knew he was coming to begin with, which is
that's
weird. I mean, I'm good friends with Coop and good friends with the Lawrences, and there was never any mention of him ever coming ever.
Well, that's what Dave was saying too. We were talking before the show, if you are bringing Deegs and paying him a lot of money, you need promotion out of him to talk about the race that I'm coming, right? Hey, can't wait to see you in Australia. The stuff that you guys have to do, right? Not so much you, but guys like Coop and Tomac and Kenny and guys like these. And there was none of that. There was none of the, I'm going. I can't wait to see everybody. So, yeah.
Well, that's what I thought. Like, obviously, Lucas is one of my friends, and I called him, and he's like, dude, don't even get me started. I don't even understand what's going on right now. I said, all right, cool, whatever. I was like, I'm still going, right? He goes, yeah, you're still fucking going. It's like, all right, cool. So,
all right, so now,
I don't care. I stay out of all the drama.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and now you're racing 250s. Yeah.
Now I'm racing 250, yeah, which is a bit of a curveball, but again, I don't mind the 250 on Supercross, so I'm fine with it. So I rode the 450 last Friday on Soupy, and I'm like, God dang, this is a lot of bike on a Soupy track. But we'll be good for this weekend. So I'm excited. I like coming to Melbourne.
Well, also too, let's not forget you've told the story a few times. You were banned from Australia for a while, so it's great to see you back in this country.
I was, and I've been back twice since I've been banned. Okay, this is now the third time I'm back in Melbourne, Australia, to race Supercross since I've been banned for 7 years. So we're in the clear.
Yeah,
that's probably why your phone is fucking up. They got it bugged or something.
They're trying to intercept it.
They have it tapped.
How's the jet lag? How are we doing on the jet lag right now?
I'm okay. We flew from Dallas. It was 18 hours, so it wasn't bad. We landed in Melbourne at 5:30 this morning. And, of course, got to the hotel and then could not check in. So went down and had a couple mimosas and hung out and, had a Jim Beam and Coke. And then I'm like, all right, I actually got to stop because it's not even noon yet. And I got a race this weekend. So trying to use it as a little bit of a vacation, I guess.
Yeah.
But,
are you gonna get the ride?
Okay.
You gonna get the ride before the press day or whatever, or just to work out the bike?
I'm hoping to maybe ride Thursday. Well, that was the original plan with CDR, was to maybe ride Thursday a little bit. But now since I'm riding at 250, some stuff, the bike might be coming from somewhere else, up in Queensland, I guess. Like I said, it literally just happened 5 minutes ago. So, yeah, so I don't know, maybe just Friday, but I'm okay with it. It's a bit of a touch and go at the moment.
Right. Well, okay.
At least it's not like you've been removed from the 250 class for 10 years or something. I mean, you just raced it in Supercross.
Yeah. And like KYB sent me my Supercross stuff, which was for my 250, because the KYB guys actually did me a really solid because it was a last minute deal for them to give me my Supercross suspension because I actually completely spaced about it. And they sent it to me, and they had just beefed it up for the 450, so it'll work fine for the 250 as well. So
yeah.
And I don't think, hopefully this weekend's not super gnarly.
I wonder, for the Lawrences or for you or Coop, like this is the final round of the Aussie Supercross series, right? The one that Dino and Savacci's been doing, and McElrath and everybody. How much do you are you just like, I don't want to get in the way of these dudes? Like, I don't know what the point standings are. I have no idea. I think Joey's leading right now. But I wonder how much of it is like, I don't want to, I'm just here to get paid and, ride my dirt bike. I don't want to fuck up this championship. Because that's got to be some of it,
I don't know. I don't think Jet and Coop really care about, to be honest, about Joey Savacci and Dean Wilson's championship. I think they're using it as a test against each other a little bit. But I mean, and now that Dean, I don't know if you saw, is hurt. I think Joey pretty much wrapped it up now because I don't think Dino's going to race this
Dino's
weekend.
Got his sling on that. We just saw that,
yeah. And I think maybe Shane has a pretty big lead in the 250 side of things. So, I think it's pretty much done and dusted. So, I don't know. I think it's cool that Jet and Hunter have this race going on, and they bring over their biggest rival, so
yeah,
I think it's
but they're going to be on
awesome.
Production bikes. Coop's on his race bike?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Which I didn't know. Coop sent over his bike from Bercy over here, which is kind of gnarly, which I don't know why Honda maybe didn't do that, but yeah, I guess they're going to ride production bikes, which again, how production is production, I don't know, but I still think it'd be a little bit different than what they're actually used to. So be curious to see if it is, production transmissions and whatnot. So, I'd be curious to see how they ride it this weekend.
Yeah, production transmission seems not ideal over 2 nights.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's like the biggest thing on for a factory guy at that level,
Yeah.
You kind of, that's something that you want in the ECU, which I don't know. I'm sure Toru or whatever can have something figured out pretty quick for those boys. So.
Well, no, they're on Get Stuff now. They're on Get Stuff. I think Toru is out of the deal.
They clipped him?
Well,
so
I just think Toru. Yeah, you can hire Toru if you need to. Maybe Toru is going to get up on the Get Stuff too. I don't know. I guess I should.
Yeah, maybe. But either way, I think it'd be pretty cool this weekend to see those boys go at it, just like they did in Paris a little bit. So.
Phil, we got a call for you. Just that you said you don't know who wants to call you, but it's Denny from Australia. What's up, Denny?
Hey, how you going?
What's up? Are you going to the race this weekend, Denny?
No, my kids are going.
Your kids are going? Okay.
Yeah, my kids are going. Yeah, so they'll be down there. But yeah, a bit too much for me to get there. And then I heard you say before that Phil was going to be there, so I got a bit bummed out because now I want to go.
Well, get a ticket.
Yeah, I'm over at
Come on out.
kilometers away.
Denny, come on, man. Or take one of your kids' tickets.
No, 2 airfares, accommodation.
Oh, you got to fly there? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm over 1,000 kilometres away.
Oh, shit, okay. Well, did you go to Perth?
But no, I'm a big fan of Phil, and like I say, I was bummed out when I heard you say at the start of the show that he was out here. And yeah, I just thought, I might ring up and ask, is there any chance of getting a signed jersey, Phil, and getting the kids to get it off you? It'd really be appreciated, please.
Ooh, I'll see, because my ones this weekend are kind of custom for the weekend. Let me think about it. I'll see.
All right, so
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how I'd end up seeing your kids anyway.
Yeah, because then we could say, hey, tell the kids to say Denny, but then we're just gonna get some listeners from Australia. Be like, yeah, my dad's Denny.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really not gonna work out.
And they'll be down in the pits anyway.
Yeah, but Denny, if somebody else is listening to this whose dad is not Denny, they're gonna just go up to Phil and be like, hey, my dad's Denny, and Phil's gonna give some strange kids the jersey.
No, but then we'll work out something off the phone.
Oh, it's like a secret code or something. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, Denny. But listen, Phil will be back at some point. Australia.
Yeah, I just thought I'd bring an ask anyway. Like I say, I was bummed out because when I heard he was going, it was like, oh no.
Yeah, never mind the Lawrences. Never mind the Lawrences. Never mind Coop. It's Phil.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I'm the fucking attraction.
Hey.
Well, listen, was Phil not on the posters? Was it just those 2 other Lawrences?
No. Yeah, this is the first time at the start of the show. That's the first time I've heard that Phil's going to be there, and that's why I say then, that's bummed me out because I would have went.
Fucking Adam Bailey not promoting Phil.
Pump up that market.
I didn't know Phil was going.
Yep. It's sad. It's sad, Denny. You tell the promoters that.
How's the Phil fan base down there, Denny?
Beg your pardon?
How's the Phil fan base down there? A lot of Phil fans?
I don't know. I'm probably the biggest fan. I don't know.
I'll be big. All right.
All right. Well, listen, man. Denny, tell your kids to tell Phil that Denny's the dad, and maybe this can work out. We'll see. Let's hope.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
I will.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for calling. Thank you.
No worries. No. Have a good weekend, Phil, and I hope you're enjoying Australia.
I appreciate it, mate. I am.
Phil, yeah. Wait, this thing is a doubleheader, right? I said it earlier.
No,
it's not.
No,
not the AusX part of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so so Australians on Friday.
Yep.
And then AusX on Saturday, right? With the got it. Yep. That's where I got confused. I knew it was a doubleheader.
No, wait. No.
Oh.
No.
It's just a one night thing. Saturday. There's no WSX or no nothing. It used to be last year, but this year it's not.
Was last year it was WSX then AusX?
It was WSX
Friday.
No, it was AusX Friday, and then
WSX.
Yeah, WSX Saturday.
Yeah. So it's not AusX Friday this weekend. No.
No, it's Saturday. Yeah, one day event, and then next week Abu Dhabi is a 1 day event. So.
Yeah. So you're gonna stick around and go to that on the Wednesday?
Well, Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, they can't get you a wild card.
You never know.
Get you a wild card entry.
You never know. We'll have to wait and see come next week.
And Dave, you were right. He's just going to keep racing. He's going to get all these parties thrown for him and all these people, and he's going to just keep racing.
Well, just like when we were younger, he slept in his truck like one time and then claims like this rags to riches story. It's just what Phil does.
That's fucked up, Dave. You know I slept in that pickup truck a shit ton.
Mm-hmm.
You know? All the fucking time.
Mm-hmm. He said.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking.
My old man will vouch for it. You know.
So what's next for you, Phil? After this thing, after Melbourne?
I don't know. More racing, like Dave said. Why not? Fuck it. Coming back.
Do you see
comeback party?
Do you see yourself going to Anaheim's in January and hanging out?
Nah,
No.
I don't think so. I mean, maybe one of them. It's always nice to catch one California one, but I'm not going out there for, unless it's something I'm needed for,
Right.
How's
that other thing
we'll
working
see,
out?
but-
How's that other thing working out? Is there any?
Yeah, not so good.
Okay.
When I was at that one, had some meetings, but I didn't. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
That whole operation's not good.
No, that's true. You're right about that.
So it's kind of like, it's not. So yeah, it is what it is. So
Right.
got some other things, but I gotta get through this weekend and possibly next weekend.
I heard you're turning down offers at this point.
I'm turning down offers?
Yeah.
What offers am I turning down?
I don't know if I could talk about it, but Steve was telling me about it.
I was?
Yeah.
If it's a PulpMX show deal, yes, I'm turning it down.
Yes, that one.
That's sad. That's sad. We should negotiate that, Phil. We got to talk about that. Do you want to do that or not?
Yeah, I told you, yeah.
Well, yeah, but you didn't. But when I was telling you the price, you never.
Yeah, but Coop said, because Coop. Now I heard you were bitching to Coop about it.
I was.
I heard you were at Paris bitching a storm about because I didn't take the deal.
Yeah, I did.
I heard you didn't even text him back when you threw out the number.
No, it was here. No, Phil was here.
Oh, I thought you texted him.
Yeah, there was no texting going on.
Yeah, he told me the number and I just walked out the door.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I guess he thinks I'm a
fuck,
factory show here. I'm not. Privateer show.
How far off is that number?
It needs to be more, I guess. I don't know.
All that fly money you make, Jesus, man.
And look what happened. Coop
between you and Coop.
Hey, they took my money from my team and gave it to Coop. I was gonna have a privateer team. And they gave the money to Coop.
Sounds like a better investment.
Hey, Coop put on a fly. He fucking crushed it.
Hasn't lost in it.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah. Dave, how do you not? Who's going to build the goggles for your fucking guys this weekend?
I already built it and I left it with them from Paris.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Fuck. I was going to say for $800, I'll build them for them.
That's a good deal.
And Dave actually built a competitor's product as well at Paris. That's what kind of guy he is. Dave is.
Who's the competitor?
We can't talk about it. Just Dave helped out somebody.
Oh,
Heart of gold. They'd say Ginolfi's just 100% guy, but he's not. He's not.
We're a big fan.
Well, I don't know.
Did you think Dave would last as long as he has with this job? I did.
What do you mean?
I just thought you'd be over it, man. I really did.
Like what part of it?
Because you were like sales and marketing guy for 100%.
No.
You're never that?
Not sales.
Okay, marketing. Then
Still.
things went sideways, and they're
Wait, you're talking about... Oh, you're here, okay. At Scott, I was sales and marketing.
No, I meant 100%.
Okay.
And then things went sideways, and they're like, hey, man, you got to build goggles. So you did for for a summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, there's no way he's doing that. Like, there's no way. He doesn't want to do that. And here we are, like a year later. You did it.
Did it.
Phil, are you surprised?
Yeah, because people wanted Dave personally.
Yeah, Phil knows the
Dave
story.
was a hot commodity.
I know, but I didn't think Dave would want to do it.
Listen, when you're wanted by specific people to do a specific job and you get compensated for it, you do it.
Okay. Yeah. A lot of traveling, a lot of work.
I don't think Dave minds it.
No, not
at all.
You should.
Yeah, you're
Go ahead.
home during the week, and it's kind of whatever.
Did you watch Paris at all, Phil?
I did.
Did you see Dave camera diving? He was all over it. Taking Jet's necklace off, holding Jet's bike, congratulating Jet after the races. It was a lot. It was a lot. I'll be honest. I didn't think Dave was that type of guy.
What should I have done when Jet needed his necklace off? Big no, man, that's not me. you got to race with that thing.
That's somebody else's job.
I mean, why are you standing right there?
Because I'm collecting the goggles from the sight lap.
Okay. Well,
then you go down there and collect the necklace, Steve.
I'm just surprised Dave's that type of guy. I didn't think he was that guy, but
I feel like you're labeling that guy as like Phil.
There are guys, Myrtle, that love to hang out at the podium and be seen on camera every Saturday night. You're not that guy.
I'm not that guy, but I feel like my job is to be there, you know, to some degree. Like I'm not going to wipe your face down with a cloth or something. But
so hold on one second. Just because you're down at the podium and then you congratulate the guy, or you take the goggles or hand him a fucking wet rag, you're like considered like that guy, or you're in it for the camera view, or what?
That's what Steve is trying to say.
It's no coincidence we're getting the same people on camera every Saturday night. That's not a
because they're part of the same crew. So when the guys are always going 1, 2, 3 every fucking weekend, of course you're going to see the same fucking crew down there every weekend.
Yeah, but guess what? You can also wait till you get back to the truck and be like, "Hey man, great job, rider! Like awesome work! Like you're the man!" Fucking fist pumps. It doesn't need to be immediately after the race where the cameras are.
Sure, it does. Why not?
Oh, it does? Okay, all right.
That's
See?
when,
okay,
yeah, that's when. Yeah, that's when the high. I mean, that's when the high is. I mean, you know, by the time you get back to the truck, everyone's mood's kind of like fucking mellow.
Yeah, I feel like when you have a circle and a team and you have conversations before the race and whatever, you're just like Phil saying, you're part of that moment.
I don't know, man. I was a mechanic for a long time with a lot, like Chad Reed doing a lot of winning. You know, on my team.
Yeah, but you weren't a part of.
I was testing during the week with him.
You are already back. While everyone was fucking spraying champagne, you were already back tearing down. You were never like up there in like the thick of it.
But I've seen guys do that. I've seen mechanics be like, yeah, my guy didn't win, but my team won. I'm woo. Like I've seen it. I wasn't that guy. I was like,
and I'm not that guy. I'm not on the podium. I'm not throwing a one up, but like. Like I said, that's a small, intimate setting. There wasn't much room to move around. And two, if Jet or Coop or anybody comes up and their mechanic's not there yet and they're looking like they need to get off their bike, yeah, I'm going to grab their bike for them.
Okay, man.
I'm with Dave.
Thanks.
Okay, all right. The Jersey guys, New York, New Jersey guys stick together.
Steve's in fucking left field. Steve's just bitter that he doesn't get to feel that anymore.
Oh, please. I had plenty of that. I had 12 years of that.
Oh, plenty
12 years of that.
Please.
Who can forget High Point and Summercross?
Yeah, here we go. Fuck, I knew High Point was fucking coming.
High Point 2000.
See, it happened twice, and you still talk about it decades later.
Yeah, I know. I know, exactly. Fuck, Kelly Smith has completely forgot about when he won, but Steve is here reminding everybody fucking week after week.
Yes, exactly. Have you seen JB yet?
I haven't. I don't know where he was. He probably saw that I was drinking Jim Beam and Coke, and he probably didn't want to come by me.
probably was
11
over.
a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, fuck, I'm not going there, Phil. Yeah, I don't know where JB is. He's been fucking quiet since he's been over here. So
I feel like JB has been pretty much MIA in all the group texts. Just done.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
He has.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Is he moved on? He thinks he's too good for us?
Yeah, he finally made it kind of TV guy. So, I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
You know,
sad.
fucking big man on deck and shit. So he doesn't have time for the little people.
Sad, but that's happened. Yeah, sad that but it's become a JB. So,
it's all right.
You got a question?
It is what it is.
Kevin?
Yeah, well, you're saying what's next for Phil?
Yeah.
Are we racing the Wiseco two-stroke championships next year in April? Glen Helen?
Is that at Glen Helen? Because I'm really contemplating anything ever again at Glen Helen.
It's only two-stroke. There's no four strokes to tear it up. It's like a freeway out there. Freeway.
Dude, a fucking freeway, dude? Are you kidding me? Fuck,
Phil
dude.
couldn't believe the world bets.
Dude, yeah. I raced nationals all fucking year, and I hadn't ridden a track that rough until I got to fucking Glen Helen.
It's definitely still hammered for the two-stroke races, but it isn't as bad because there's no 450s absolutely destroying it.
Yeah,
I'll call Jamie. I'll call Jamie.
Dark
I'll
side?
work with him. Twisted.
Oh.
I'll work with him. Build you a fire breather.
Yeah, Phil's bike was stock. Jamie brought him a stock bike, so I wasn't too happy with that. Also, I guarantee you, Kevin, he is going to do this because these kind of janky races are exactly what FXR wants him to do. So he's there.
I'll be there. And no, the thing with that 150, no, that was just a bone stock marketing bike from KTM. They gave me that. And
Jamie could have put a pipe on it. He could have put a CDI on it.
For the second moto, Jamie did. He had his own ignition. He put it on there. Put in some MRX02 and a closed circuit pipe.
Could have done that at the start.
And he found me like 3 horsepower. Made a big, huge difference. But when you're on stock suspension, trying to ride the wheels off a fucking 150, and the track was deadly, dude. Like I took more risk in that 2-stroke race than I did all year in Supercross.
How long until we see you on a
think
Stark?
I'm fucking joking?
No, I don't.
No.
Phil, Stark in Arena Cross?
I wouldn't mind it, actually.
I could see that.
At this point,
I kind of watch that. I watch it. That looked really fun. You know?
Would you be yelling at people or trying to be like secret ninja around them?
Scream at them, dude.
Just, no
Yeah.
sound.
Right.
Voice will carry a lot further.
How long does a pro motocross pro license last? Is it just 1 year? Is it one season? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, just 1 year.
Because
so 2025, you got it.
I just listened to Kiefer's recap of his Hare and Hound, and he offered any pro motocross license holder $1,000 if they top 10 a Hare and Hound next year out of his pocket.
What?
That's what he said. That's what he said on
But
his
he
review.
just got third.
Well, in his class overall. Top 10 overall.
He's talking. Okay, he's talking like the big. Okay.
Yep, top 10 overall.
What did he
in the whole
race then? What did Kiefer race? I thought he was the big class. No.
He raced. I think it was Vet.
Vet
Pro.
Okay. I thought he was in the main thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so,
I mean, everybody starts on all the pros start on the same line.
Yeah.
But
okay. So top 10, $1,000 from Kiefer.
Top 10 overall, a guy, anybody that with a pro motocross license out of his pocket.
And how long are those races?
2 40-mile loops. So the fast pros finish in under 3 hours, and everybody else is typically over 3 hours for a national.
Yeah, like I'm over. Like 3 hours is fucked, man. That's not fun. Like the GNCC when I did 2 hours was money.
Everything's new though. It's never the same loop. 2 different loops.
Have T-Dags come down and do it.
Maybe.
Oh, Dags will do it in a second. Yeah, I never thought of that. $1,000 American too. That's like 1,300 Canadian. Oh, Dags is on the next flight down. He fucked his arm up though at 6 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I heard he broke his elbow or some shit or something like that.
Yeah, poor Dags.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about those? What can we do to get you up for those Abbotsford Arena crosses from Newf and Galdi that they're promoting?
Up in Chilliwack?
Yeah.
I don't know. Galdi's got all the fucking money. Tell him to fucking open up his wallet or unbury some of the cash from all the AMO races that he's done.
Right? I know. It's ridiculous.
You know?
Yep, I know.
Basically,
at this point,
I would do it.
If anybody's listening to this show that races or has a race series or promoting a race, Phil will show up if the money's right. Just let people know that.
That's kind of what I was asking. I'm with Desert MC. I got to shout my guys out at Desert MC, but we promote and put on the whole first round of the National Hare and Hound. In Johnson Valley. We don't really have any money,
but
so that's kind of
and I don't think Phil's taking the $1,000 from Kiefer just on a chance.
Yeah, I'm out.
He needs the guarantee.
Fuck that. not a chance.
Maybe you can negotiate some start money from Kiefer.
Yeah. But there's no amount of money, Phil, that will get you to an enduro cross.
No, I'm out. Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
No, been there, done that. It's fucking no. But I will, like I said, I will go do a GNCC next year again for sure. That was actually really fun.
Yeah, I think like you said, you picked a good round too and everything, right? It's a really good round.
Yeah. Like obviously, I'd like to do snowshoe just because it's more of a GNCC style one, just to see what it's really about. But like I said, like the Ironman was fucking no joke either. But
are those Hare and Hounds, Kevin? Are they like pretty much wide open, or are there tight spots?
No, so typically the first loop, 2 40-mile loops, first loop is a more fast and flowy, and second loop is where all the technical stuff hits, especially the ones that are local out in the high desert. That's where you get all your rocky ridge elevation type stuff.
Oh, so it's like enduro-ish. The second loop is enduro.
Second loop gets you'll be going down some tight canyons, going down or up some waterfall type
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I'd be so out on that.
It's not. Well, they still have to make it finishable for C riders.
Yeah.
So it can't
Oh,
be.
okay.
It can't be like hard enduro level. But
okay.
It does get.
It's not Erzberg.
No, it's not Erzberg.
Right.
It does get pretty techy though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luxon MX makes the best parts you can buy. Luxon uses advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and strong with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Phil used these clamps last year at PulpMX, by the way. LuxonMX.com, promo code PULP2024. Dave, should I ask Phil about Enzo or no?
I don't know their relationship at the moment.
I don't think it's good.
Then ask him. He's
okay.
fine.
All right. Phil, Enzo was good, man. He came on this show and said he can't ride Supercross. Can't do it. He can only ride outdoors. And now he's racing World Supercross and he's on the podium. I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm confused too, but it is what it is. And I can guarantee you, if he's living in Brazil, he ain't riding like what Shane and Cody Schalk are riding during the week.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm sure he's just riding some little backyard track that they built with shovels, but
he's doing good.
Yeah, I mean, he's riding good. I mean, like I said, Enzo's always been good. He's always had talent, and I don't know. I don't know what his bike situation is, I don't know if he's got the same stuff as like Cody's got or whatever, because the World Supercross stuff's weird. Everyone's running different bikes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. None of it makes any sense. But, you're on the same team, but no one rides the same equipment and stuff, So I'm not sure, but he is riding. Yeah, it seems to be doing good, I don't
know. He sounded so depressed about his career outlook on the show twice, and now he's podium World Supercrosses. Now I know that's not AMA. I'm not saying it is, but
no. I mean, I don't think it's really even close to AMA. But at the same time, still racing, still making money, still doing it. I mean, whatever. Guy, listen, whatever it is, I'm glad he can still ride a dirt bike and make money doing it. And who knows? Maybe he's found a way to get around whatever the issue was to where he can salvage and still be able to do the job.
But you're with me? It's a little confusing, or no?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confused.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because we like Enzo. We both like him, but it's just confusing. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe he's doing a Blake bag and he's velcroing his fucking hand to the handlebar. I said, I'm not sure, but
I'm glad it's working out for Enzo. Yeah. Good job, and he's making some money, like you said, and he's racing, and because it sure didn't sound promising when he was called into the show, and so hopefully, like we talked earlier, I would I would call him if I was some team manager.
I know who though. Who has space is always
Mad Parts Kawasaki. A little bit of money.
No. And what? Ride 450?
Yeah, maybe they can build a 250 for him.
Nah.
No. Okay.
Nah. No. If you want to be a 3 to 5 guy, you need to be on a good team, good bikes.
Russell sent us a question. Russell sent us a question on YouTube. Phil, will we see you race Mammoth next June?
Yeah, I'll be a Mammoth.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Committed.
Already done and dusted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Dave, you ever do Mammoth?
Cool. I'm looking forward to that one.
No, Phil, have you ever done Mammoth?
I was supposed to in 07. Red Bull had sent out, as I was still an amateur, Red Bull had sent out my dirt bikes, this and that, and Dave, you'll get a kick out of this. So we're supposed to fly out Thursday to go out, but I went to fucking Diamondback on a Wednesday practice, and for an open practice, and my dad told me not to go. I'm like, fuck you, dude, I'm going. I was 16, He took the truck keys away from me, so I couldn't go. Well, I really wanted to go, so my mom said, why don't you just take the minivan? So I fucking took the seats out of the back of the minivan, laid my fucking bike in there, drove down the Diamondback to ride open practice, made it 2 laps, ended my fucking brains out, broke my collarbone, didn't get to go to Mammoth. We still went to Mammoth. My dad still went to Mammoth, but I didn't get to ride.
I thought you were gonna tell me Mills came over and hot-wired your car for you or something to get you there. But
no. But Millsy was there though.
I'm sure.
Hills was there. And that's actually who I was behind when I ended my fucking brains out. So.
Oh, okay. So you just fished and hung out in Mammoth with your dad in his sling.
Yeah, I don't think my dad talked to me all weekend there. I don't think he talked to me the whole plane flight out there. He was so fucking mad.
What I was gonna say is Mammoth reminds me a lot of like Walden or Diamondback, like that kind of dirt and surface.
Yeah. Same kind of dirt, obviously. A little bit more beautiful up in Mammoth than around by Walden and Diamondback.
Yeah, the scenery for sure, but the track itself.
Yeah.
Kevin, you done Mammoth?
Yeah, I was actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've been to Mammoth for the race, but.
I was actually talking to Mr. Tom, Steve, about he's going to go race it next year too. Why don't you come fucking race it?
I'd like to. Well, okay, a couple things. I would like to, but don't you A, have to qualify for it, and B, it's not even close to the same as what it used to be. I've heard it's kind of beat down, dirt wise.
I think you do have to qualify for it. Like I think that's not an issue.
Oh,
I think you just have to go race somewhere.
Yeah, but for me, like, I'm chasing the nationals as a media guy, so it's like I got to take another weekend off to qualify. I got to take a weekend off to go ride it. Like,
yeah, that's what you have to do.
I think you can just buy your way in.
Oh, okay.
Probably that as well.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
I think. I don't quote me,
right. But I did.
I'm hoping that's what I can do.
Right. I did hear it's just not as good as it used to be. Like the old photos of the 90s and 80s and 90s look amazing.
That's for everywhere though.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure it is.
Yeah.
But then I've heard the dirt's gone, it's rocky, it's, I don't know. I've never been.
I've been. I mean, it's awesome to be up there in that time of year because it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But I don't have anything to compare the track to what it used to be. But it is impressive how many people they fit. It's not a lot of space for all the trucks and everybody that comes in.
Have you been to World Vets?
Yeah.
Is the track beat like World Vets?
No, I don't think it's beat like World Vets.
Okay.
You don't have as many people going around.
Mammoth like World Vets? If it is, I ain't going to Mammoth.
No. I said I don't think it's as bad. You just don't have that many people constantly riding it.
Yeah.
Mammoth gets like that high speed chop.
Yeah.
But it's not like
right. I'd like to go just a mountain bike around there too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It looks the uphill left-hand start is always cool to watch.
Yeah. I was supposed to go 98. I had a ticket. Danny Smith was going. I was working for Danny Smith. We were going to Mammoth because he always did it as an amateur and he loved it. And he's like, hey, we'll mountain bike, we'll fish, blah, blah, blah. Well, he fucking tore every ligament in his knee in the LCQ Sunday morning. And there was my trip to Mammoth gone. So never got to go. But
this is your year.
Yeah, Danny Smith and I were going. So.
Oh, you can. We'll go this year. Send me your credit card, and I'll book us a 6 spot up there.
Okay, fantastic. Sounds
it's not
good.
expensive at all.
No, not at all.
Not in a nice ski resort area.
Honestly, I don't even. Can you? How far is it to drive? I don't even know. I don't know where Mammoth is.
From here?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's
probably,
like I think it was like 10 hours.
5 hours from you.
Oh, okay.
I think it was like 10 hours from me in Salt Lake or something like
that.
Okay,
all right. So it's yeah. See, I don't even know.
Like people fly into Reno.
Oh, they do.
You can, yeah. Like it's a spot to fly into.
So I would drive to Reno?
If you're coming from I only know because I've driven from SoCal, but you just 395 all the way out.
Okay.
And that's you just
and how
keep
far
going
for you.
Yeah.
Probably about 5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So all right. So it's totally doable. Yeah. I mean, I just drove to 10 for Denver ride day, for PulpMX ride day. So
yeah, you can do it.
I could do it.
Yeah, you can take Pookie and everything.
Oh yeah, it'd be great. She doesn't want to watch any dirt bike racing.
Yeah, but the other stuff is fun.
Is there
you
shopping?
don't have to go.
Yeah,
There's
like a little village and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, she could shop.
Probably get bored of it real fast, but it's there.
All right. Anything else for Phil on the show? He's down under. What time is it there? Like mid-afternoon, Tuesday?
4.
Yeah.
Almost 4.
Yeah.
p.m.
All right.
You know.
You hanging with?
Yeah, almost time for a beer.
Are you with Tommy Tenders?
Yeah. Yep, Tommy Tenders and Lucas hanging out. You know,
what a crew.
It's been fun.
Almost time for a beer.
It is a crew.
No CL down there, huh?
No. But the Jim Beam and Coke is where I crave those. They're so fucking good. I wish I had them in the States, but I can never find them. So.
Oh, I didn't feel like that's hard to find in America.
Phil, you ever have Chick-fil-A?
You fucking kidding me?
Okay, so
Dave never had Chick-fil-A until tonight.
That's what we had for dinner.
Really?
Yeah.
How have you know? Well, I've never had Taco Bell, but I mean Chick-fil-A is a little different than Taco Bell.
Yeah. Dave's like, I take my kids there, but I've never got anything myself.
Oh, wow.
Just a selfless dad.
Look at Steve saving money buying Chick-fil-A. He bought us Chick-fil-A when we were out there a few weeks ago, too.
I gave them a choice. They picked Chick-fil-A. I offered sushi.
Wow.
I offered other things. That's the co-hosts get to pick. So
Steve told me his budget for Monday nights is $500 for food.
Oh,
so every time that
stop
he
it.
doesn't spend $500, he saves a shit ton of money.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's kind of fucked.
All right, Philip. Well, hey, good luck this weekend, Melbourne. I'm sure you'll flip off some fans for the cameras. So.
Oh yeah, that'll be good. He
By the
should
way,
be
too,
here, but it is what it is.
Dak is awesome. Craig Dak's a good dude. So, Dak.
Yeah, he's been him and his whole team's been awesome through everything. So, I mean, I fucking have no idea what's going on with anything, and they have it all dialed. So, I'm just fucking showing up, So
good to hear.
No, I mean, even back in the day, like, when Yamaha was kind of struggling with their 450s and stuff like that, like I personally thought CDR was the best Yamaha team in the world, to be honest.
Yeah.
They kind of just had it all figured out.
Yeah,
so.
when Coppins was helping them too back then.
Yeah, like Coppins and when Jay Marmont was dominating and stuff like that, and even Dean Ferris. Like I thought their 450 program was fucking top notch. So, and it still is, but
yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah,
well, listen,
cool.
250 class, take down McElrath, show him what's up.
We'll see. I mean, hopefully I can still ride. I haven't ridden in a while, but
no, you
we'll
stop it.
out, dude.
Stop it. My sources told me you were on Supercross track at Club last week.
Yeah, I was rolling around.
I haven't ridden in a while. He said he was like literally riding Supercross last week. So don't try to hide it. My sources are strong.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine who that source was.
He may or may not be riding for Club next year.
Yeah, no, he is.
Is he? Is that done?
Yeah, he's on a full-blown bike.
Oh wow, okay. He's not said that. Last time I checked in, he was like, I don't know, dude. So.
Yeah, I think it's kind of.
Okay.
I mean,
all right.
Yeah, I think he's got a. Yeah, I think he's okay.
Oh, that's good. Simonson. We're talking about Devin Simonson. So.
Oh.
Yeah, good dude. All right, Phil. Good luck in Melbourne. Thank you for the time, as always. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, sounds good. See you, fellas.
All right.
Later, Phil.
See you. That's Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by Luxon MX. 250 class, 5 minutes ago.
Maybe it will change.
Yeah, who knows? What if I was thinking like 450 Wise shows up at Melbourne, takes down the Lawrence brothers, and then why not ride Supercross again? Feels good. And then I want my fucking money back for that after party. I want my money back. Yeah.
Fucked up.
Yep. Pulp20 code to save at Maxima and Pro Filter. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use filter for street bikes, UTVs, and, of course, dirt bikes. Profilter.com. Pulp20 is the code to save. And Pulp20 the code to save as well with Maxima USA. So it's 927 like we talked earlier, whether it's four-stroke oil, whether it's MPPL, SC1, whatever it is, Pulp20 saves you at Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And use that code PULP20 to save. Thank you again to Phil Nicoletti, Kyle Chisholm, Justin Bogle, and Weigandt for coming on the show tonight. Kevin Bailey from Wiseco and Dave Ginolfi from 100%. Kevin, let's talk Wiseco a little bit. Again, PULP24 is a code to save with Wiseco, Garage Buddy, everything, clutch parts, everything else, pistons as well. You guys teamed up with HRC, and last time we had you in here, you were kind of telling us, like, yeah, their demands are a lot. You guys are working with them pretty hard, but it's working. It's paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been can't really complain about that partnership. I mean, they've won majority of the championships, which is crazy. But yeah, it's been really good. Our engineering team works directly with them, and it's not. There's little tweaks here and there, but it's not like these factory teams are doing like this out of this world unobtainium type of stuff. It's just really dialing in and getting that extra couple percent is what it's all about. So it's not like it's you'd be surprised how small the differences are from like a really good shelf part now.
Yeah, I mean obviously long time ago, but when I worked at Yamaha, our motors weren't far from stock, man. They really weren't. They were taking fuel, electronics, higher compression piston, some different valve springs and valves, and
especially on
running it,
especially on 450s, like they're not like. Most of the guys aren't looking for a bunch more power. No. They just want they want to be able to tune. They want to be able to last and be reliable, reduce the blow by and pretty standard goals.
So Truman's a buddy of mine. Get's been working with Honda, right, for a few years, and their success with the Lawrences and just everything. So Dan's like, yeah, we sell more Honda stuff because people are like, Honda uses this. I want it for my Honda. When the stuff works as good on any bike, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice that? Like, your Honda pistons selling better?
Over the years, yeah.
Honda's a great brand anyways, but
over the years you can see the trend that Honda has sold better for sure. And honestly, Yamaha's trended up as well, just because Yamaha's selling a lot more bikks than previous 5-year period.
Yeah,
for sure.
I just wonder, the whole race on Saturday win on Saturday, sell on Monday. But Dan says absolutely in the Get part of things, Honda bikes are.
I don't think it quite translates directly as much.
Yeah.
It's something that would be over several years. I feel like you start to see it a little bit, but a lot of the general guys that go buy a new bike, they're not putting a piston in it for a little bit of time, so might be something that they have that's older that's sitting in the garage, but it reminded them that they need to get a piston for it.
The Garage Buddy rebuild kits are great. My only complaint is you guys need to go back older models.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The hiccup with that is the bottom ends.
Yeah.
Because making and ordering as many cranks as you need to
hit
the price point that people want. We could do some one-off cranks for some models, but then nobody wants to buy a $1,200 crank,
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, just because I do project bikes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I work on them, and they're great kits and they're awesome, but just make them for a bunch of bikes in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, the piston's no problem.
Yeah,
piston's no problem.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
I used I needed remember we had a piston issue with that 90 that I bought.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 6 over, and I was trying to figure. I think it was 5 or 6 over bore, and I was trying to figure out the top of it. It was a whole thing. I think I got the last one in stock. You told me back then. Yeah. No, I'm glad things are going well for you guys for sure. And then also I have to talk about Recluse, because that's one of your brands, one of the race winning brands. I went to Vancouver, and I know the Star guys use Recluse, and Tomac's got a cable clutch, and the thing felt like a fucking 125. And if you know Tomac, he's a animal on the clutch. The bike's smoking. His Cowie couldn't go more than 2 laps without smoking. Yamaha, he's like a way better version than A-Ray. His throttle's pinned, and his clutch is in, and he's just monitoring the bike. And everybody who rides around him says the same thing. Point is, somehow with this crazy light clutch pull, he's not smoking clutches. So it's something to do with this Recluse. Then I go to Paris, and Coop's got a hydraulic on, which I prefer, and that's what I have on my Yamaha. And his clutch pull, not as easy as Tomac's, but not far off. Recluse. I need that. I need that setup.
Yeah. Well,
I texted Coker. I'm like, hey, just fuck whatever. What is that? I need that. He's like, it's Recluse.
You'll be able to get it soon, and everybody else will be able to get it soon as well. Recluse is going to be.
So there's something different than what they off the shelf right now. Yeah.
Yeah, something different than what's off the shelf right now. Recluse been working with Yamaha for quite a few seasons now.
Yep.
Something they developed with them, and it's a technology for a complete system. So that real light smoothness is coming from the complete system and the inner hub that they've designed for it. So there's going to be a new complete system for dirt bikes coming soon, and
I gotta get one. I gotta get that.
Yeah. And then honestly, on the not smoking clutches, I attribute that to the torque drive clutch plates. So Recluse, their torque drive clutch packs the frictions are a lot thinner.
Right, which I think a lot of racers use those.
Yeah.
That's very popular.
Racers,
yeah,
they're a lot thinner, so essentially they fit more friction plates in the same stack height.
Yep.
So that it transfers more torque, and you're not relying on.
Are you spreading the heat across then too?
Yeah,
right?
you're spreading the heat across more of them, and if what Recluse calls their core components, like the hubs, basket, things like that, they have way more oil flow holes drilled into them and everything like that to keep way more oil inside the clutch pack to try to keep it as cool as possible, essentially.
Yeah, that's what I was as a privateer guy. I was drilling holes in my clutch basket and taking off my sealed bearing and trying to get more oil in there for different riders. But the Recluse stuff. So those guys, you bought those guys how long ago? I don't even know.
I think it was 2018.
But they're in Boise.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Do you even know what they're doing, or you know what I mean? How often do you?
Yeah. On the market,
are they on their own island a little bit?
So nothing's changed as far as engineering, manufacturing, nothing like that. It's not like we bought that company and moved it all somewhere else or anything like that. Everything's still 100% design. It's all made in Boise. They even make their own friction plates, which is pretty crazy. But then just, there's the teams like us, kind of the central teams, marketing. So I work with them on their marketing stuff. The finances get centralized, like some of the basic stuff like that. But all of our different brands still have their own manufacturing operations, their own engineering.
I would imagine Recluse profits are good. Like,
yeah, I mean,
I feel like that's the thing that guys get,
Yep, it's the premium. I mean, it's a great product. It backs itself up.
Yeah,
is what it's about. I mean, we've been trying to expand Recluse more into the Harley market and V-twin space. I mean, it's not a tough at this point. It's not a tough sell, to sell a KTM guy an auto clutch. But we're trying to. That's what Recluse came into the market with, is the auto clutch, and we're trying to let people know that it's not just auto clutches.
I think that's still out there. That stigma is still out there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that, Dave, where people are like, I got a Recluse auto.
It's not an auto.
No, man.
Yeah.
That's the only Recluse I ever tried was the auto one.
Was it? Yeah.
But then you look at like all the Yamaha guys, Star, Factory Yamaha. It's all their manual standard products. So.
And what Star is using, it's not the I don't know the technical name of it. It's not the diaphragm spring, right? It's 6 springs, like old school.
Yeah.
Like Yamaha stock right now just has the whatever spring what do they call that?
Not the Belleville spring.
Belleville.
Yeah, you're talking about the Belleville spring.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
that thing's I don't think that's ideal.
Yeah.
So is it Recluse going back to 6 springs?
It depends on the bike.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the bike. A lot of the times they'll mimic the OEM unless there's a problem with the OEM or there's something to be gained.
Okay.
But like all the KTM systems still use the Belleville spring. Like the
they do.
The
Okay,
KTM DDS systems don't have 6 coils.
Right.
So it just depends on the bike. Yeah.
So you're telling me soon I got to get everything. I got to get the outer basket, everything.
Just get the whole. You don't need. You don't need the basket if you don't want to do the basket.
But I can get an inner hub, plates,
pressure plate,
and my clutch will feel like Cooper Webb's.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice.
Yep.
That'd be good.
Come about January.
Okay.
Should be able to order that. And if anybody's
I will be emailing you in January.
If anybody's kind of curious what we're talking about, if you've seen what we released for Harleys within the past handful of months or so, that would give you an idea of what it's going to look like.
I'm getting one. And I don't even want it for free. I'll pay for it. Just give me a deal.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Where do you finish World Vets with this setup?
5 to 7.
I mean, imagine the starts with the torque drive. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Just ripping starts.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, honestly, so many privateers use the torque drive stuff. Like, I mean, it's kind of like for Supercross, what a must-have. Guys put them in. They love it. For a long time, I thought, is that an auto? Like just what you talked about? Like I thought that's what Recluse did. But then the more I looked into it,
Yeah, and I think a big part of the privateers too is that the performance, but that does last a long time.
Yeah.
So they're not having to buy.
Listen, nobody's harder on their clutch than Tomac, and this thing was like a 125 to pull in, maybe even lighter, and it was phenomenal.
Who used to make that slipper clutch?
A bunch of guys did. STM did.
I remember there was a team that Brayton rode for when it was. He was like a Yamaha. It was like the dual color rims. Do you remember this team?
Was that Motor World?
No, it was like a different. I want to say it was another team, but they used slipper clutches.
Yeah, we used them at Yamaha.
Okay.
We had ones from Japan that were like super ornate, really works of art, And then we tried this brand called STM that was from Supermoto. They were Italian, and they worked better than our factory ones. So then we ran STM slipper clutches for a while.
That's not a thing anymore.
No, not at all. I think the manufacturers have figured out the freewheeling effect. You want, and now guys want some freewheeling.
Right.
Like you talk about the Stark, you can turn the freewheel off, so just like a 2-stroke now. But nobody likes it. Not many people like it because you grow up on 4-strokes, you get used to riding them, you use the engine braking.
Right.
So, but for a long time, slipper clutches were the shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think manufacturers have figured out that.
Got it.
The decompression braking. So Pulp 24 code to save with Wiseco, and but not with Recluse. But wait till January.
Just wait.
But
there are Black Friday sales have started now.
Yeah.
So Wiseco and Recluse.
Yeah.
It's all running right now. So.
Awesome.
Get some stuff.
It's great. Dave, for you, the Jet Lawrence goggle is out.
Yep.
And is that limited or?
Yeah, limited edition. It's in our Matic model, which is a new model we just came out with.
Okay.
Which is a price point right below our Mega, which is our top one.
Okay, so I got a question about the difference between those two goggles.
Okay.
What is the difference?
The main difference is on the Armega, we have a sweat channel
Okay.
built in. On the Armatic, we don't have. It's removed.
Okay.
That's, I mean, same lens, same
Oh,
tear-offs,
okay.
all same
Yeah.
accessories,
Yeah.
same strap size. Like,
Yep.
it's basically identical.
Okay. All right. So, and what else is coming up with 100%? Oh, I put my Briskers on.
Yep.
The best cold weather glove out there.
They are good.
They're really good. So check that out. I put them on my Instagram today. If you're a bicyclist or even a dirt biker.
Yeah,
in the
moto
winter-
for
Yeah,
sure.
moto. Try these Brisker gloves from 100%. Pulp 30 to save at 100%. So love those things.
Yeah, I mean, we got some cool projects coming up for next year. Some new athletes we signed that kind of like a week away from really announcing that. But
Oh, really?
yeah,
Anybody-
like officially.
Anybody that I know?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Can't think of it off the top of my head. Do I know?
Yeah.
Oh.
You mentioned it already.
Oh, yeah.
We
Yeah.
we just haven't announced it.
Right. Chance Timus.
But we will announce it.
Yeah, Chance Timus. That's
We
right.
will announce
Okay.
that.
All right. Yeah. No, that's a good one for you guys for sure.
Yeah, we're excited.
And I saw he got his Red Bull helmet at the F1 race too.
Yep.
He's a Red Bull guy. And Joe Schmodo lost his Monster sponsorship, which I didn't know until we got to Paris.
I think a couple guys have lost the Monster. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy to see in our sport Monster pull back at all.
Yeah.
I thought the budget was unlimited.
Is this a
knows?
sign for something, or are they just
I
being
don't-
smart? What do we think?
I'm not sure, man. Yeah, that'd be interesting to know because the money never seems to shut off for moto, right? We used to make the joke that the only guy that lost the Monster helmet was Phil. Phil had Red Bull, Rockstar, and Monster, and he lost them all. So that was a joke for a long time.
That's funny.
Yeah. By the way, 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Factory Chassis Parts. They got the motor mounts and they got the race cups as well, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. You look at Mad Parts Kawasaki and Starling and Phoenix Honda, Rock River. They use the mounts, CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. Easy to install and drastic improvements right away. Discount code is PulpMX Chassis. Along with the race cups, they got offset race cups now for all the bikes available, and I got them in my Yamaha as well. So check them out, man. We used to do that at factory teams, and we would change the rake of the bike, and now you could never do it as a privateer, and now you can with FCP. So it works pretty good. PulpMX Chassis to save with those guys. Thank you to that. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Talon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Talon segment.
Oh, I just got a DM. I put those gloves on Instagram today, and a guy said those are my favorite also. So
they're good gloves.
All right, I asked for questions too on Instagram, so I'm going to read some of those too. But Talon, these questions are submitted by a PulpMX show on Twitter, and Talon takes the best ones and asks them to him. Ask us.
All right, first one, MotoFan 254. Steve, are you on Ozempic along with a strong training program?
Yes, absolutely. Can't get enough of it.
Brop crew for Kevin. With one of the most iconic marketing contingencies for privateers that has ever been executed, with Wiseco piston stickers plastered on fork guards everywhere, has there been talks about making this a contingency thing again?
Yeah, there's definitely been talks. The problem is there's a lot of different baskets to put your eggs in with all these different kinds of racing series and things like that, and not always enough eggs to put in the baskets. So it's just something that needs to keep getting hashed out. But since it's such an iconic thing, we'd like to get back to something modern like that.
Mm-hmm.
I used to benefit from that.
Yeah, I did too. I worked for riders that did too. A lot of Wiseco contingency, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Also went through a lot more top ends than people.
True. Yeah.
Strokes, so.
Yeah. We got a single ring Wiseco. We were running single ring pistons in Supercross for a while on a two-stroke 250.
250.
Yeah,
yep,
250,
yep.
which was a pretty cool thing because whoever was it, Jay Clark maybe running it back then.
Yep.
He was like, "Hey man, these are like special."
So there's still something that came from that. Our Racer Elite is like our obviously racer focused two-stroke piston, and the 250 Racer Elite pistons are single ring.
Oh, are they still? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
From BeHer 95 for everyone. What steps do the media, personnel, and athletes take to remain healthy when traveling across the globe for WSX, Paris, and OzX?
I don't really know.
Sleep, right?
Yeah, try to eat as clean as you can.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean,
I don't know any special stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything special.
From Jimmy G, with some of the more talented MXGP riders heading for the U.S., will Luongo be forced to make that series more financially attractive for the riders or teams?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, obviously we talked about the Wolf wanting to come here, and the Coonan brothers are coming here. I don't know, because I feel like Geyser and Hurlings and Caroli, the money was waved at them by the OEMs to stay. Because they still, you have a European budget that you try to win with, an American budget, right? Canadian. So I don't think it's the Luongo will do that, because I just think that the teams will do that. Like, we don't want to lose you. We want you to win here. And we have, rider X in America to win there, So
yeah. Also, I feel like it's not every MXGP guy can come over here.
No.
So it's very, there's that special one that can. So I still think they'll have an influx of, their guys that are very Euro.
Sure. Yeah.
Voice of the Drunken People for Kevin. How does piston and other aftermarket parts development work for a new brand, model, bike engine? Do certain companies get more development time than others prior to the actual release of the bike?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Development, depending on the bike model brand, depends on which one, we feel like could be improved on. And then also an even bigger challenge is which ones are really good from the factory, and you got, you're challenged to figure out what can be improved on. So, for example, our headquarters in Ohio, where all of our pistons are made, we have our R&D department. We actually have a Power Sports engine dyno, to where you basically have a 450 motor, for example, out of a bike and just strapped up to this engine dyno, and they'll test different ringland designs, different crown designs, different cam and barrel profiles, which is, how oval and how barrel shaped the piston is, all kinds of different stuff to test blow by and durability and performance. So yeah, a lot of the endurance testing on the engine dyno is pretty surprising. A lot of the stuff they'll set at, X amount of load and wide open throttle, and they'll just walk away for 4 hours straight to see how it looks afterwards. So it's pretty interesting.
Cody Shields 92 for Dave. How does losing Deegs in the Star 250 team affect the brand?
Yeah, I don't think it affects them. We had an option to re-sign the team, and we went in a different direction. And I think that's, obviously Deegan's got a ton of eyes on him, and that's always good. But yeah, I think everything's fine. I don't think it affects the brand, is my answer.
All right, last one for me, and then Steve has some. Colby Marchand, where do lawyers fit into the industry? Contract negotiations between riders, teams, sponsors. Trying to figure out a way to combine my love of the sport with my career.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them, right? They got to look over contracts. Agents can't really. I mean, in the case of like Myrtle, who works for Wasserman, they have in-house lawyers that look over contracts, but certainly there's a lot of agents like Faulkner's agent is J.H. Leal. Who's looking over that contract? Like JH can't. He's not a lawyer, so there's got to be a lawyer involved along the process, right? I would hope, I would please Jesus hope that a lawyer is looking over the contract. So they're out there, yeah, absolutely. So, get involved. Get friends with a rider.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, all these big corporations too, like American Honda, et cetera, they'll have procurement teams that put their contracts together, and it's all legal departments, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly, right. All right. That's it from you?
That was all I got.
All right, I asked for some questions on Instagram. One from Cooper Webb 2. If Phil is retired, why is he racing Australia?
We're on the same page.
Great
Cooper
question,
Webb
Coop.
2.
Great question.
Apparently for the Jim Beam and Coke.
Yeah. Thoughts from Weatherhead 132. Thoughts on the Paris Supercross steamroller whoops?
I think it's a hit.
I was talking to the Dirtworks guys about it, and I was sending them pictures and everything else, and they said they've tried that, and they said B, it works in Paris because there's a limited amount of riders and limited amount of time on the track. In America, they take 80 riders, or more. Well, the night show's 40, right?
Yeah.
Do they take 80? Yeah. So there's 80 guys in each class before the night shows riding the whoops, and they just get chewed up. And there's the steamrollers won't matter.
Paris doesn't have unlimited time though, right?
No, it doesn't. But definitely less riders and less laps than American Supercross.
Right, and they did run off schedule, and like you can't have that in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's probably going to vary by dirt too.
Yeah, true, right? Dawson52 asked that question about the Armatic and Armega. So now we know.
We answered that, yeah.
Right. Matt R582, how did it get the name Pulp? He's listened for years and he doesn't know. Well, you've heard of Pulp Fiction, the movie. Great movie. Pulp Fiction is also the name of a genre of magazines in the 40s and 50s, I believe. Maybe 50s and 60s, but around then. That were like edgy and like sold at like off record bookstores and stuff, and it was called Pulp Fiction, and they were magazines with sex and drugs and like the real roll. Edgy stuff, real stuff that like didn't get reported by the mainstream media, and so Quentin Tarantino named it Pulp Fiction after that genre of magazines. And then I thought, well, look, if I'm going to do something on my own, I started PulpMX. I'm going to do I'm not going to do what MXA does or Moto News back then or Dirt Rider. I'm not going to do I always felt as a mechanic, and this is not a slam against those guys back then, outside of Jody, who never went to the races, I felt like the media in the sport were just fans with cameras. That's what I felt like. Like just guys there to bro down with the racers and take photos. I didn't want to take photos. And I didn't care whether I was fans or not with the riders, or friends or not. I didn't care, because I was on the inside as a mechanic. Like, some guys were douchebags, some guys were cool. So I thought to myself, if I'm going to start something, I'm going to tell the listeners or the readers the real edgy stuff about our sport. And so PulpMX, edgy stuff.
Have you
Pulp Fiction.
Have you held true to that, or have you?
No, I think so. I mean, I certainly got enough trouble over the years. I've had enough riders not like me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I try. I mean, not perfect for sure, but I try. So that's where PulpMX came from, like Pulp Fiction, which is not the movie. It was more the genre of comics.
Do you think in your last year of doing this, whenever that is, you go really edgy?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No. I mean, no. Why, from GAT4R, why isn't Mark's dog on top of drops like he used to be? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why these guys, I don't know what's going on with the drops. Nobody knows.
Fuck you, you're fired.
Yep. So a bunch of questions about the Deegs and Lawrence brothers thing, which I asked Phil about and we asked Weege about. And I was on Twitter talking about it a little bit too. I don't see the big deal here. People want to get all mad about this, and Michael Lindsay did an expose on this, and Lawrences don't like the Deegans. It goes back 2 years ago when Deegan was a dick to them on the podium and a dick to them off the track, different instances, and Brian was saying things, and Brian thinks it's like WWE, and so does Hayden, and so that's fine, but the Lawrences didn't like it. And it goes back to me saying about the American flag on the podium and all that stuff. They didn't like that, so they don't like the Deegans. And then you add in the Hymas stuff from this summer. Hymas rides there. They're buddies with the Hymases. They didn't like that either. And so they don't like Deegan. So they just said to the promoters, don't put Deegan's not allowed to come to this race. It's our homecoming race in Australia. We don't want him there. And they agreed. The promoters agreed. I don't see the big deal. I don't know. I think Deegan was trying to go, but like we said earlier, he wasn't going to really promote it that much because, it was pretty late already in the game. As far as the business partners that Michael Lindsay wrote about, I don't know anything about that. I don't know. I don't know anything about Jason Anderson. Apparently he wasn't allowed either. I don't know about that. But to me, it's like the old thing, fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
Okay, Stank Dog, right? I like Stank Dog. I had him on the show. I got him in a straight rhythm. He misinterpreted something I said on a podcast, misinterpreted 100%, blew me out to his fans, quote unquote, on Instagram, attacked me, didn't apologize. I got terrible DMs from his loser fans. My wife got DMs from his loser fans. So I gave him a chance to apologize because he didn't understand what I said. He's not smart enough. He didn't apologize. He doubled down. So in the classic terms of fuck around and find out, guess who wasn't involved in my race that I gave $140,000 to?
Yep.
Stank Dog. Fuck around and find out. I still get some DMs or people saying, let's Stank Dog race. No, man. He's an asshole. And he's a loser. So he's not allowed in my race. I control the rules of my race. Not allowed. Lawrence's don't like the Deegans. They had a contract that's 8 months old that said we don't want the Deegans there. It wasn't like the Lawrences held a gun to the promoters and said you can't include the Deegans. They asked. The promoters said sure. Fuck around and find out. Deegs lost out on $100,000 because the Lawrences don't like him. I don't see the big deal.
Yeah.
Like, obviously the Deegan fans are irate. The Lawrence fans are like, cool. You'll never, ever get those two sides to ever agree. Mm-hmm. But I don't see I don't see the big deal. Like, do you guys? Is it like
to what you're saying? I mean, there's consequences for your actions. So,
yeah.
So that's what we're seeing.
And down the road, maybe Brian will get to stick it to the Lawrences in some deal somewhere.
Yeah.
Like a goggle deal or a gear deal or whatever. And then the Lawrences will be like, all right.
Yeah.
I do know that the Lawrences said to Deegan's agent, like, hey, call him and see if you can sort it out. Call Dazzy, call Hunter, see if you can talk it out. It wasn't ask for permission like Duff said, Duffy's a good dude, good guy, I like him. It wasn't anything like that. It was just see if you can come to an agreement or talk to the Lawrences. And they refused. Fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's definitely something that the internet loves to eat up and blow out of proportion too, right? Of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, in my opinion, you can't put any blame on the promoters either, because who are the riders that are going to sell their tickets for where their race is at?
Yeah. The Lawrences, right?
Of course, already sold by the time anyone's hearing about Deegan.
And the fact that Brian or Brian's agents, more likely, Bob Walker, represents Brian, went to the YouTube guy, says a lot about them. The YouTube guy who destroyed Brian for the Loretta Lynn's Claimgate shit, like just called him every name in the book. Walker or Deegan are going to turn around and go to that guy? Like, dude, really?
Yeah.
That shows you a lot about them, in my eyes. The guy that's been banned from the races, can't get a credential, just is on gets one side of the story, never calls the other side, just gets one side and rolls with it. That says so much about the Deegans and the agent, or both, or one or the other. Like, to me, that if I'm Brian and the agent does that, I'm like, wait, what? Like, if you're upset, I get it. If you're Brian, Brian's never going to look in the mirror and be like, hey, what did I do? Shit, 2 years ago, we made a lot of comments about, being American. You should cheer for the American. You should do the American. And then we talked that shit on Hymus about trying to take me out from the front. Brian's not going to ever look in the mirror and be like, maybe you shouldn't have said that. But so that's not an option. Brian's going to get mad. Well, Brian and Hayden have massive Instagram accounts. Huge. All they could do is push record and be like, hey, man, the Lawrences won't let us go to Australia, blah, 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 blah. And there you go. You just blew them out. Like, that's all you need to do. You don't need to go to the YouTube guy. Like, so that says a lot, I think, about that situation and that side.
That is surprising.
Yeah, it is. And because Brian and Hayden have all the power in the world to get a message out. It's in their phones. Yeah. And just do that and blow them out that way if you want to do that. And again, going back to some of these DMs I got, Hayden is not banned. He can go tomorrow and catch a flight to Melbourne and race. He's just not getting start money. So there's no banning in effect. He's just not getting $100,000.
So it already got blew out of proportion.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not banned. They can't ban him. Lawrences don't control the border crossing in Melbourne.
So when you keep saying $100,000, but there was zero promotion for Deegan,
I don't know.
So
I would assume he's getting paid $100,000.
Okay.
Yeah, I just assume that. That's probably a going rate for a guy like Hayden.
Do you think with the way the Deegans go about their marketing and YouTube and the attention they seek, do you think this is a win for them, even though they're not going?
Yeah, sure. You can make it. I mean, honestly, I'm really surprised that Brian and Hayden didn't do a fucking Instagram story and blow the Lawrences out.
Do you think they didn't do that because maybe it's not fully true what we're hearing? Because if it was true, it'd be easy to just say that, right?
Possibly. You never quite know.
And we might not ever know.
Yeah. But I do know the Lawrences told the promoters, hey, can we put a thing in there where the Deegan can't go? I don't know about Anderson, and I don't know anything else. And the promoter said yes, because the Lawrences don't want the Deegans around at their race in Australia. Fuck around and find out.
Right, and I get that because, one, it's an exhibition race.
Yeah.
It's their homecoming. And then you just have, right or wrong, Deegan's do it the
Sure.
WWF way.
Yeah.
Lawrence's do it, in my opinion, like a classier way.
Yeah.
And those don't mix for this event. So,
Yeah. I don't see the whole deal. And I go back to the Stank Dog thing. I didn't want him in my race. I didn't think what he did was right. And when I asked him to apologize, he wouldn't do it. All right. Stank Dog's probably lost out on, tens of thousands of dollars because of his ridiculous Instagram move.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. From Caleb Pino, do you believe that the off-season racing that Tomac is doing will benefit him? Yes. I think there's nothing like racing.
K drops.
Yeah. Just you can practice on the same 6-inch groove on your practice track wherever you ride, and you can do it with your eyes closed. And get ready for Anaheim 1, or you can really race, and nothing will be like that. Bike settings, fitness, everything.
Agree.
Can't hurt. Doug Maurice, was Geyser passing Jet at MXON the only time he's been passed outdoors when healthy? I think so, because Chase got him at High Point and Southwick, but he was banged up. Like I
can think of.
Did he ever get passed?
Because even if he didn't get a whole shot start, he was just passing people.
He was just passing guys.
Yeah.
I literally can't think of.
No, I can't either.
I can't either.
Maybe when he crashed at Hangtown, if you count that as a pass.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But that's not really.
Steven says, call Dark, tell him to make up his mind, KTM 350 or YZ 450, and quit blaming the bikes. I agree, man. I agree. Fucking Dark. Blaming bikes.
Why not both?
Yeah. Hi, this is from Corvass. Hi, 450s are too much for the Supercross track, mostly. Yamaha started with a 400, a 426, then a 450. Why? Well, the AMA rule originally was 550. Remember Shane King had the 540? Guy Cooper had that thing. I think Yamaha was just like, and then AMA backed it down to 450. And Yamaha's 426 was a 450, like when Button was racing it or whatever. That was a 450. So they were always running a 450, but calling it 426. So I think that's just, they were going to go to the CC limit the AMA put on it. Luke Trite says, why are Supercross tickets so expensive? They're $100 more than what I paid last year.
Because everything's expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know what it is, but I just imagine everything is.
Yep.
I'm sure it costs more to rent the stadium and more to insure it and everything else.
I do know when Feld took over 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe longer now, they jacked ticket prices up. I heard that from multiple people, but that's just a business model.
Mm-hmm.
Sell less, make more, as opposed to the attendance figures of, because they used to get treadhead seats for $25 or something. Those are all gone, I guess. Will we ever see an AMA Supercross in Montreal or back in Toronto? No, I don't think so.
Will Montreal Supercross ever come back as a standalone?
Dude, I think that stadium's decrepit.
It was like falling apart last time.
What do we make of Ken's switch to REP suspension? Yeah, Ken's testing some stuff, so he had REP stuff on this weekend. He's still getting used to some KYB stuff in Supercross. He ran Showa stuff in Supercross until that shock blew up. Then he switched to KYB.
That's a fair reason.
Yeah, I think that shock thing was so fluky, though. Like, I don't think you can just be like, fuck it. Like, dude, I know how riders are, but...
Yeah, unless there were problems
yeah,
before that.
Like, literally couldn't find anything wrong with it. Don't know what happened. No one knows. Like, just metal fatigue or something. I don't know. All right, Eli says, you draw a middle seat on a flight to Australia. Who are you picking as two people on either side? Dave?
Like, in the industry?
I don't know. Anybody. Well, you can't go your wife, not Megs.
I was going to say, like, my family,
obviously. You can't go your family. Let's go industry.
I'll go Phil.
Oh, okay.
This could be funny.
Yep.
That would be funny.
And my old mechanic, Big Nasty.
Okay. Nasty wouldn't talk much.
That's fine.
Yeah, that'd be good. Kevin? Who
Industry? I'm going to go Travis Pastrana. I feel like that'd just be endless supply of stories.
Yep.
And, I might as well double down on the stories and go Mitch Payton.
Okay, fair enough, yeah. I'll go Brayton because I always like talking to Brayton. He's really smart, and I always learn something. And I'll go Weech talks too much. want somebody who's not going to talk that much. I'll go Dave. Yeah.
I could go the whole without saying a word.
Without saying a word, 100%. Yeah. How proud were you when the Nets saved somebody in Paris? I was very proud. Yes. Is this guy Honda 66-4U says, come clean on your gearing on the YZ450. Did you go up one like MXA said to do? I don't know if MXA said to do that. They always do. And I did go up one tooth. It's my move.
What's stock on the rear?
49?
49.
Yeah. Most deserving privateer that needs a factory ride right now.
Welton.
Yeah, I think he's back with Rock River.
Harlan? He was good in Supercross and outdoor.
Yeah. It's Honda also. Honda 66-4U says, when are you getting the cool throttle body on your bike? I don't know. I don't know if that's happening. Trying to work on this Recluse right now.
For the factory clutch, yeah.
I'd rather have that pole than a throttle body. That thing's sweet. Is Factory Triumph racing any 450s this coming season? No, they're not. Do you think Jason Anderson goes to Triumph after the 25 season or another brand? I think he goes to another brand.
I think the Triumph thing is maybe less likely with Hewitt.
With Hewitt, with Hewitt leaving. Yeah, I think he's his last year at Cowie though. Just I don't know him. I don't talk to him obviously, but just having a guess.
What's open though?
I don't know. It depends on what KTM wants to do. What Sexton does. Maybe they move Vial up. Coonan brothers go. I don't know. Yeah. Star, Bobby Reagan, just hires another guy. This guy, Fox MX 979. Why are truly custom painted helmets so rare now? Oh, that sucks. He's right.
That's what Joe should do, though. That's what Joe should do.
Just
custom painted this
custom,
year.
Yeah. Fox also asks, why is Shoei 1/10 of the brand they used to be in MX? I just think they don't. It's just all about marketing budget, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Shoei crushes it in road racing, right?
Yeah, because I mean, even outside of looking at like how many factory riders have a Shoei helmet, just the general marketplace, I just don't feel like you don't see them as much.
Right. Hado says, what will Cowie USA do for Prado for MXDN? Will they allow him to race? Well, I think they'll allow him to race in Indiana.
Yeah,
they've supported American MXDNs before, but I wouldn't look for them to head overseas.
We don't know where it's going after Ironman, right?
Yeah, it's going back to Ernay.
Oh, it is?
Which is, I'm just over it. Like, I like Ernay, but 3 of them in 6 years or whatever it is, like, yeah. No, more than that, but whatever. Just find new tracks. Ironman's going to be good, though.
Oh, for sure.
Ironman's a legit, MXDN track. Viewing's not as great as it could be, but yeah. So, last one from Ty Renshaw, 27. What do you make of the call to protest X brand over the LACR situation? LACR is a local track in California. I guess they're closing, right? Due to litigation. And, we all kind of heard about Rich Taylor at X brand and his son and doing that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, look, do what you got to do. If you are someone if you can't put yourself in Rich Taylor's shoes, and the medical bills and the track obstacle and the sun, and you absolutely believe that you should never, ever, ever sue a motocross track, I would look at you and be like, I get it. Don't buy X brand. Like, I understand it. If you have some empathy and some understanding, and you think, well, look, man, this is a legal system that the country allows, and the judge or jury, I guess it would be a judge. I don't think a jury.
Yeah,
but
only if it went to trial.
Yeah, if a judge saw it as a wrong and Rich deserves some money for medical bills, then who am I to sit there and be like, fuck that? Like, that's the legal system we live in America. And you got to accept that as an American. So then you have some empathy and you're like, okay, well, I get it. Like, I don't think Rich's lawsuit from 7 years ago closed down LACR in 2024. Obviously, there was other things going on. I'm sure there's other lawsuits.
It's not just that isolated incident, because
no, can't be.
Elsinore just had the lawsuit. It comes down to the problem of they can't, because of that being such a high possibility, they can't get the insurance.
I've heard an insurance company that did a lot of tracks just shut down. They said we're not doing motocross tracks
in
anymore.
LACR's post, they said due to our inability to essentially get insurance coverage.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're one of those guys that's like, fuck X-Brand, blah, 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 and you can't put yourself in Rich Taylor's shoes or can't understand the American legal system and how fucked it is as far as everybody being able to sue for anything, like which they can be. I'm not saying in Rich Taylor situation, but I'm saying like the McDonald's coffee woman, that spilled hot coffee on herself. Then whatever. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I can't really, because I've got some DMs about this, and obviously Rich is a friend of mine. He's been on this show. He sponsors this show. I wear X-Brand goggles. Honestly, I just, to me, it's like, hey, man, if you're one of those guys that say you should never, ever, ever sue a track, I get it. I can understand it. Like, do you feel that way, Dave?
I don't see myself ever suing a track, but I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't answer any of that.
Yeah.
It's such like a personalized thing, and I'm not in that situation. But
like
I don't really have any feelings.
Yeah, to me, like, as again, the obstacle, there was other people that testified that obstacle was dangerous. I know other guys that told the owner that obstacle was dangerous on previous days, and they told me that. And then you look at your son who got hurt out of network, and you're up hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. And you reached out to the track, and they never replied, and they never did anything. And then your only recourse, because your son, who's still fucked up by it, by the way, he's still jacked up from this crash. Put yourself in that shoes.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough either way. Like, I don't think you should, again, you can do whatever you want. It's America, just like we talked about. You can burn your X-Brand goggles if you want. To me, it's like, man, I don't know. It's a tough deal.
I think as a parent, the only thing I could think about is if I really felt something was unsafe for my kids, I would hope I would be like, all right, we're at it. Like, we're out of here.
Yeah.
And you probably aren't sometimes you think that, but you still don't do it. And that's probably in hindsight, he's probably like, fuck, I wish I would have, whatever. So,
Oh, I'm sure he does, right?
Yeah. Who wouldn't? But that's my only thing is like, I would hope I'd be in the mindset of pulling us out.
I don't like cancel culture.
Right.
I don't like that. Like, I don't like that. If you don't want to do that and support X-Brand because of the way you feel, cool, great. I don't like the whole, let's email him, let's do it. That's cancel culture. That's what the fucking left does. And if a comedian says something that offends you, you want to get out of you want to cut his job out.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Well,
you do you, whatever you believe in, and that's it. That's your form of protest.
The problem with that, too, is that fixing that one thing is not going to fix the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Because whether that happened or not, I mean, on one hand, there's an inherent risk when you go to the track. On the other hand, you never know what you're going to think when you're in that position. But if you think that something like that's never going to happen now or 10 years from now.
Oh, yeah, no. And listen, the system in America is fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, me being Canadian, I've lived down here longer, but I do know it's absolutely insane, the litigation in it. I mean, you can't walk. Obviously, it's massively profitable because you can't drive more than 1 mile here in Vegas without seeing a personal injury lawyer billboard.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because they're fucking crushing it with money. They're making so much money. So the system is fucked. But, yeah, that's not going to fix. Your X-Brand goggle band is not going to fix the system. Yeah. So I don't like the cancel culture. Like, hey, let's get all together, email Rich, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's what people, that's the shitty part of the society where the comedian makes a joke and you don't want to give him a job or you want somebody to lose their livelihood because of something you believe in. Like, how about you just do your own thing and then don't buy X-Brand goggles anymore?
We've gotten emails and DMs about people that for riders we don't even sponsor. They just say they wear our stuff that so-and-so doesn't like even like a privateer or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll be like, if you don't get rid of his sponsorship, I'm never buying your stuff again. It's like, dude, we don't even.
Yeah.
They're buying the product too. Like, what do you want us to do?
Yeah, but make your form of protest whatever you need to do personally.
Yeah.
And then just move along.
No,
and if enough people make that form, the subject, the person, the company will change.
Support the side you want and don't burn the side you don't want.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Wow, I'm gonna fucking write that down, Kevin. That's really good.
I think
you're absolutely right. Yeah, do what you got to do, but don't cause somebody's company, harm or ruin somebody's job or whatever because of something that you feel.
Yeah.
When again, sorry, Dave. It's certainly understandable to put yourself in a father's shoes, look at the circumstances, and understand Rich's feelings, right? I mean, any sort of empathic person, empathic person,
good enough.
can think of that. And if you can't, well, then you have, no real heart, I guess.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it. Because, I got a bunch of those. I guess it flared up this week again. Michael Lindsay told me.
Yeah, because they posted
on Vital.
They posted that they
LACR, right?
Not going to do it. Yeah.
And yeah, I just think it's such bullshit to be like, fuck that. Everybody should, hey man, whatever.
I was gonna say, I just think it's funny. Like, cancel culture is a big deal overall.
Yeah.
But moto people are like really soft when it comes to that stuff. Like,
is it just everyone's soft though?
But I just feel like moto is like,
yeah,
I don't know, be a little. We ride dirt bikes. Like, we should be a little.
Well, especially like
gnarlier.
Most people lean right, and they're the ones yelling about cancel culture of the left, because that's what the left does like to do. They're offended very easily, right? They're offended by words. They're offended by things, but it's just as bad. Both sides are just as bad. Cancel culture, like fuck off. So I don't know. Again, I met a guy at the race when this first went down months ago or a year ago or whatever, and when I found out about it, and this guy said, you should never, ever sue a track, like at a race, a Supercross race in the pits. You rode expert. And I said, yep. I said, well, try to put yourself in Rich's shoes and hospital bills and out of network and other people said this obstacle. This guy was not having it. And I said, hey, man, you're one of those never, ever sue a track guys. I'm not, but I can certainly understand your thing. Have a good day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's it. So
I don't think if you look at any of those lawsuits against tracks, I don't think any of these people suing the tracks are suing them with the goal of trying to close the track.
Of course not. Yeah. No. They feel like they've been wronged.
But that has just been the side effect. So that's why they're getting attacked.
Yeah.
I think.
Look, MX Sports banned pit bikes from Loretta's, and I heard it's because lawsuits. Idiot people.
Golf carts are next.
So the idiot motocross people that you talked about ruined a good thing by getting drunk or letting their kid drive a pit bike and hitting other people, and then what they do? They sued. It's just, it's the way it is in the world right now. It's brutal for sure.
Sue happy for sure.
Yeah, and look, I have a litigation against me, so I've been in that position. I get it. Like, I don't know. So that's my answer to that. But I get these Instagram comments or DMs or tweets. Nobody ever calls in. I'm here Monday night. You know where I'm at.
Yeah.
The phone number's posted. Call in if you got such a big problem with that. That's the way I feel. And same with the Deegan Lawrence thing. Like I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's pink for the Lawrences, and then down the road, I'm sure the Deegans will pink them, and it's the way it goes. They don't like each other. So, yeah. All right. Chisholm, Phil, Weege, Bogle. Best interview tonight, Dave.
I mean, I always like Phil.
Fuck his Jersey guy stick.
He's New York.
Yeah, whatever. You're same.
But no, I like talking to Bogle.
Okay.
Chiz has a lot to say.
And fuck Weege?
I forgot about Weege.
Kevin, best interview.
I like talking to Bogle. I think Bogle was good. Yep.
All right. Talon?
I'm going to go with Bogle this week. Just the e-bike stuff. All that was cool.
Sweet.
All right. Nick?
Doubling down on Bogle.
Oh, wow.
Big Bogle guys over
there.
there.
Bogle Nation has spoken. Who knew? I'll go with Weege. It's because he's Weege.
Well, we did just sign
saving money, the $10 on the putting the purse in the bush. I mean, that's a story that we.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
The man lives it. It's not.
So he said, "How much is this purse worth?" And she said, "Not enough to pay the $10." Essentially.
Yeah.
I thought he was just going to say they took her wallet out and threw it away.
Yeah.
But they stashed it to come back for
they went back.
Seemingly $7 purse. I don't.
Great point. Yeah. Awesome. Hey, don't forget $250 motorsport.com gift card up for grabs for 1 week. Spend $50. Send me the receipt to contest@pulpmxshow.com. And we will do a draw, and you get $250 motorsport.com gift card from that. Thank you to that. Free socks with any PulpMX merch purchase in the next week or so, while supplies last. Black Friday special at Wiseco. Keep board on that. Pulp24 code to save. Pulp30 code to save at 100% on anything. 100%.
Yep.
Goggles, glasses.
All of it.
I took off that new mountain bike helmet that you gave me. I can't wear it now. It is so ventilated that it is so cold now. My head gets cold. So I'm not wearing it right now.
Okay.
That's how ventilated it is.
It was special made for you for this Vegas heat.
Yeah. Well, that's how good it is. My head was getting cold. So now I'm back to my old one.
Okay.
So thanks again, Dave, for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
100%. Jet Lawrence strap. That thing looks good.
Now you're coming
Looks
around.
good.
Took 5 hours.
Turn the 8.
Yep. You got some zeros.
Looks good. Kevin, thank you as always. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the support.
Thanks for having me back.
Thanks for coming in. Yeah, always fun to have you here for
Fun
sure.
to be here.
Also, and Talon, great job.
Thank you, Steve.
Great job with the drops tonight.
Oh, it was great day for drops.
Yeah, really good. What's up, Nick?
Man, frustrated about the drops. I tried.
We tried.
That was what when he came in today. He said he's gonna get the drops. Like that was his MO.
Yep.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose.
Yep. We got nothing. No drops at all, and it's really sad.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
That's what the new shirt's gonna be. PulpMX. We tried. That'll be the new shirt. Let's get that on there. That'll be fantastic. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. I don't know if we're doing a show next week or the week after. I'm working on the co-host who shall go nameless, but he's very hard to pin down, Will Hahn. But I'm going to work on that. And so maybe next week, maybe we'll be back the week after that. Paul Parabinos is coming in soon as well. But absolutely, thanks for the sponsors. Use the code to save. By the way, Brian Stone. Forgot about that, EdwardJones.com. Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Brian Stone will help you. I did a podcast with him, Privateer Island podcast, so check that out with Brian. Good guy, and he can help you out at EdwardJones.com. And use the codes to save with all of our guys. If you're in the market for a Christmas present or whatever, we got codes to save and help you out. So appreciate that. Thanks to Roto. Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Moser. Thanks to Pookie. Dave Ginolfi. Kevin Bailey. I'm Steve Mathis. See you around.